I was a villain in a book, and the heroine confessed to me. The distant mountains were shrouded in thick mist, adding an ethereal touch to the scenery. Though autumn had already arrived, Yunxia Peak remained as vibrant as spring, filled with blooming flowers and warm sunshine. A young man stood tall at the peak of Yunxia, his figure straight and imposing. He had strikingly handsome features, so much so that even his cold, expressionless face couldn't diminish his beauty, rather, it only enhanced his air of aloof nobility. Not far away, a group of young women dressed in flowing white celestial robes soared through the sky on their swords. Occasionally, one of them would catch sight of the lone figure atop Yunxia Peak and nudge her companion, whispering with a smile. Look, look! That's senior brother Qin of Yunxia Peak, the Sect Master's youngest disciple. I heard he has only been in the sect for 10 years, yet he has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Even the Grand Elders praise him as the most talented genius our Cold Moon Immortal Sect has seen in 100,000 years. That's right. I also heard that when the Sect Master took him in during his travels, the other elders were against it. But within a year, they all regretted their decision. Eh? Senior brother Qin has such incredible talent and is so handsome, why wouldn't the elders want him to become a disciple? They say that when senior brother Qin underwent his bone evaluation, the results showed that his cultivation potential was abysmally low. Apparently, he was fated never to break through the fate reversal realm in his lifetime. No way. If that were true, how could he possibly have reached the Purple Mansion realm in just 10 years? How would I know? Maybe it was just a rumor, or maybe he possesses some kind of heaven-defying physique. Senior brother Qin just looked at me. Is he interested in me? How should I respond without appearing too forward? Nonsense. He was clearly looking at me. It turned out that gossiping was an innate human trait not exclusive to mortals, but also prevalent among cultivators. These young women, though usually elegant and composed in front of others, became playful and chatty only in the presence of their close friends. Fortunately, their leader remained focused on duty. Noticing the conversation spiraling out of control, she turned back to reprimand them. Enough. We are on a patrol. Stay focused and behave properly. Yes, senior sister. With a single command, the chattering ceased, and the girls swiftly regained their usual air of cold elegance. However, their frequent glances at the young man atop Yunxia Peak betrayed their lingering curiosity. Meanwhile, Qin Yunxia stood unmoving, his face as frosty as ever. Yet, his inner thoughts were anything but cold. So, it's been 10 years since I transmigrated here. And all you people do is talk, yet not a single one of you dares to act. How disappointing. Despite his icy expression, his inner monologue revealed a distinct contrast, one that was equal parts sarcastic and resigned. His name was Qin Yunxia, a transmigrator from Blue Star. In recent years, transmigration had become somewhat of a trend. Some died from staying up too late, some died heroically saving others, and others were simply run over by truck drivers rushing to meet delivery quotas. The methods varied, but the result remained the same. As for Qin Yunxia's own transmigration, the details weren't important. What mattered was where he ended up inside a fantasy novel he had been casually reading. It was the kind of generic power fantasy story where a once despised female protagonist suffered humiliation from her clan, her sect, and her enemies, only to awaken an ancient sword soul and embark on a journey of relentless vengeance, face-slapping her way to the peak of cultivation. Honestly, these kinds of novels were everywhere. Qin Yunxia had only picked it up for casual reading. How could he have expected to actually transmigrate into it? And if that wasn't bad enough, the character he became was enough to give him a headache. He wasn't part of the protagonist's inner circle. Instead, he was a villain, one with zero dignity, a petty troublemaker who repeatedly antagonized the protagonist, only to be humiliated and ultimately slain in the most miserable way possible. So tell me, why did I have to be reborn as this loser? Was it just because I share the same name as him? Ding! According to system analysis, the host is currently engaging in self-directed insults, which is not a recommended behavior. Additionally, statements that may compromise character integrity should be minimized in the future. Shut up, you idiot. If not for you, I would have already latched onto the protagonist and lived my best life. Instead, I'm stuck maintaining this stupid cold-faced act like some emotionless doll. The mechanical voice in his mind made Qin Yunxia's expression darken further. Indeed, from the moment he entered this world, he had kept a completely stoic demeanor, not because he was naturally cold, but because doing so allowed him to exploit the system. Truth be told, the original Qin Yunxia had an incredibly tragic fate. Before he was even born, his scumbag father abandoned his mother, leaving her to raise him alone. She had once been the daughter of a prestigious family, but after being deceived by his father, she was cast out. All she had left was a small sum of money and a child in her womb. After giving birth, years of suffering took their toll, and she descended into madness. She subjected the young Qin Yunxia to constant abuse, beatings, insults, even attempts on his life. This cruel upbringing twisted the original Qin Yunxia's personality. Even though his mother eventually died of illness, and he was later taken in by a powerful master, the darkness within him never faded. Luckily, when Qin Yunxia transmigrated, it was at the exact moment the original had been kneeling at his mother's grave, just before being accepted as a disciple. At the time, Qin Yunxia had been bewildered, but deep down, he had breathed a sigh of relief. He was still young, and the story's main events hadn't begun yet. With his knowledge of the plot, avoiding a tragic end wouldn't be difficult. But just as he resolved to live a better life, a voice echoed in his mind. The system had arrived. Unfortunately, this low-budget system lacked even a proper name or an interface. The only thing it had given him was a starter pack, granting him the passive ability to continuously absorb spiritual energy without actively meditating. To be fair, it was an incredible ability, an automatic cultivation hack that strengthened his mana, soul, and body without any effort. However, there was a catch. If not for the system, with your lazy and unmotivated nature, breaking through to the Qi absorption realm alone would have been a miracle. Strength comes at a cost. As long as their host maintains their villain persona, they will continue to grow stronger. It is a fair trade. That was the real issue. His overpowered ability came with a ridiculous condition: he had to act like the original villain or else he'd lose the system's benefits. The problem? If he stayed true to this persona, he would eventually end up like the original, killed by the protagonist in the most humiliating way possible. Just as Qin Yunxia was grumbling internally, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Yunxia, come to my cave dwelling immediately. There is an urgent matter to discuss." "Understood, Master." The transmission cut off, and Qin Yunxia ended his conversation with the system. 10 years of experience had taught him how to hide his ridiculous inner thoughts beneath a perfectly stoic facade. With a simple movement, he rose into the air, scanning his surroundings before heading toward a distant peak. Chapter 2, Master Ji Wufeng. The person who had just sent a message to Qin Yunxia was named Ji Wufeng. He was none other than Qin Yunxia's master, as well as the Sect Master of Cold Moon Immortal Sect, one of the few Dao-seeking powerhouses in the entire world. In this world, countless cultivators roamed, but the most powerful sects belonged to their 10 great forces, 1 hall, 2 sects, 3 gates, and 4 clans. These 10 factions had all been led by Dao-seeking cultivators for tens of thousands of years, dominating the world. Cold Moon Immortal Sect was one of their 3 gates. Honestly, whether it was from reading books in his past life or experiencing it firsthand after transmigrating, Qin Yunxia found it strange that his master had taken him in as a disciple. After all, Ji Wufeng was the youngest Dao-seeking powerhouse, a sword cultivator with unparalleled combat strength. If he had announced that he was accepting disciples, the line of applicants would stretch from the Eastern Sea all the way to the Western Territory. So why had he chosen Qin Yunxia? But in his past life, by the time he transmigrated, the novel hadn't been completed. Aside from the early chapters, Qin Yunxia had no idea how the story would unfold or what fate awaited these characters. Cultivators at the fate-defying realm could already fly unaided. By the Purple Mansion realm, their speed became even faster. After a brief moment of wandering thoughts, Qin Yunxia arrived at his master's cave dwelling. "Disciple Qin Yunxia, here by order. Enter." Hearing this, Qin Yunxia stepped into the cave. That's right, it was just a cave. The word dwelling was something he generously added out of respect for his master. In reality, Ji Wufeng's residence didn't even have a proper entrance, it was just a barren cave. The so-called cave dwelling wasn't large. After walking through a short tunnel of about 10 meters, a roughly 100 square meter space appeared. Inside, there were only 3 items: a stone stool, a stone table, and a stone bed. Qin Yunxia stepped forward and set his gaze on the stone bed. There, a figure sat cross-legged. Dressed in a simple robe with blue patterns, his face was as flawless as jade. Most striking of all were his silver white hair and eyebrows, yet his appearance seemed no older than 20. Strangely, instead of exuding an air of aging, his white hair radiated an unusual vitality. This was Ji Wufeng. Upon hearing Qin Yunshuo's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a profound aura of life and death interwoven with the cycles of fate. Most would describe this strange yet harmonious contrast as crane-haired, youthful-faced. But forgive Qin Yunshuo's lack of literary refinement. Every time he saw Ji Wufeng, his first thought was always, a beautiful young man pampered by a rich woman, to the point that even his hair and eyebrows had turned white. Suppressing his blasphemous thoughts, Qin Yunshuo gave a slight bow to Ji Wufeng and, as always, remained silent. Two equally cold individuals stood facing each other, their chilling aura making it seem as if they might draw their swords at any moment. But in truth, this was simply their usual way of interacting. Qin Yunshuo's cold demeanor was an act. The system required him to play the role of a villain, but since he had never studied acting, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster the sinister smile of a true antagonist. Instead, he ended up looking like a fool. Eventually, Qin Yunshuo gave up. The system also gave up, merely instructing him to maintain an aloof exterior and not let his goofy nature slip through. This was why, despite having been in the sect for 10 years, he still had countless female disciples secretly admiring him. His striking looks were one reason, but more importantly, to others, he appeared to be nothing more than a dedicated cultivator with a cold personality, a prodigy, not a sinister villain. Qin Yunshuo had once asked the system whether he had already deviated from the villain persona. The system had reassured him that the original host wasn't hated by all from the beginning. Only after growing envious of the protagonist and making a series of foolish decisions did he become despised and abandoned. So for now, Qin Yunshuo could act however he wanted. The only reason the system advised him to keep up his aloof facade was to ensure that when his character arc shifted in the future, it wouldn't be too jarring. After a long silence, Ji Wufeng sighed helplessly and finally spoke. Disciple, tomorrow marks the once-in-a-decade selection where outer sect disciples officially enter the inner sect. I called you here to assign you a task. Master, please instruct me. It is a rule of Cold Moon Immortal Sect that before officially joining the inner sect, outer disciples are given the opportunity to challenge 10 inner sect disciples. This year, I want you to participate. This tradition was meant to test the temperament, talent, and comprehension of new disciples. The elders and peak lords would observe the event and select potential personal disciples. If a peak lord took interest in a disciple, they could immediately become a direct disciple. Within the sect, only soul condensation realm cultivators or stronger could become peak lords. Being chosen as a direct disciple of such a powerhouse meant a much smoother cultivation path. As for why outer sect disciples weren't made to fight each other but were instead allowed to challenge inner sect disciples, that was a rule set by the sect's founder. The founder believed that only those who dared to raise their swords against stronger opponents could be called true cultivators. If someone lacked the courage to fight just because their opponent was at a higher realm, they were unworthy of cultivation. Moreover, these outer sect disciples had all risen above tens of thousands of competitors to stand here. Who among them wasn't prideful? A lesson from their senior brothers and sisters could help them temper their arrogance. Of course, no one openly stated this reasoning, but everyone understood. Qin Yunshuo wasn't surprised that his master assigned him this task. It was part of the novel's original plot. His first encounter with the female lead had happened during this very event. However, in the novel, the original Qin Yunshuo had barely reached the fate-defying realm by this point, and even then, his cultivation had been forcefully raised using rare treasures, leaving him with a weak foundation. But now, Qin Yunshuo was already in the Purple Mansion realm. Competing against a group of small cultivators who hadn't even reached the fate-defying realm. Wasn't that a complete one-sided slaughter? Or was the plot's corrective force really that strong? Disciple obeys. No matter what he thought, Qin Yunshuo merely nodded calmly on the surface. This gave Ji Wufeng a headache. As mentioned before, Qin Yunshuo's aloofness was an act. Coincidentally, as his master, Ji Wufeng was also pretending to be cold. Few could imagine that Ji Wufeng, the battle-hardened sword sovereign, a Dao-seeking powerhouse, and the Sect Master of Cold Moon Immortal Sect was actually socially anxious. Yes, Ji Wufeng was a severe introvert. For example, before taking Qin Yunshuo as a disciple, he barely interacted with anyone except his 2 other disciples and a few senior brothers. To avoid visitors, he even abandoned living in a proper house and moved into this cave, where the harsh environment discouraged prolonged stays. If not for his immense talent, allowing him to reach the Dao-seeking realm in just 500 years, he would never have become Sect Master. Rumor had it that Ji Wufeng only accepted the role after his senior brothers literally knelt before him, sobbing, while the Grand Elder, also a Dao-seeking powerhouse, held a sword to his neck. The truth was, Ji Wufeng hadn't taken Qin Yunxia as a disciple for his talent. He had simply felt, at first glance, that this child, like his other two disciples, wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. That was all. Regretfully, fate had not been kind to the boy. His early life had been steeped in darkness, shaping his current silent and withdrawn personality. With a sigh, Ji Wufeng waved his hand. Go rest. Cultivation requires balance. Do not push yourself too hard. Chapter 3, The sect leader is not that bad, really not that bad. Wang Morfeng always felt that he and his fellow disciples must have committed some terrible sin in their previous lives, which was why they had to face a leader like Ji Wufeng. No, I just brought my fellow Taoists from Yunxia Sect to see you. Is it necessary to even use the meteorite to block the gate? If it were just that, it would be fine. Although the meteorite is said to be unable to cause damage to those below the soul-gathering realm, I am also a strong man in the return to one realm after all, and I don't take this thing seriously. But Master, you are going too far by setting up the four symbols formation. Not to mention that the Taoist friend who came with you is only at the soul-gathering realm. Even if the head of the Yunxia Taoist sect, Taizhenren, came in person, it would be impossible for him to break the four symbols formation presided over by you, right? The young Taoist priest was a little confused. The Yunxia Taoist sect he belonged to and the Hanyu Immortal Sect were both one of their three sects, and they had a good relationship with each other. When I came here, my headmaster also warned me not to be rude to the sword master because of his strange temper. But what was going on now? Did I accidentally offend this Ji Xianzuan? But I haven't even met him yet. This. Senior Wang, I wonder what Immortal Master Ji is doing. Wang Morfeng's face twitched violently, and he forced a smile, trying his best to save face for his own leader. The master often stays in the great formation to comprehend the way of heaven. Why don't you follow me back to the hall to rest and come back later? Since Hanyu's Yanmen did a good job of keeping secrets, few outsiders knew about Ji Wufeng's social phobia except for the top leaders of the sect. Naturally, this Taoist priest would not know that a great leader in the realm of Taoism would be forced to open a large formation by a stranger. So he nodded in sudden enlightenment. Although he didn't know what the connection was between being in the formation and understanding the way of heaven, this was what Ji Xianzuan said. How could it be false? He would try it himself after returning. The Immortal Master Ji is truly extraordinary. He can actually comprehend the way of heaven in this ordinary cave. I think the Immortal Master's state of mind has already reached the realm of the greatest happiness is no happiness, the greatest praise is no praise. I admire him. Har har, you think too much, he just simply doesn't want to see anyone. My dear friend, you are too kind. Please move to the living room first. I will meet you again after my headmaster finishes his retreat. How do you think? But this is a very important matter for me. I wonder how long it will take for the Immortal Master to come out of seclusion. It will be done very quickly. It will only take a few hours. Wang Morfeng pulled the Taoist priest and turned away. The large formation in front of Ji Wufeng's door was still not removed, as if it was really as Wang Morfeng said, he was in seclusion to comprehend the way of heaven. Not long after, Wang Morfeng came back, but this time the little Taoist priest was not with him, and he didn't have to pretend anymore. Master, junior brother, please withdraw the formation. Wang Morfeng suppressed the urge to roar, gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Really, if Ji Wufeng was not the leader of Hanyu Immortal Sect, if I could beat him, if any of these two IFS were true, I would jump up and beat him. After carefully checking the surroundings with his spiritual sense and making sure that there was no one else, Ji Wufeng opened a hole in the formation and let Wang Morfeng in. What is it? Wang Morfeng took a deep breath, repeated "I can't beat him" 3 times in his mind, and then said seriously. Master Tai sent someone to tell you that the barbarian temple is likely to make some big moves, but the reason is still unclear. When Ji Wufeng heard the words, barbarian temple, he immediately became serious. Although he was still expressionless, Wang Morfeng could sense his change. What's the specific situation? Has that flat-haired beast come out of confinement? I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be. It's impossible for him to heal so quickly after you stab him with the sword. Well, that being said, we still have to be careful. How about this? I will disappear, and you ask the little Taoist priest to go back and tell Tai that I will personally go to the Sichuan mountains to keep an eye on them. Wang Morfeng breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said goodbye. On their way back, he was secretly thankful that it was the barbarian temple and not the demon cult that made the noise this time, otherwise his own leader would not be so active. As one of the 10 great powers, the barbarian god temple was their one temple, while the demon cult was one of their 2 sects, with the full name of the original demon cult. The 2 forces were equally different, and there was no difference for others, but for Ji Wufen, it was a big difference. No matter how evil the original demon sect is, no matter how anti-human the cultivation method is, in the end, they are still human. But the barbarian temple is different, it is full of demon cultivators. Ji Xianzuan was a social phobia, but he was not afraid of small animals. In fact, Ji Xianzuan's fame was earned by killing monsters. He single-handedly transferred the hatred of the barbarian temple from the Yuhengdao sect to himself, so it is conceivable how many monster cultivators he had killed. Well, after Yunxia completes his mission tomorrow, I will give him some instructions and then set off for the Sichuan mountains. On the other side, after Qin Yunxia returned to his room, he began to sort out the next plot in his mind. As the protagonist, she will never lack people to help her wherever she goes. Of course, she will also never lack some brainless villains to make trouble around her. According to the plot, the protagonist at this moment should be at the peak of the Outer Gang realm, and when he faces his original incarnation who is at the counterfeit Ni Fate realm, with the explosion of his microcosm and the guidance of the sword spirit in his body, he defeats the original incarnation by using the weak to defeat the strong. Not only did he win the championship in one fell swoop, but he also took this opportunity to get special treatment from his master Ji Wufen. He successfully entered Yunxia Peak and became Ji Wufen's last disciple. From this moment on, the original body's mentality changed. He felt that all his love was taken away by this junior sister who defeated him. In addition, at that time, Ji Wufen had just accepted the heroine and immediately left the sect to handle important matters. Ji Wufen and his disciples were the only ones living on Yunxia Peak. Senior brother Chen Yi was out visiting friends, and second senior sister Luo Mingyi was traveling outside the sect. With Ji Wufen gone, the heroine was left alone with her original body. He was already full of jealousy, and with this godsend opportunity, he turned into a demon and started a series of revenge against the heroine, and then he was killed. This is not the worst part. The worst thing is that even after death, the original body could not rest in peace. It was taken over by a big devil using secret magic, and he did whatever he wanted under the identity of the original body, which caused a lot of trouble to the protagonist in the later period. Forget it, all the sins of the original body were caused by himself, and what he has to do now is to consider how to complete the plot while trying not to attract the hatred of the heroine. This is difficult to say, but it is not impossible to accomplish. The system once said that the purpose of its existence is to advance the plot of the book and to train the protagonist. Because this world is currently just a half real and half virtual world, and the opportunity to make it completely solid lies in the protagonist. Your goal is to complete the plot, and the system's goal is to watch you complete the plot. Everything is done to help the protagonist grow. In other words, as long as the protagonist gets the necessary training, it doesn't matter what your ending is, and it doesn't matter if it changes. Anyway, that's what the system explained to me, so I just believed it. In the past 10 years, Qin Yunxia discovered one thing, that is, although he couldn't do anything about the system in his mind, the other party seemed to be helpless against him as well. Apart from threatening to stop the cheating, there was no punishment. But it was okay. He was a nobody in his previous life, and what he hated most was when someone forced him to do this or that. Ding! Please rest assured, the system will not cause any harm to their host. Completing the task will benefit both you and me. As the saying goes, cooperation brings benefits to both sides, right? Maybe. Qin Yunxia answered nonchalantly, then looked off into the distance. Madam, we will meet tomorrow. Chapter for Sword Soul, we have to pick the big ones. The next morning, 10 outer disciples who were preparing to take the test were already standing in a neat row on Chaoyarn Peak. Qin Yunxia didn't have the habit of waiting until the last minute to get involved, so he came here early. Although many fellow disciples greeted him, he just nodded because he had to maintain his image, and didn't plan to have any in-depth conversations. Once this attitude of keeping people at a distance was shown, other people no longer bothered themselves and started to gather in groups of 2 or 3 with people they knew to chat. The Chaoyang Summit is held every 10 years, and no more than 10 people can make it to the end each time. This has been the rule for thousands of years. Of course, this does not mean that the inner sect will only accept 10 disciples every 10 years. In fact, all outer sect disciples who can cultivate to the realm of defying fate can be automatically upgraded to become inner sect disciples. As for the Chaoyang Summit, the strongest participants will not exceed the peak of the outer gang realm, because in the Hanyu Immortal Sect, anyone who has reached the Ni Fate realm must be an inner sect member. From this perspective, does this conference seem to have no gold content? A group of people who are guaranteed to be in the destiny-defying realm are fighting against a group of outer disciples who are at most in the outer gang realm. No matter how you look at it, it is one-sided. But this is not the case, because everyone knows that it is almost impossible for Y Gang to defeat Ni Ming, so once such a talent appears, he will be immediately trained. It doesn't matter even if you can't win. After all, there will be rewards for the top 3 in this conference, and they are very generous. Taking a step back, even if you didn't get the reward for being in the top 3, as long as you performed well in the fight with your opponent and were valued by an elder, that would be pretty good. Such a policy has led to many geniuses whose combat power far exceeds that of their peers, preferring to suppress their own cultivation rather than break through and defy their fate, all in order to wait for the Chaoyang conference. And Jing, the Chaoyang conference is about to begin. Do you see the 10 people sitting opposite you? They are your inner sect brothers and sisters, and they are also your opponents today. On the stage, 10 outer disciples stood upright, listening attentively to an elder explaining the rules. In the Chaoyang conference, everyone must choose at least one person from the opposing team to challenge. I will score each of you based on your performance. If you feel that you did not perform well, you can cancel your previous results and change your opponent. But remember, you can only change twice at most. A female disciple beside Qin Yunxia heard this, chuckled, and explained to the disciples around her. We have different strengths. Some of us are unlucky and lose quickly because of our weaker moves or because we choose opponents who are too strong. That's why the sect has set this rule. I see. This is to increase the error tolerance of these junior brothers and sisters. They can change opponents twice, which means they can challenge 3 times. No, that's not what I meant. Didn't you hear what Elder One said just now? If someone else challenges you, then the previous result will be invalidated. Yes, in this case, if they perform well in the first battle, it will be difficult to decide whether to challenge again. Qin Yunxia heard this and thought to himself, that's right. It wasn't me that the heroine challenged for the first time, and even though she fought beautifully that time, she didn't win in the end. However, even so, it was enough for her to take the top spot. As for why she had to go to the trouble of challenging the original body, alas! It was all the fault of the original body. On the other side, Elder Wang had finished explaining the rules and signaled to the outer disciples to ask questions if they had any. Several people looked at each other. After a few seconds, a girl about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a sky blue outer disciple robe, walked out, bowed properly to Elder Wang, and asked. Disciple Jiang Miao greets the elder. May I ask, should we challenge each other at the same time, or in groups? If we challenge each other in groups, wouldn't the disciple who challenges first be at a disadvantage? After all, his opponent might reveal some weaknesses during the fight, which could be exploited by the later spectators. Everyone else was drawn to Jiang Miao's question and nodded unconsciously. Yes, if that is the case, then who would be willing to be the first to come out and step on the minefield for those behind him? Qin Yunxia also looked sideways at the arena. He knew the answer to this question, so he was not curious about Elder Wang's answer. He was looking at Jiang Miao. That's right, Jiang Miao is the Feng Aoqian who is always defying the world and the protagonist in the original book. He is also the one who buried himself. She is worthy of being the heroine. There is no need to say much about her beauty. It is top-notch. The most important thing is her temperament. It is really eye-catching. As the protagonist, Jiang Miao has a skill that all protagonists must have. When she wants to hide in the crowd, no one will notice her uniqueness. But as soon as she opens her mouth, her extraordinary temperament is like the sun in the dark night, which cannot be hidden. Many male disciples who were watching the game could not help but turn their eyes to Jiang Miao, and then many of them started to blush. Not only the outer disciples, but also several of Qin Yunxia's inner disciples were the same. In this regard, Qin Yunxia could only say, brother, everyone loves to look at beautiful women, but you can look at them but don't be tempted. In this woman's eyes, the word love does not exist at all. Yes, there are indeed many male pairs who are interested in Jiang Miao in the original novel, including even top-level geniuses like the Prince of the Demon Clan and the New Swordsman. Unfortunately, the heroine is born with a sense of career, and she is too obsessed with love and romance to have fun in cultivation. Before Qin Yunxia traveled through time, the novel was still not finished, but judging by Jiang Miao's behavior, there was a high probability that he would remain lonely until the end. On the stage, Elder Wang raised his hand, stroked his beard, and explained slowly and calmly. There is a barrier on the arena. Once the two combatants enter it, the outside will be nothing but an invisible void. The rest of you can only know the result after the two combatants come out. Jiang Miao nodded, indicating that he had finished asking questions. The other disciples looked at each other and all felt that this method was fair. Since there is no objection, let's get started. According to the ranking of the last competition, Jiang Miao, you will be the first to choose your opponent this time. Yes. After responding calmly, Jiang Miao was the first to step onto the stage. He glanced back and forth at the inner disciples like Qin Yunxia, seemingly hesitating about who to pick. But others didn't know that at this moment, a middle school girl's voice that only Jiang Miao could hear was constantly exploding in her mind. Miao Miao, listen to me and choose the woman in the red dress. As my good sisters, we should have a heart that is not afraid of anything. That woman is the strongest, so we have to fight her and pick the biggest one to fight. This female voice with a bit of middle school is Jiang Miao's biggest golden finger, the sword spirit of the ancient sword Shuezong. According to it, its owner in the past was a big man who almost broke the rules of the world. As a sword worn by a boss of this level, it is of course the best sword in the world. However, at present, because the sword body is destroyed, it can't provide any substantial help except for talking nonsense. Jiang Miao had already chosen his opponent, but paused because of the voice of Shuezong's sword soul. After looking around, he asked in confusion. Among the 10 people across from us, for a women, but none of them are wearing red dresses. Who said them? I'm talking about the woman in the red dress who is hiding in the clouds and peeking in this direction. Hidden in the clouds. Then can you tell what the other party's strength is? It's just the concentrated spirit realm. When I was at my peak, I wouldn't need my master to take action against ants of this level. I could crush hundreds of them with just one strike of my sword energy. Jiang Miao. To be honest, my life has become much better since I got the guidance of this ancient sword spirit. Because it can always help you eliminate a wrong answer first, and if you follow its advice in the opposite direction, you will never go wrong. Do you know that I am just a newbie in the outer realm? I am still picking on the big guys, so I really want to thank you for not asking me to go to the Dao realm. Ignoring the Shuezong sword soul's immature shouting, Jiang Miao bowed slightly to a girl in blue. Outer Sect disciple Jiang Miao, please teach me, senior sister. Chapter 5 The challenge begins. The one challenged by Jiang Miao was the girl who had just explained the rules of the Chaoyarn conference to her classmates. When she saw that she was chosen first, she turned back with a smile and gave a thumbs up to everyone around her before stepping onto the stage. Li Churuor, a disciple of Yunxia Peak, is honored. Outer Sect disciple Jiang Miao, greetings to senior sister Li. Junior sister spent a long time choosing, and finally picked me. It seems that in the eyes of junior sister, I am the weakest among this group of inner disciples. No, it's just my intuition that fighting with senior sister Li is the most suitable for me. Well, your intuition is very accurate. Although I am a disciple of Yunxia Peak, I am good at alchemy. I am indeed inexperienced in fighting with others. If you are genius who can fight against opponents of higher levels, you must remember to show mercy and don't let me lose too badly. Li Ruoshue's words made the onlookers twitch their lips. What a straightforward girl, but you are already thinking about losing before the fight even starts. Aren't you a little too cowardly? Jiang Miao was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Junior sister is not very skilled in martial arts, so please show some mercy, senior sister. Seeing that the two were ready, Elder One waved his hand, and a colorful barrier enveloped the arena. Qin Yunxia observed carefully for a moment and found that it was indeed a void, and he could not see anything. Of course, just because he couldn't see it didn't mean that Elder Wang and the other elders hiding in the clouds couldn't see it. That barrier could only block the sight of those below the soul condensation realm. The elders in the clouds came here naturally to select disciples that suited their taste. As the protagonist, Jiang Miao's combat power should not be underestimated, and the group of old guys nodded their heads in agreement. Only Shumushi, the head of Yunxia Peak, yawned lazily, fiddling with her red skirt with her hands casually, looking bored. Most of the people on Yunxia Peak are alchemists, and Shumushi's combat power is almost at the bottom among the several peak masters. The reason why no one dares to underestimate her is because Shumushi's alchemy skills are the best in the entire Hanyu Immortal Sect. This experience led Shumushi to not have high requirements for combat power when selecting disciples, but to place more emphasis on alchemy talent. She came this time just to see the excitement. However, Shumushi really didn't like this kind of fighting scene. After taking a quick look, he felt that instead of wasting time here, it would be better to go back and make pills. Junia sister, please don't move. Just be patient. But just as Shumushi was about to turn around and leave, she received a voice transmission. Shumushi looked around in surprise and asked uncertainly. Master brother. It's me. Is it really you? But why is the head brother here? Is your problem of not liking to meet strangers cured? As one of the top leaders of Hanyu's Yanmen, Shumushi was of course aware of the secret of Ji Wufeng's social phobia. Ji Wufeng even secretly came to her to ask her to make some medicine for him to cure his social phobia. Of course, the medicine was definitely not made. However, after a few contacts, Ji Wufeng became much more familiar with Shumushi and was not too opposed to meeting her. But now there are so many people gathered here, and given the leader's personality, he would never show up unless the Demon King changes to a vegetarian diet. I have to go out later. There are some things I want to explain to Yunxia in person. It turned out to be for the disciple. That's not surprising. In that case, would you like me to call him over for you, senior brother? No need, let's watch the competition first. This little girl named Jiang Miao is pretty good. Well, the swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, and the foundation is also very solid. If it is carefully carved, it will definitely be a piece of beautiful jade in the future. No, what I mean is that Jiang Miao doesn't scare me too much. If possible, I would like to accept her as my disciple. Shumushi. It seems that when you accept disciples, you don't look at their talents or personalities, but rather whether they can trigger your social phobia, right? Wait, could it be that your first 3 disciples were accepted by you for this reason? Then you stay here and watch it by yourself, senior brother. Junia's sister has something else to do, so she'll leave first. Don't go. If you leave, I won't be able to get used to it without anyone to block my way. When Ji Wufeng heard that his only shield was leaving, his voice changed a little. Although I know they can't see me, but I feel a little uncomfortable staying here without anyone I know around. Shumushi. So, how did you, master, cultivate to the state of asking for the truth? Could it be that social phobia can increase the efficiency of cultivation? No one knew what Shumushi was saying, and everyone's eyes were on the stage. Although the disciples couldn't see through the barrier, they also wanted to see who would come out first. Alright, the barrier on the ring is not something you can see through. Now the challenge continues. Next, Wang Ming, choose your opponent. The competition on the arena has not yet ended, but for a large sect like Hanyu's Yanmen, it is not too difficult to set up a small space, and even 10 groups of people can fight together. Of course, if the opponent that these outer disciples want to challenge is currently fighting with others, then it is okay to wait for a while. Elder Wang slowly called out names one by one. These people either chose their opponents or said that the opponents they wanted to challenge were fighting with others. Soon, he asked the last person. Disciple by Yuanqing would like to ask this senior brother for guidance. A female disciple who looked a little timid pointed at Qin Yunxia and spoke respectfully to Elder Wang. Bai Yuanqing, the best friend of the heroine Jiang Miao, is a person of average talent but a model of someone who rises to prominence because of her successful support from the heroine. In the original novel, she chose Qin Yunxia as her opponent, but was beaten half to death by the arrogant original owner. This scene happened to be seen by the heroine who had just finished the competition, so Jiang Miao challenged again and successfully defeated the original owner. Are you sure you want to pick him? Elder Wang looked in the direction Bai Yuanqing's hand was pointing, and when he saw that the person being pointed at was Qin Yunxia, his expression was inexplicably stunned for a moment, and then he asked back a question with a strange look on his face. Bai Yuanqing originally thought that this senior brother seemed to be very unsociable, and thought that perhaps it was because of his low strength that he could not chat with other senior brothers and sisters, so he chose him. But looking at the expression of Elder Wang, something seemed to be wrong. But it was too late to regret now, because Qin Yunxia had already flown onto the stage the moment he was pointed at. As a tool in the plot, he just wanted to complete the task quickly and call it a day. Yunxia Peak, Qin Yunxia. By Yuanqing. Okay, I understand why Elder Wen had that expression just now. It turns out that this senior brother is their #1 genius that was widely rumored. But what about the people who were challenged who were all in the fate-defying realm? If I remember correctly, this senior brother Qin seems to have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, right? Looking at Qin Yunxia's indifferent eyes, Bai Yuanqing swallowed carefully. Well, is it too late for me to choose again? The answer is of course too late. Not to mention that Elder Wan would not agree, even Qin Yunxia would not agree when he saw the task name marked with bold symbols on the system panel. Mission released, please ask their host to severely injure Bai Yuanqing and provoke Jiang Miao with words. Chapter 6, Are you willing to accept the challenge? I am Bai Yuanqing, an outer disciple. Please teach me, senior brother Qin. There is nothing I can do. Who made me so unlucky? Since I have already picked the special prize, I will just take the beating. No, I will just fight with peace of mind. Well, let's do it. Qin Yunxia responded indifferently without even drawing his sword. He just stood there casually. When looking closely, it seemed as if his whole body was full of flaws. Knowing that the other party's realm was far higher than his own, and he was also an inner sect senior brother, there was absolutely no reason for him to be the first to fight during the sparring. Bai Yuanqing drew his sword, whispered, "I'm sorry," and then stepped forward. When one has cultivated to the outer gang realm, one already possesses the ability to release gang qi. However, since one's spiritual power is still shallow at this point, this method can only be used as a big move. Most of the time, one still has to engage in close combat. There are not many secret manuals that outer disciples can access. Bai Yuanqing is using a very popular move called Returning Wind and Brushing Willows at this moment, which goes straight to Qin Yunxia's face. Although Qin Yunxia could not challenge opponents of higher levels, his strength in the Purple Mansion realm was also impeccable. Facing the sword, he calmly raised his left hand, flicked the sword with his fingers, and Bai Yuanqing felt a huge force coming, and he almost couldn't hold the sword. Fortunately, although she was not outstanding in combat, she was still one of the top 10. In addition, the move of Huafeng Fudi was defensive, so she retreated with the force and was not injured. However, she knew in her heart that if Qin Yunxia had made another move, she would have lost the initiative even if she was not injured. With just one move, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. He was indeed a genius that only appears once in 100,000 years. The gap between him and senior brother Qin was too huge. With such little skill, he is still able to enter the top 10. It seems that the outer disciples have become more and more lazy in recent years. The cold voice reached Bai Yuanqing's ears and she slowly raised her head. Before she had time to express her dissatisfaction with the meaning of the words, she saw Qin Yunxia's frowning brows and the sword pointing at her. In an instant, Bai Yuanqing suddenly felt a sense of fear that made her hair stand on end. Without time to think, her body instinctively raised the sword to block in front of her. At the same time, her left hand also formed the only defensive spell she knew so far. The next second, a mighty spiritual power flew out from Qin Yunxia's fingertips and headed straight for Bai Yuanqing. The speed was so fast that she was hit directly after she only slightly turned her head. The defensive spell she pinched didn't work at all. The huge force took her out of the ring and then threw her hard to the ground. The disciples watching outside were startled, and when they looked over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. They saw that Bai Yuanqing's left shoulder was completely pierced, leaving a thumb-sized blood hole, and the blood had soaked half of her clothes. And from the blood spurting out of her mouth, it was obvious that in addition to the external injuries, Bai Yuanqing's meridians and internal organs were also injured by the spiritual power. Jiang Miao, who was the first to appear and had already finished fighting, was the first to react. He flew over and helped Bai Yuanqing up. At the same time, he took out a bottle of pills from the storage bag on his waist and carefully fed her 2 pills. Then he asked anxiously, "Yuanqing, what do you think?" "Ahem, meow, meow meow, are you done? At this time, you still have the mind to care about such a trivial matter? Take the medicine and regulate your breathing quickly. Be careful not to leave any hidden injuries." Seeing that she was still concerned about her victory or defeat, Jiang Miao knew that she was fine and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But before she could sort out by Yuanqing's spiritual power, she heard a cold male voice coming from the arena. You can't withstand such an attack. Your body is fragile, and your will is even more fragile. Even if you enter the inner sect, you will soon die in various mission trials. You should go back and practice for another 2 years. Jiang Miao suddenly raised his head and looked at the person who was speaking with a lightning-like gaze. He was wearing a royal blue gown with no extra accessories, which gave people a clean and pure feeling. His appearance was also worthy of being called handsome, but between his eyebrows, it seemed as if there was snow that had not melted for thousands of years. Even if it was a mocking remark, he said it without any ups and downs, as if he was stating the facts. It looks bright and sunny, but who would have thought that the things done are so terrible? Even if it's an assessment, it's just a competition between fellow disciples. Senior brother Qin, don't you think it's excessive to use such a heavy hand? Even though he was suppressing his anger, Jiang Miao's voice was still pleasant to the ear. However, to Qin Yunxia, these words sounded like the judgment of the god of death. What is frustrating is that in the face of this situation, he still has to speak back, further stimulating the anger in the heroine's heart. Alas, workers have no human rights. I didn't hit her hard, it's just that she's too weak. It's better for her to be injured by me than to die at the hands of others in the future. Ding! Successfully severely injured by Yuanqing and made Jiang Miao angry. Mission accomplished. Okay, I have dealt with the stupid system here, and the next thing to do is to find a way to clear myself. Qin Yunxia's words made all the disciples around him frown. Even Shumushi, who was hiding in the clouds, started to curse Ji Wufeng. Master, look at your disciple. Is that human language? Even a person at the fate-defying realm might not be able to handle his move. It's already great that the girl can do this. But not only does he not feel guilty for hurting someone, he even mocks her. Master, how do you teach your disciples? Shumushi has many labels, such as Master of Yunxia Peak, Strong Soul Gathering Realm Master, and #1 Alchemist of Hanyu Immortal Sect, etc. However, for those who know her well, her biggest label is actually her firecracker-like temper. She doesn't like fighting, but when it comes to scolding, Master Xu Feng is merciless. Not to mention her senior brother Ji Wufeng, even her former teacher has been scolded by her. Ji Wufeng gave a bitter smile, pointed his finger downward and was about to say something, but unexpectedly at this moment, Jiang Miao spoke. Brother Qin, since you said that, I think you must be very powerful, far beyond us. If that's the case, Jiang Miao is willing to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Okay, senior brother directly changed to sir. It seems that my provocation was very effective. I'm afraid that this heroine has already planned to have a bloody fight with me. Qin Yunxia felt helpless about this outcome, but the others were all shocked. After coming to their senses, Li Churuo, who had fought with Jiang Miao, hurriedly spoke to persuade them. Junia sister Jiang, calm down. I know you are angry, but the gap between you two is too big. The result of this assessment affects your future. Don't act impulsively. Seeing someone speak up, the others hesitated for a moment and then began to persuade him. Even Elder One couldn't help but give a few words of advice. It was nothing, Jiang Miao had fought beautifully in the previous battle, and if the final results were counted, he would probably be firmly ranked first. If he challenged Qin Yunxia at this time, his previous good results would be invalidated. Besides, just by looking at the fact that he's seriously injured by Yuanqing without hesitation, we can tell that this person is cruel and ruthless. There is a gap of 2 major realms between you, Jiang Miao, and him. What is the point of this challenge, other than creating one more injured person on the spot? Thank you very much, but now that I have spoken my words, there is no reason to take them back. If I really miss the opportunity to join the inner sect because of this, it is Jiang Miao's destiny. You don't need to persuade me anymore. After politely and firmly expressing his determination to everyone, Jiang Miao once again set his sights on Qin Yunxia. Sir, are you willing to accept the challenge? Good. Chapter 7, Zhuan Master Xu Feng. Etc. Just as Qin Yunxia finished speaking and Jiang Miao was about to step onto the stage, Shumushi in the clouds couldn't help but jumped out, glared at Qin Yunxia coldly, and said, You don't need to enter the barrier to fight this. You two can fight right here. While the others hadn't reacted yet, Elder Wang over there was already sweating, wondering why this young lady had come here. He quickly took 2 steps forward, bowed to Shumushi, and then spoke hesitantly. Master Shu Feng, this is against the rules. Fuck the rules. What if this brat takes revenge on Jiang girl like he did to Bai girl? How can I save her with this broken barrier blocking me? The disciples around her had heard that she was the Peak Master and were preparing to step forward to greet her, but at this moment they were stunned by Zhuan's greeting. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang lowered his head even more. He no longer had the demeanor of an elder. Instead, he acted like a young wife, whispering weakly to give advice. Master Shu Feng, calm down, calm down. This is really a rule. I dare not make an exception. Otherwise, can you allow me to ask their headmaster for instructions? Elder Wang's words were quite humble, but it would have been better if he hadn't mentioned the sect leader. As soon as he mentioned the sect leader, Xu Mush's eyes instantly became dangerous. Wang Fugue, are you using the position of sect leader to pressure me, or are you trying to cheat for personal gain because this brat is the sect leader's apprentice? Wang Fugue? Following Xu Mush's words, everyone present slowly turned their eyes to Elder Wang standing aside. How could such a face with such an immortal look be given such a name? No wonder Elder Wang didn't intend to introduce himself. Elder Wang was ashamed when his past was revealed, but he didn't dare to get angry at all. You know, if he offended other Peak Masters or Elders, he would be beaten at most, but if he offended Peak Master Shu, then it would not be just a beating. How could the title of Han Yu Xianmen's most beloved one be earned in vain? If Xu Mushi was provoked, her brothers and sisters would probably take action one by one to vent their anger on her behalf. I don't dare. Since Master Shu Feng has spoken, then the two of you can compete here. As he spoke, Elder Wang gave Qin Yunxia a helpless look. There is no way. Master Shu Feng has come out personally. Let alone just changing the rules, even if he really beats you up, I wouldn't dare to persuade him. In fact, you know what, Xu Mushi really wanted to give Qin Yunxia a beating, but considering that his senior brother, the sect leader, was still hiding nearby, he felt a bit unfair to him if he went too hard and made the sect leader show up under pressure, so he endured it. If we want to fight, we have to wait until things here are over and then take us to a place where there are no people. Secretly deciding the ending for Qin Yunxia in her heart, Xu Mushi glared at him again, then turned to Jiang Miao and immediately put on a gentle and intellectual look. Jiang Miao, right? You're brave enough to speak up for justice. Don't worry, your friend will be fine with me here. Also, just beat him up. If you can't beat him, I'm still here for you. Faced with Xu Mushi's blatant double standards, Jiang Miao simply thanked him in a dignified manner, then drew his sword and pointed it at Qin Yunxia. Qin Yunxia appeared calm and indifferent on the surface, but he was actually rolling his eyes in his heart. As for the protagonist, there are people who bully and people who help her. Don't think the process is awkward. It's just a halo. For someone like Xu Mushi, it's normal. In the later part of the original book, there was a big boss who took action for her and fought against a top force. The reason was just that he liked her. Forget it. Villains have no human rights, and cannon fodder villains have even less. Just make a name for the protagonist and then go back to Yunxia Peak to sleep. Ding, host, please maintain your character and don't make meaningless complaints. Also, do you want to collect the reward for completing the task just now? Reward? What reward? A sword energy. Oh, let's extract it. By the way, didn't I lose to the protagonist in the original book? Should I follow the plot now? Qin Yunxia didn't take the reward too seriously. He could tell from the system that it wasn't something very powerful. He was more concerned about what to do next. In the original plot, the original body was just a useless person who relied on elixirs to forcibly improve to the realm of reversing fate, and had an unstable foundation. Coupled with his arrogance and carelessness, he was defeated by the protagonist and became a laughing stock. But he was different. Not only was he one level higher than the original, his foundation was also extremely solid. Unless he took the initiative to let go, no matter how careless he was, Jiang Miao had no hope of winning. Ding! The purpose of this system is to train the protagonist. As long as the host does not break down his personality, it will be fine. As for the plot, except for some important nodes, other small plots will leave room for change. After all, because of your time travel, things will definitely change. Finally, your reward has been issued and is stored in your Wuxing sword. You can use it as soon as you draw the sword. After getting the answer he wanted, Qin Yunxia also decided on the next routine. As for the reward mentioned by the system, he didn't care. He casually replied, "Shut up," and looked up at Jiang Miao. Since he didn't have to lose to her, he could feel more relaxed. According to his own strength, it was only natural for him to win. However, winning was one thing, and it didn't conflict with helping the protagonist become famous. As long as he controlled his strength and exchanged a few moves with Jiang Miao, with his master's vision, he would definitely be able to discover Jiang Miao's extraordinary qualities. At that time, if he could reveal some flaws and suffer some minor losses, he would be able to allow Jiang Miao to successfully debut as the center. Qin Yunxia had just left a backup plan for Bai Yuanqing, and he was not worried that Jiang Miao would hate him because of this incident. From now on, he only needed to add fuel to the fire when the plot progressed, and at other times, he should play his role as a good senior brother with a cold face but a warm heart, so that he could live up to the system and the lover, gain benefits, and not worry about being left with the lunchbox by the protagonist. I am such a clever little fellow. After arranging the next script, Qin Yunxia nodded calmly to Jiang Miao, and said in that freezing tone, "Let's get started." Jiang Miao was not angered by Qin Yunxia's attitude, but held the sword very carefully, keeping a distance neither too far nor too close, harassing him with spiritual power while looking for flaws. Not far away, Bai Yuanqing, who had coughed a few times and felt a little better, was looking at Jiang Miao on the stage with worry. Brother Qin's move just now made her feel like she had seen death. What if Miao Miao? Just as he was thinking, a bright red color appeared in his peripheral vision. Bai Yuanqing turned his head and saw that the Zhuan master Shufengzhu, who had just kept saying "fuck," was standing next to him, with a pill lying quietly in his palm. When his eyes met Mushi's, she smiled gently. "Eat it. This is the Gui Yuan pill I made myself. It is very effective in treating internal injuries. Gui Yuan pill, a 6th grade healing pill, is very effective in treating internal injuries. An ordinary pill is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, not to mention this one, which was made by Xu Mushi himself." Bai Yuanqing was somewhat flattered, and hurriedly stood up, blushing as she whispered, "Thank you, Peak Master. It's just that I feel there's nothing wrong with me, so there's no need to waste your medicine. I'll just take 2 of the rejuvenation pills I made myself." "Oh? You can also make pills? Show them to me. TSK, I'm not very skilled at making this pill. The temperature was a little too high when I was remelting it, which caused a lot of loss of efficacy. However, for a novice, this is already considered rare. Are you willing to join my Yunxia Peak?" Bai Yuanqing's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded repeatedly. She loved alchemy, and the one she wanted to become a disciple of was Yunxia Peak from the beginning. Now that the Peak Master personally invited her, how could she refuse? "Since you are willing, then take the medicine quickly. There are still many procedures to go through before entering the peak. You can't hold on with injuries all over your body." As she spoke, Xu Mushi reached out and grabbed Bai Yuanqing's wrist, wanting to help her comb her meridians. But as soon as she put her hand on him, Xu Mushi froze in place. "Hey! Your injury." Chapter 8. Is the protagonist going to die? "Master Xu Feng, what's wrong with my injury? Is it incurable?" Frightened by Xu Mushi's serious expression, Bai Yuanqing stuttered a little. Although she didn't feel uncomfortable, and even felt a little happy. But Xu Mushi was a famous alchemist after all. Who wouldn't be afraid of her frowning expression? Xu Mushi's frown relaxed, and he tapped her head lightly, saying unhappily, "What are you talking about? What do you mean there's no cure? I'm here, no matter how serious the injury is, I can cure it. I find it strange. Judging from your appearance just now, you should have suffered serious internal injuries. But now, except for some small wounds torn by spiritual power, your meridians are not damaged at all, and even some places that were originally blocked have been opened. It seems that you are lucky, a blessing in disguise. That minor injury wasn't as serious as overtraining, but the opening of the meridians meant that Bai Yuanqing would soon be able to reach the peak of the Outergang realm. If he worked a little harder, he would be able to prepare for the Ni Ming realm within 2 years. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a blessing in disguise. Seeing Bai Yuanqing just laughing foolishly after hearing what he said, Xu Mushi smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Qin Yunxia in the field. "I was wrong this time. This boy was so clever in controlling his spiritual power. It was hard to explain Bai Yuanqing's situation by coincidence. In that case, I misunderstood him. Come to think of it, after all, he was the disciple of the head brother. His brothers and sisters were all righteous people. It didn't make sense for him to be so dark. Qin Yunxia, who was fighting in the field, had always kept a part of his mind on Bai Yuanqing. When he saw Xu Mushi looking at him thoughtfully, he knew that his plan was successful. The system's tasks cannot be refused, otherwise the golden finger will be suspended. But if someone is hurt for no reason, not to mention offending the protagonist for no reason, Qin Yunxia himself will also feel guilty. Therefore, Qin Yunxia exploited the system's bug and used a fake injury, real benefit method to deal with the system without offending the heroine, achieving the best of both worlds. He retracted his gaze and focused again on Jiang Miao in front of him. Even Qin Yunxia couldn't help but sigh that the protagonist is the protagonist, and his fighting power is really unreasonable. In the Outer Gang realm, absolutely no one can have such strength. Even an occasional casual sword strike can make even the Ni Ming realm feel pressured. Of course, Qin Yunxia is in the Purple Mansion realm after all, and he is not worried about overturning. Next, it was time to end. Qin Yunxia knew that Jiang Miao, as the protagonist, had a big trick up her sleeve, although Jiang Miao could not control that trick for the time being, so she would not use it during the competition. But in her heart, he had long been a scum who bullied his fellow disciples, so he did not have this worry. What he had to do was to suddenly speed up and appear in front of her, forcing her to use this move, and then pretend to be caught off guard and draw his sword to meet her. A genius in the Purple Mansion realm was forced to draw his sword by a junior sister in the Outer Gang realm. Isn't that enough to give her face? To be on the safe side, Qin Yunxia also planned to let his sleeves be accidentally cut off. In this way, Jiang Miao's first step to fame would be completely launched. Thinking of this, Qin Yunxia no longer hesitated and flew forward. Miao Miao, be careful, this bastard is coming. Don't hesitate, use the Ming Luo sword technique on your left-hand side. The voice of Xuezong's sword soul suddenly rang out, and years of trust made Jiang Miao act without hesitation as she said. Buzz. A silent pressure came from the tip of Jiang Miao's sword. The next second, a terrifying aura as if from the underworld swept across the entire mountain. Disciples such as Li Churuor felt a shock in their hearts, as if someone had grabbed them hard at the heart. Even Elder Wang Fuguei had a solemn look in his eyes. What a terrifying sword technique! This little girl's cultivation is still shallow, and she can't fully exert the power of this sword. But even so, this sword can kill the enemy. Strange, what kind of sword technique is this? How come I have never heard of it? If Qin Yunxia knew what Elder One was thinking, he would definitely sneer at him. Not to mention you, even Ji Wufeng, who is known as the Sword Master, has never heard of it. The Ming Luo sword technique is the pinnacle work of Xuezong's previous master. However, when this sword technique came out, that person was already invincible in the world, so the Ming Luo sword technique has never been used in combat with anyone since it came out. Xuezong's sword soul taught Jiang Miao this sword just to give it a try, but she could actually master it. This is also one of Jiang Miao's big cheats in the original book, which was used until the finale. At this time, Qin Yunxia no longer cared about the expressions of others. Seeing that the plot was developing in the direction he had planned, he immediately grasped the hilt of the sword, pretended to be caught off guard, and drew the sword fiercely. The name of this sword is Wuxian, and it was given to him by his master. To be honest, Qin Yunxia is quite powerful, but his talent in swordplay is terrible. He can't even practice the most basic swordsmanship. Originally, Qin Yunxia was planning to hide the sword, but the system stopped him, on the grounds that the original body used a sword. Very good, very powerful, Qin Yunxia had no way to refute, he could only carry the sword all year round, but never unsheathed it. As a result, all disciples and elders in the sect spread the rumor that he was amazing in swordsmanship, and no one among his peers could force him to draw his sword. In fact, family members know their own business. Qin Yunxia's swordsmanship is too bad and he is embarrassed to draw his sword. But after drawing his sword today, Qin Yunxia felt different. Compared to the past, when the Wuxing sword felt awkward to hold in his hand, today, the sword seemed to come to life the moment he pulled it out. He could fully feel the surging power and fighting spirit in the sword, as if he was a pure swordsman who wanted to face that terrifying sword head-on. Wait, go meet him. Qin Yunxia finally realized that something was wrong. No matter what this supernatural power was, it was stronger than his strongest attack. Why are you attacking the protagonist now? Unfortunately, his confusion and despair could not stop the sword, which already had ideas of its own. In order to make the performance more realistic, Qin Yunxia was very close to Jiang Miao. Not to mention him, even Xu Mushi and the elders in the clouds had no time to react, and the two swords collided fiercely. If Jiang Miao's Mingluo sword technique was as terrifying as the underworld, then Qin Yunxia's sword was a strong malice that could change the color of heaven and earth. Jealousy, greed, murderous intent, hatred. It's as if all the dark sides of the world are gathered in this sword. People with weak minds, let alone fighting with it, will be aroused with malice and become plagued by demons even if they just face this sword. Of course, as the protagonist, especially a Long Ouchian-style protagonist who rose to prominence through his character and luck, Jiang Miao would definitely not be affected by this little bit of malice. The Mingluo swordsmanship itself is also a top-level swordsmanship, not worse than Qin Yunxia's sword. But the problem was that no matter how many cheats Jiang Miao had, it couldn't erase the fact that Qin Yunxia was 2 levels higher than her. The force was comparable to a full-strength attack from a Purple Mansion realm expert, and even stronger than that. In an instant, Jiang Miao flew backwards, and then fell heavily to the ground. Along with her, Qin Yunxia's dead heart also fell to the ground. Oh my god! System Daddy, come out and protect me, your protagonist is going to die. Chapter 9. The protagonist is not dead, but I am going to be dead. Silence, deathly silence. No one present had expected that they would see such amazing swordsmanship today, and 2 sets at once. It was not until Xu Mushi screamed that everyone woke up from their dream and remembered that there was still a person lying on the ground. Now was not the time to think about swordsmanship, they had to save him quickly. Xu Mushi was the first to react and rushed to Jiang Miao in the blink of an eye. However, although she was fast, Ji Wufeng, who was hiding in the clouds, was even faster. When Xu Mushi arrived, Ji Wufeng had already fed Jiang Miao the medicine. Qin Yunxia subconsciously wanted to rush out, but the voice in his mind made him stop abruptly. Host, please be aware that as a villain, being concerned about the protagonist's injuries is a serious violation of your character. We suggest that you just stand by and watch. That's fine with me, but your protagonist seems to be dying. Do I really need to maintain his character? She is so easily forgotten, she is not worthy of being the protagonist. Please rest assured, host, just maintain your character. The system's words made Qin Yunxia feel a little relieved. He was saying, how could the protagonist die at the very beginning? It's good that he's not dead, it's good that he's not dead, wait, that's not right. The protagonist is not dead, but he must be seriously injured. As the culprit of all this, am I not following the same path as my original self? Ciao. My original self never beat the protagonist so badly. Is it possible that I have surpassed my original self this time? Dog system, explain to me clearly, what happened to my sword just now? Why did it suddenly burst out with such power? There must be something wrong. How could a swordsmanship idiot like me suddenly use that level of swordsmanship? I had planned everything well, but this damn sword sent me back to the old path of certain death. Host, please pay close attention to the system. Your previous mission reward has been issued and is stored in your Wuxing sword. You can use it as soon as you draw the sword. Qin Yunxia was stunned by the system's words, and then he felt unwell all of a sudden, and he almost couldn't control his expression. You mean, that power is your reward? You call this thing a sword energy? What a rip-off. Don't use such a nonchalant tone when talking about something so dangerous. I thought it wasn't an important thing at all. Aren't you afraid that I might accidentally kill your protagonist? Oh, your protagonist is not dead, but I will be dead soon, okay? Host, please don't blame others. This system has clearly reminded you. Who told you to use the sword? My star, you bastard. Without mentioning the good wishes between the system and its host, let's just talk about Jiang Miao. Because Qin Yunxia's sword was so scary, Ji Wufeng, who had severe social anxiety, showed up directly. He was worried that the little disciple he liked would be killed by his other good disciple, and he was also afraid that his good disciple would be killed by Xu Mushi. But just as Ji Wufeng fed the medicine to Jiang Miao, the person woke up. The speed was so fast that Ji Wufeng seriously suspected that he had accidentally taken the wrong medicine and fed him the elixir that could bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh instead of an ordinary healing medicine. Of course, this is nonsense, because Ji Wufeng himself does not have an elixir of that level. How do you feel? Ji Wufeng saw Jiang Miao open her eyes and wanted to use his spiritual power to check her internal organs, but he was worried about aggravating her injuries, so he had to bite the bullet and ask. Oh my god, I was so anxious just now that I didn't notice so many people around me. What should I do? Should I kill them all? No, no, they are all my disciples. I can't do this. Oh. Why are they all my disciples? Jiang Miao naturally didn't know Ji Wufeng's socially anxious personality, and she didn't even know who this handsome uncle with white hair and beard in front of her was. She just cast her gaze at Qin Yunxia, who was standing beside her, with a bit of confusion and inquiry in her eyes. Thank you for your help, Senior. I am not injured. You're not hurt? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Shumushi grabbed Jiang Miao's hand and released a trace of spiritual power to circulate in her meridians. Then, she looked at Jiang Miao and Bai Yuanqing, who had just walked over with a strange expression on her face, and occasionally glanced at Qin Yunxia. This is a strange thing, how come one or two of them are like this? They look seriously injured and dying, but in fact they are fine. Is this guy a useless person, good looking but useless? Shumushi thought so and said so, but her words made it impossible for others to respond, and Master Ji was almost embarrassed to death by her words. However, Jiang Miao ignored the car flying by Shimushi's mouth and immediately grasped the key point. What? Yuanqing, you're not injured either. Yes, when senior brother Qin knocked me out, I almost thought I was going to die. But not only did I survive, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Master Shufeng said that within 2 years, I will be able to reach the realm of defying fate. Bai Yuanqing was simple-minded. Seeing that she and her best friend were both safe and sound, she stopped thinking about other things and just kept holding Jiang Miao's hand to share her joy. But she didn't care, but Jiang Miao thought a lot. Why did he challenge Qin brother Qin? Wasn't it because he hurt his good sister? But after he finished fighting, he realized that it all seemed to be a misunderstanding. Brother Qin was not only not a scum who bullied his sister, but he also deliberately used this method to help Yuanqing practice. What was going on? And the most important point is, why can Brother Qin's sword power suppress the cold poison in my body? Does he know about this? Why did he do this? Was it intentional or accidental? One question after another overloaded Jiang Miao's usually intelligent brain. It was not until Bai Yuanqing realized something was wrong and reached out to push her that Jiang Miao came to her senses. Okay, since there is nothing else to do, let's continue the assessment. Are there any disciples present who would like to challenge? Shumushi turned around and glanced at the timid Wang Fugui. Knowing that he didn't dare to give orders in front of the head brother, she asked for him. Seeing this, the other disciples said that they did not want to challenge anymore. They thought, you're kidding me. If they had known that the brothers in the inner sect were so terrifying, they would never have come to participate in the Chaoyang summit. Seeing them retreat, Shumushi didn't care. He signaled Wang Fugui with his eyes and asked him to rank the 10 outer disciples participating in the competition. Although Jiang Miao did not win directly as in the original novel, she still secured the top spot by using the Mingluo sword technique and obtained a wave of very generous training resources. While everyone's attention was not on him, Ji Wufeng mustered up the courage to walk over to Jiang Miao and asked quietly, "Would you like to be my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao looked at Ji Wufeng in surprise and thought to himself, "Brother, we have only said 2 sentences since we met, and I don't even know who you are. How come the plot is almost entering the stage of becoming my apprentice?" Shumushi, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and introduced herself for him. "He is my senior brother and the head of our Hanyu Immortal Sect, Sword Master Ji Wufeng." As mentioned before, only a few people know about Ji Wufeng's social phobia. In the eyes of most people, Ji Wufeng is a qualified sword master, cold, powerful and mysterious. As soon as Shumushi said this, not to mention the disciples, even Wang Fugui, who was already an elder, couldn't help but cast his eyes on Ji Wufeng. Feeling dozens of fiery gazes, Ji Wufeng's social terror alarm instantly reached the highest level. The next second, he directly disappeared on the spot with the advanced method of tearing the void, and his apprentice and prospective apprentice disappeared with him. Chapter 10 Jiang Miao's background. On the Yunxia Peak, inside Ji Wufeng's cave, 3 figures stood facing each other. It should be said that the protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist. He was suddenly brought to an unfamiliar environment, but he did not show any sign of nervousness. After looking around, he spoke lightly. I wonder why the master brought his disciples here. Finally returning to his safe home, Ji Wufeng breathed a long sigh of relief, and then answered in a relatively normal manner. This is Yunxia Peak, inside my cave. Just now, I don't like meeting strangers, so I brought you here. Of course, if you don't want to become my disciple, I won't force you and will send you back to Chaoyang Peak immediately. Ji Wufeng also realized that his behavior was somewhat like that of a human trafficker, so he hurriedly explained. After all, although he was a social phobic, he was alone all year round and could not avoid loneliness. He finally met a few apprentices who would not trigger his social phobia, but one or two of them loved to go out and travel, and the only one who stayed was even less talkative than himself. Now that I have finally met another one, of course I will try my best to keep her. Ji Wufeng actually overlooked that with his status as the Sword Master, if he announced that he would accept disciples, the number of people who wanted to become his disciples would flatten Yunxia Peak. And Qin Yanxuo also knew that Jiang Miao would definitely become his disciple, because she needed strength. The protagonists, of course, all have a deep-rooted hatred that drives them to become stronger. This hatred is either a broken engagement, or the extermination of the clan, or having their bones dug out by their own clan. In short, it's as miserable as it can be. Jiang Miao is no exception, she also has a torturous life story. Her biological father is a young master of a cultivation family. After getting drunk, the young master had an unspeakable affair with a maid named Jiang Ying in the family, and then Jiang Miao was born. Logically speaking, for a maid to climb into the young master's bed is like a sparrow that suddenly gains power and becomes a phoenix, and from then on, she will have a life of luxury and wealth. Unfortunately, the young master's wife was an extremely jealous person, especially since she was pregnant at the time. She was very dissatisfied with her husband's cheating during pregnancy behavior, so she tortured Jiang Miao's mother. This torture reached its peak when the young lady discovered that Jiang Ying was pregnant. Finally, one night, poor Jiang Ying could not bear the burden and fled from the family. Originally, after Jiang Ying escaped from the sea of suffering, she just wanted to find a place to live out the rest of her life and raise her baby. But after she gave birth to Jiang Miao, she found out that the vicious young lady had actually poisoned her when she was pregnant. This cold poison has no effect on the body, but it directly affects the fetus. Normally, a child who is poisoned by this poison will not live past the age of 3. It is not known whether the protagonist was lucky or even God felt pity for this poor woman. In short, although Jiang Miao was in danger of death from time to time, she managed to survive every time and lived to the age of 8. After she accidentally ate the fire fruit while going into the mountains and successfully obtained the snow sword soul, her health began to improve. Except for the attack of cold poison once in the middle of each month, Jiang Miao's body is much stronger than many adults at other times. Jiang Ying felt comforted, thinking that it would be nice to watch her daughter grow up in peace. But she was still too naive. How could the protagonist's suffering be so simple? When Jiang Miao was 9 years old, the vicious young lady sent people to find Jiang Ying. Jiang Miao was playing in the mountains at that time and luckily escaped the disaster. However, Jiang Ying's neck was broken by the killer and her body was burned to ashes. After seeing this scene, the young Jiang Miao was completely furious. With the help of the sword spirit in his body, he captured the killer at the cost of being seriously injured himself. Through interrogation, she finally knew everything, including her mother's origin, her own life experience, and the enemy who wanted to kill her mother. The grief-stricken Jiang Miao did not hesitate to kill the killer. After setting up a tomb for Jiang Ying, he embarked on a journey of wandering. After several years of wandering, he finally succeeded in becoming a disciple of Hanyu Immortal Sect. And the reason why Qin Yanxuo was certain that Jiang Miao would definitely take Ji Wufeng as his master was because the family that Jiang Miao's scumbag father came from was one of the top families in the world, and one of the old monsters among them had reached the level of unity and strength, making him one of the big bosses in the later period. Without a strong teacher to guide her, it would be difficult for Jiang Miao to seek revenge. Therefore, in the original novel, she would rather endure her original body's mischief and become a disciple. As expected, after listening to Ji Wufeng's words, Jiang Miao pondered for only 2 seconds and then kowtowed without hesitation. Okay, from now on, you will be my Ji Wufeng's 4th disciple. Your eldest senior brother and second senior sister are both traveling now. I will introduce you to each other after they come back. This is your 3rd senior brother Qin Yanxuo. I believe there is no need for me to introduce him to you. Seeing that the topic finally came to him, Qin Yanxuo secretly sighed, and on the surface just nodded to Jiang Miao indifferently, without any intention of speaking. But Jiang Miao bowed to him politely and called him senior brother. For some reason, the previous sword attack did not hurt Jiang Miao, but Qin Yunxia thought that the grudge was definitely formed. When he thought about having to live with her day and night in the future, Qin Yunxia couldn't help but want to run away. Well, since you have entered my sect, you are my personal disciple. I should have helped you with the entry matters and taught you to practice in person. But right now, that stupid bird in the northern barbarian temple seems to have made some noise. I will go to investigate tomorrow and I am not sure when I will return. Before I come back, your third senior brother will teach you how to practice. Qin Yunxia was stunned when he heard this. In the original novel, the master did rush out after training the protagonist, but he only let Jiang Miao practice on his own and didn't let him interfere. But then I thought again, with my original body's poor strength, wouldn't it be misleading to guide others? But I am different. I think the master is relieved to hand over the protagonist to me because I am now in the Purple Mansion realm. However, master, you don't understand the situation and just leave her to me. When you come back, you may not be able to see your lovely disciple again. Qin Yunxia wanted to say this, but the system in his mind stopped him from talking. Seeing Jiang Miao smiling and bowing to him again, and politely saying please give me more advice, senior brother, Qin Yunxia felt that there was a big red danger flashing on his forehead. I will follow your orders and guide my junior sister with all my heart. Qin Yunxia reluctantly accepted the task from his master, thinking in his mind how to maintain his personal image and get along well with Jiang Miao at the same time. Little did he know that the two people opposite him also had their own ideas. Jiang Miao, senior brother's actions are too mysterious, but he can also curb the cold poison in my body. I would like to take this opportunity to get to know him better. Ji Wufeng, disciple Yunxia has always been aloof and never interferes with other people's affairs, but today he helped others twice and frequently focused on disciple Miao Miao. Could it be that the young man is attracted to Ari? If so, then as a master, I have to bring them together. Chapter 11 I think your senior brother is interested in you. Qin Yunxia had no idea that his master, an old bachelor who had been single since birth, was actually thinking about shipping his CP. If he could read minds, he would definitely grab this old bastard by the collar and yell at him. My master, we can have unpopular CPS but don't do anything weird. I am only thinking about getting rid of the protagonist's hatred, but you are forcing me into the fire pit. Is this something that a real master would do? Unfortunately, Qin Yunxia couldn't read minds, so he naturally had no way of knowing his master's evil thoughts. Okay, Yunxia, take your sister to choose a place to live on Yunxia Peak. Tomorrow, remember to help her arrange all the matters related to her entry. I obey your command. Seeing that the master wanted to send someone away, Qin Yunxia and Jiang Miao bowed again and then turned and left. In a blink of an eye, only Ji Wufeng, who looked curious, was left in the cave. Brother, during the competition just now, I was too impulsive and misunderstood you. Please forgive me. After leaving the cave, Jiang Miao apologized first without waiting for Qin Yunxia to say anything. Qin Yunxia knew that she was talking about Bai Yuanqing, which was originally planned by him, but after the blunder with Jiang Miao, he was not sure whether that trick would still work. No problem. After uttering two words without any fluctuation, Qin Yunxia's spiritual power vibrated and he slowly floated up. Although Yunxia Peak is called a peak, it actually covers a very large area. If you don't fly and rely solely on your own two legs, you may not be able to reach your residence by tomorrow morning. But just when Qin Yunxia was 2 feet off the ground, he suddenly thought of a serious question. The skill of flying, like fasting, can only be mastered after practicing to the realm of defying fate. Those who defy fate can change their fate against the will of heaven. When they reach this level, they can escape from the mundane world. Not only can they fly into the sky and fast, but they can also extend their lifespan by 500 years. At present, Jiang Miao, the protagonist, is currently at the peak of the Outer Gang realm. In other words, Jiang Miao still cannot fly. Ji Wufeng could bring the two to Yunxia Peak with a wave of his hand, because he was a master in the Dao realm and had the high-end operation of breaking the void. He was only in the Purple Mansion realm, and it was not impossible for him to bring someone to fly, but he had to hold the person in his arms with skin touching. Putting aside the issue of physical contact between men and women, Qin Yunxia guaranteed that as long as he dared to propose this plan, Jiang Miao would definitely nail him on the kill list, the kind that he couldn't get off. I would like to ask you, is there any villain who covets the protagonist's body and ends up with a good ending? Brother. The silent Yunxia was brought back to his senses by a call. Jiang Miao in front of him obviously also realized the current problem, and for the first time, a hint of helplessness was revealed between his brows. She always kept her thoughts to herself, and her face was usually calm. Such unintentional expressions of true feelings were rare even in the original book. However, Qin Yunxia had no intention of appreciating the beauty. He was afraid that his silence would make Jiang Miao think of something unhealthy and affect her impression of him. He calmly searched in the storage bag, picked up an item, snapped his fingers, and slowly handed it to Jiang Miao. This is the flying magic weapon, the falling jade plate. Now that you have not yet entered the Ni Ming sect, it is very inconvenient for you to stay in the inner gate, so I give it to you. Jiang Miao was slightly surprised when he heard this. You know, although you can fly by yourself when you reach the fate-defying realm, you can only fly short distances due to insufficient spiritual power. If you want to travel long distances, you must use a flying magic tool, so even the lowest level flying magic tool is worth tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Not to mention that the jade pendant was full of light, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a top-grade magic weapon. Such a precious thing, did my senior brother just give it to me? Brother, this item is too valuable, Qin Yunxia really didn't take this matter to heart. Although his master was a sword fanatic who had nothing else to his possession except swords, his senior brothers and sisters were truly second-generation rich. Especially the second senior sister Luo Mingyi, who gave him 500,000 spirit crystals as a gift for him to spend. Therefore, he did not think that a flying magic weapon was very valuable. Moreover, this flying magic weapon, fallen jade plate, seemed to be thrown to him by the second senior sister. No need to say more. Although this jade plate is a top-grade magic weapon, it has its own spiritual power stored inside. You only need to control the direction to use it to fly. It is very suitable for people like you who are not strong enough to travel. If you don't accept this, how do you plan to travel in the inner gate? Qin Yunxia calmly stopped Jiang Miao from refusing, thought for a moment, and added. If you really don't like it, just throw it away after you break through the fate-defying barrier. Brother, you are joking. In that case, thank you for the gift. Now that the conversation had come to this, Jiang Miao had no choice but to accept it. Qin Yunxia saw this and slowly closed his eyes. Jiang Miao had just received the jade plate and needed to get familiar with it before he could use it flexibly. Anyway, it was still early, so there was no need to rush. Jiang Miao had just picked up the pendant jade plate to study it, but the sword spirit in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly said something shocking. Miao Miao, I think your senior brother Qin seems to be interested in you. As expected of a sword spirit that existed in ancient times, Jiang Miao almost lost control of his expression when he spoke. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the urge to curse, Jiang Miao ignored the sword spirit's mischief and continued to study the magic weapon in his hand. Hey, don't disbelieve me. I'm telling you, when I followed the master to kill people everywhere, many powerful people wanted to get close to the master by offering to give him treasures. One of them said exactly the same thing as your senior brother. What? Woman, you can play with this little thing as you like. If you don't like it, just throw it away. I have many magic weapons here. There is always something you like. Jiang Miao, I suddenly felt so greasy. Did I eat something dirty recently? Wasn't that man beaten to death? No, the master said to kill this kind of thing. She felt disgusted, so she chopped him off a few hundred times and left. And since then, the master especially hates to hear men's voices, so I use a female voice after I gain spiritual intelligence. And, let me tell you, Jiang Miao expressionlessly used her spiritual power to block out the voice in her mind. She just didn't learn her lesson and always forgot that this sword spirit was actually a chatterbox. Senior brother likes me. How is that possible? We just met for half an hour and we only talked for less than 10 sentences. How can you say, like? Even if he really has feelings, it is just based on his dirty heart for this skin. How can it be called love? My mother's experience tells me that without the corresponding strength and with an overly pretty face, what will be brought to me is not sweet love, but misfortune. Subconsciously, I reached out and touched my lower abdomen. There, I still felt the cold poison that tortured me every month. This bloody reality reminded me all the time not to count on unrealistic kindness. Thinking of the unpleasant past, Jiang Miao couldn't help but frown, and his indifferent eyes inadvertently swept across Qin Yunxia beside him. He had his eyes closed, with no expression on his face. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto his body, making him look warm. As if he had noticed Jiang Miao's gaze, Qin Yunxia slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. If you have mastered it, then go. Jiang Miao was silent for a moment, murmured softly, took 2 steps forward, left the shadow of the woods, and stood in the sun with Qin Yunxia. Chapter 12. Living next to each other, what do you want to do? The Hanyu Immortal Sect is one of the top 10 forces in the world. There are 2 experts in the Daoist realm in the sect. One is the Grand Elder, and the other is our master. The operation of the jade plate was not complicated, and Jiang Miao quickly became familiar with its use. At this moment, she was strolling around Yunxia Peak with Qin Yunxia. It was not quite accurate to say that they were strolling around. It should be said that Qin Yunxia took her to recognize the mountain gate and introduced it to her. There are 6 main peaks in our sect: Yunxia Peak, which is specialized in alchemy; Yunxia Peak, which has the most sword cultivators; Luoyang Peak, which is full of women; Chaoyang Peak, which has the largest number of disciples; and our Yunxia Peak. As for the 6th peak, it is called Hanyu Peak. This peak is the residence of the founder of the mountain. To show respect, the descendants no longer set up a peak master on this peak. However, important places such as the Sutra Library, the Mission Hall, and the Xingbao Pavilion are all on this peak. Tomorrow, you will receive the True Disciple clothing and jade card, and you must go to Hanyu Peak to get them. As Qin Yunxia spoke, he held up a spiritual shield. If you don't use spiritual power to protect yourself when flying in the air, you will experience the feeling of the wind blowing on your body like a knife. Seeing that Jiang Miao was struggling, Qin Yunxia expanded the spiritual shield a little. This was a completely subconscious action. It was not until Jiang Miao thanked him that he reacted. Then he immediately calmed down and asked the system. Speaking of which, this kind of behavior of mine shouldn't be considered a breakdown of my character, right? First of all, I'd like to thank the host for remembering that he has such a mission. Secondly, if this is considered a character collapse, then when you gave the protagonist the magic weapon just now, this character collapse would have been a big deal. Speak nicely to me. Okay, let me answer your question seriously. The purpose of this system is to train the protagonist. It is a means to help you maintain your villain character, not an end. In other words, as long as your behavior can be explained logically, it doesn't count as destroying your character. Just like the gift of treasures before, it was because the protagonist's strength was too low, which hindered Qin Yunxia's journey, so it can also be understood as a kind of condescending charity, and it can barely be justified to say that it is an act of humiliation. I always feel like your judgment is quite flexible, but this is fine. Qin Yunxia muttered to himself in his heart, ignored Jiang Miao's thanks, and continued. My residence is in front. My eldest brother and second sister are not in the sect all year round, but they also have rooms here. Apart from these 3 places, you can choose any other place as your cave. Jiang Miao looked in the direction Qin Yunxia pointed, and saw a bamboo house sitting alone halfway up the mountain in front of him. There was nothing else around it except a bamboo forest. I never thought that your senior brother looks rich, but lives in such a poor place. However, a cultivator should not be swayed by external things. Returning to the original nature is the right way. No wonder he has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. It is rare. Jiang Miao's shielding could only last for a short while. After the wave of spiritual power was used up, the sword spirit began to beep again. However, this time it didn't say anything nonsense, so Jiang Miao was too lazy to shield it again. In everyone's opinion, Qin Yunxia had such strength at such a young age, so he must be an ascetic monk who was devoted to hard work and didn't care about life. However, a person who relied on the system for cultivation would naturally not have such a mentality. The reason why the residence was built like this was because of the system's requirements. Sometimes, Qin Yunxia also wondered if this dog system had a broken brain. Because the original body used a sword, it made him hold a sword. Because the original body liked bamboo, it required him to plant bamboo. From this point of view, the system has very strict constraints on its own behavior. But after meeting the protagonist, its bottom line seems to have dropped a lot, and it will even forcefully explain its own behavior when it thinks it is a bit out of character. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Qin Yunxia, who was a salted fish in his previous life, deeply understands a truth, that is, when you are unable to change something, instead of being trapped in it and worrying about it, it is better to let it go. At least you will feel comfortable. After you choose a place to stay, let me know. I'll take you to get your clothes and jade tokens tomorrow morning. If you want to go back to the outer gate to pack your things, you can go back on the jade plate by yourself. After saying everything as if he was reciting a line, Qin Yunxia turned to look at Jiang Miao, indicating that she could start choosing a place to live. Jiang Miao did not hesitate too much. He looked around, raised his hand and pointed under the bamboo forest and said, "Here, is it okay?" Qin Yunxia's bamboo house was located halfway up the mountain, and what she was talking about was exactly at the foot of the mountain. The distance between the two was considered close to each other for cultivators. This surprised Qin Yunxia, and he also had a bad feeling in his heart. It was not surprising that Jiang Miao chose a different place from the original book. After he traveled through time, many things had changed. But Jiang Miao lived right next to him, which made Qin Yunxia think about it. What do you want to do? Is it because I hit you too hard that you want to live next door to me so that you can attack me in the dark of night? Hiss, the protagonist shouldn't be such a person, right? Seeing that Qin Yunxia remained silent for a while, Jiang Miao asked doubtfully, "Senior brother." "Well, whatever you want." Jiang Miao smiled and nodded after hearing this, and then took out something from her storage bag. It was the portable cave that Ji Wufeng had just given her, a small magical tool that could be enlarged to the size of a house after landing. However, she had to do the specific layout of the cave herself. This thing is not valuable, and every inner disciple has one. Seeing that Jiang Miao had been settled, Qin Yunxia wanted to leave. But just as he was about to leave, a sound of breaking through the air came from afar, followed by the woman's joyful shout. "Meow meow!" It was by Yuanqing, but she was in the outer gang realm and definitely couldn't fly, so behind her was Shumushi who was with her. When Jiang Miao saw his good friend, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. He first politely greeted Shumushi, and then spoke to Bai Yuanqing. "Yuanqing, why are you here?" "Of course I came to find you. The master suddenly took you away, which scared me. So after I became his disciple, I asked the master to take me to find you. Here, these are your things from the outer sect. I packed them for you. So, has the master accepted you as his disciple?" Jiang Miao suddenly realized what was going on when she heard this. She felt touched by her friend's concern for her, but she was also happy that she had found a famous teacher. "Since my master has brought me to Yunxia Peak, he will naturally accept me as his disciple. But I would like to trouble Master Shu to bring you here." "What's the trouble?" "It's my own disciple's business. Besides, I was going to come here anyway. Here, this is a flying magic weapon for you. Your master doesn't have any magic weapons except that sword. You haven't broken through their fate-defying state yet, so a flying magic weapon will be much more convenient." The reason why Shumushi rushed over in a hurry was, on the one hand, because his newly accepted apprentice was worried about his best friend, and on the other hand, he understood his senior brother's character and knew that he would definitely not think of such a small matter, so he came over to help him deal with it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Miao smiled slightly awkwardly after hearing this. "Thank you, Master Shu Feng, but this flying magic weapon has already been given to me by my senior brother." Chapter 13 Abnormal Sword Intention, Ji Wufeng's Brain. As soon as these words were spoken, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at Qin Yunxia, who was silent on the side. Bai Yuanqing had just been beaten by Qin Yunxia, so she had a psychological trauma when facing him and didn't dare to speak. But Shumushi didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "I didn't expect you to be so attentive." "Qin Yunxia, I couldn't respond to that." After looking at the two of them back and forth, Shumushi finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Miao and said softly, "Since he has prepared everything for you, there is no need for me to interfere. In the future, if you need any help, you can come to Yunxia Peak to find me. In addition, since you have accepted Senior Brother as your master, you can call me Uncle Senior." "Yes, disciple thanks Uncle Master for his concern." "Well, you're welcome. As for Brother Qin, I have something to ask you. What happened to your sword just now?" This is the main purpose of Shumushi's coming here today. Han Yu Xianmen has its own rules. If a disciple has an adventure and is willing to tell the master, then there will be a reward. If he is unwilling, the master will not ask any more questions. Just like Jiang Miao, everyone can feel the power of her Mingluo swordsmanship, but she doesn't say it herself and no one will ask about it. But Qin Yunxia's sword was different. When he swung the sword just now, even a strong man of Shumusha's level felt an extremely strong malice, which made her worry about the state of mind of this little nephew. Qin Yunxia was stunned when he heard this. He thought someone would ask him about the sword, but he didn't expect that the first person to ask was Shumushi. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when he heard a familiar voice coming from his bamboo house above. Junior sister, disciple, please come up and discuss this matter in detail. Master? Wasn't he going to go out to do some work? Why was he in his bamboo house? Shumushi was also a little confused, but although she was careless, she also knew how to read the situation. Senior brother Qin Yunxia obviously knew about this matter, but he didn't want others to know, so she turned around and gave instructions to Jiang Miao and the others. Jiang Miao, Yuan Qing, the two of you go to your rooms and clean up first. I'll be right back. Yes. Watching the two people leaving, Bai Yuanqing couldn't help but ask quietly, Miao Miao, do you think Brother Qin will be punished? Why do you say that? Didn't you hear what Master said just now? There was something wrong with Senior Brother Qin's sword, and now even the head of the sect has come out in person. Could it be that Senior Brother Qin secretly learned some forbidden sword technique? Hearing this, Jiang Miao shook his head and comforted her. No, Senior Brother is the disciple of the head master. If he can't learn any sword technique he wants, why bother to learn it secretly? What Senior Uncle is concerned about should be his state of mind. State of mind. Well, the sword is born from the heart. There are many different sword techniques, but the sword intent can truly reflect a person's inner heart. Brother, that sword was too dark. I'm afraid your state of mind has already. Jiang Miao didn't say the rest, but how could Bai Yuanqing not know? The sword is born from the heart, so how could the heart of a man who could use such an evil sword be bright? But the question is, if he really is a person with an evil heart, why would he secretly help himself and Miao Miao? Bai Yuanqing couldn't figure it out, and the protagonist Jiang Miao couldn't figure it out either. Their inquiring eyes went straight to the bamboo house on the mountain. Ji Wufeng was helpless. He felt that he roughly understood why Qin Yunxia would use such a sword, but the reason was not convenient to tell others, so in front of Jiang Miao just now, Ji Wufeng didn't say anything, but just asked the two of them to go around first, and he went to Qin Yunxia's residence to wait. If there was anything to say, the master and disciple would talk behind closed doors. But Shumusha's arrival ruined Ji Wufeng's plan. Now, he could only let the two of them come up together. Yunxia, you. Alas. Your teacher has long told you that haste makes waste, so why are you so impatient? The look Ji Wufeng gave Qin Yunxia was full of guilt and pain, as if the sapling he had raised had accidentally grown crooked. I should have noticed it earlier. How could such a dark past have no effect on his state of mind? Now, something has really happened. Who would have thought that he had already realized the sword intent at the Purple Mansion realm? When did you realize the meaning of sword? Sword intent. Didn't the system say that it was sword energy? These two things sound similar, but in fact they are very different. However, Qin Yunxia did not connect this matter with his original body's past at all. After hearing this, he thought about it and answered honestly. Today, after the competition with Bai Yuanqing. The system's rewards were issued at that time, there is nothing wrong with it. Ji Wufeng frowned, put his hand on Qin Yunxia's shoulder, used his spiritual power to check the area, and then said in a deep voice, draw the sword. Qin Yunxia drew out the whooshing sword as he was told, and the next moment, that familiar power surged out again, but this time, Qin Yunxia was able to control it perfectly and would not accidentally chop the protagonist again. Ji Wufeng looked at him carefully for a moment, and was relieved to see that although Qin Yunxia was full of malice, he did not seem to be possessed. Okay, put away your sword. Yunxia, you, that's all. Although the sword intent is evil, it is still basically under your control, so there shouldn't be any big problems. But for the time being, you are not allowed to practice swordsmanship. Do you understand? Qin Yunxia now understood that his master and the others were frightened by the sword energy rewarded by the system, and were afraid that something might happen to them. But now it seems that everything should be fine. Unable to expose the existence of the system, Qin Yunxia couldn't explain anything to his master, so he could only nod to indicate that he understood. As for their no sword practice, it was so funny. Could he say that although he had never put down his sword in the past 10 years, today was the first time he really used the sword to compete with others? Well, you should pay more attention, Junia sister, let's go. Ji Wufeng gave one last warning, then rolled up his sleeves and disappeared, picking up Shumushi, who had not had time to speak from beginning to end. It was still the familiar cave. Shumushi shook his head, which was a little dizzy due to the spatial shift. Brother, do you know something? Without having the chance to speak to Zwan, Shumushi suppressed his anger for the time being and asked patiently. Ji Wufeng nodded, sighed somewhat melancholy, and then slowly began to talk about the past of Qin Yunxuor. He was the product of his scumbag father's deception, and his mother was expelled from the family because of this. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Yunxuor was either beaten or scolded, and even killed many times. When I brought him back to the peak, I asked him to soak in the body-hardening pool. The scars on his body were shocking even to me. The wounds from whips, clubs, burns, and swords. It's hard to imagine what an 8-year-old child went through to be left with scars all over his body. Ji Wufeng couldn't continue because Shumushi had started to go crazy. Fuck. What kind of beast is this? You've been cheated, why are you taking it out on your child? Isn't that your own flesh and blood? You're worse than a beast, worse than a beast. I'm going to chop her up. Shumushi is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She usually speaks foul language, but she is the most sympathetic to the weak. This was the case with Bai Yuanqing and Jiang Miao before, and now it is the same with Qin Yunxuor. After cursing to his heart's content, Shumushi took a deep breath, turned to look at Ji Wufeng and said, Brother, you suddenly told me this. Is there anything you need me to do? Chapter 14. Only people of the same kind can understand each other. Ji Wufeng nodded and spoke directly without beating around the bush. That's right. I want Junia's sister to take better care of Yunxuor. Previously, I didn't dare to mention this matter in front of him, for fear of upsetting him. But now I think that if I don't expose this scar as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be problems. Shumushi nodded. Yunxuor is also my nephew. It is only natural for me to take care of him. But how should I do this? Should I just talk to him directly? No, we are the elders after all. Sometimes, our words are not as effective as those of our peers. Peers? Senior brother, are you talking about? Jiang Miao. Seeing that Shumushi still didn't understand thoroughly, Ji Wufeng simply pointed it out directly. It's Jiang Miao and Bai Yuanqing. Let them interact more with Yunxuor, maybe he will become more cheerful. Besides, Bai Yuanqing is my junior sister's disciple, so if there is anything, we can get the news first, right? Not to mention that the two old men here were worried about Qin Yunxuor. Just talking about Qin Yunxuor, after sending his master away, he immediately called the system in his heart. You bastard, come out and explain to me, what on earth is going on with your reward? Host, don't get excited. It was indeed just a sword energy. Nonsense. How could my master, a great sword master, not be able to distinguish between sword energy and sword intent? Tell me the truth. The truth is, it was really just sword energy. The reason why your master thought it was sword intent was because the sword energy was originally a soul with intelligence. Later, some accidents happened and the soul dispersed, but the evil intention in it remained. Qin Yunxuor was stunned when he heard this and asked nervously. I'm wondering if you're giving me the soul of some great devil as a reward. Host, you are overthinking. The soul host is also very familiar with it. After all, you are using his body now. You gave me your original body. Damn. What a lie. I thought that stupid thing had disappeared a long time ago, but now you put it in my sword. I occupy someone else's body and control his soul. It's disgusting to think about it, okay? Host, don't think too much. This system has already said that the original body's soul was scattered due to some accident, so it came to their host. However, although the soul is scattered, the evil thoughts are still there. If they stay in the body, it will be harmful to their host. Therefore, the system makes use of the waste and uses him as a sword spirit. He explained everything in one breath. As if worried that Qin Yunxuor might resist, the system paused and added another sentence. If these malicious intentions remain in the world, they will harm others and ourselves. Such a result is good for everyone, and the host does not need to feel bad. Instead of thinking about these trivial things, the host might as well think about how to get along with the protagonist next. Qin Yunxuor was silent for a while after hearing this, then he laughed at himself and said, How else can we get along? Let's take it one step at a time. If we can avoid this death, it would be great. If we can't, we can only accept our fate. As a salted fish, the desire to turn things around comes occasionally, but just living a life of idleness and waiting for death is a permanent thought. According to the following plot, he would accidentally witness the protagonist's cold poison attack in a few days, and then take the opportunity to hurt her. This was a completely unforgivable plot, and Qin Yunxia could only take it one step at a time. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Qin Yunxia ended his meditation, opened his eyes and stretched. Although his strength was entirely improved by plug-ins, Qin Yunxia would often meditate, not for cultivation, but simply for the tranquility that comes with meditation. Today I will take Jiang Miao to get some supplies for the inner disciples, and by the way, I will also help her exchange a cultivation method. The outer sect disciples practice the basic mental methods of the Hanyu Immortal Sect. After being promoted to the inner sect, they can switch to practicing other advanced mental methods according to their own preferences. The more advanced the technique, the faster it absorbs spiritual energy, and of course, the more dangerous the process is. Therefore, teachers will teach their disciples not to aim too high if they are not strong enough. The kind of martial arts method that covers the entire process from entry-level practice to the realm of enlightenment only exists in vernacular novels. Even Ji Wufeng would only be exposed to new cultivation techniques every time he advanced to a higher level. Of course, unlike the Cold Moon Heart Sutra that Qin Yunxia practiced, this heart method left by the ancestors is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to the 9 realms before the Tao realm. It seems so, but in fact, the 9 levels of the heart method can be regarded as 9 different secret books. In other words, if Jiang Miao wants to practice the Hanyu Heart Sutra now, she does not need to start from the first level. She can directly switch to the 4th level based on her strength. However, the mind method is to improve oneself, while the skills are the means of fighting, so there is no need to follow this rule. According to the description in the original book, after Jiang Miao entered the sutra library this time, in addition to changing to practice the Hanyu Heart Sutra, he also got a defensive skills book called Ju Chong Shan Ju, which can be regarded as an encounter. While thinking, Qin Yunxia walked down the mountain. He lived not far from Jiang Miao, and soon he saw Jiang Miao practicing sword in the yard. It was only the yin hour at this moment, and according to the time of later generations, it was only around 4 or 5 o'clock. But from the tiny beads of sweat on Jiang Miao's face, one could tell that she had been practicing for a while. As if he heard some noise, Jiang Miao put away his sword and stood up. He turned around and saw Qin Yunxia. He took a deep breath, nodded at him and called him senior brother. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Qin Yunxia always feels that Jiang Miao's eyes are not right when she looks at him today. If she looked at him yesterday with curiosity and inquiry, then today, Jiang Miao's eyes are mostly sympathy and heartache. Fortunately, that look only lasted for a brief moment, and then returned to his usual calm attitude, and Qin Yunxia just thought he had seen it wrong. In fact, he was not dazzled. Jiang Miao did feel a little sympathetic towards him at this moment. As for the reason, it was naturally because of Shumushi. Yesterday, after Shumushi came back from Ji Wufeng, she went to Jiang Miao's residence, intending to pick up Bai Yuanqing and go back to Yunxia Peak together. But Bai Yuanqing was outspoken and blurted out, "Master, what do you and the sect leader plan to do with senior brother Qin?" Shumushi did not blame her, but she couldn't help but think of what Ji Wufeng had said to her. If we let Yuanqing and other peers have more contact with Qin Yunxia, maybe this kid will be able to open up. With this plan in mind, Shumushi simply told the two of them the story of Qin Yunxia's tragic life that he had just heard, adding some exaggeration to it. Bai Yuanqing naturally burst into tears after hearing this, her maternal love overflowing. Even Jiang Miao, who was always calm and rational, was stunned. She thought of her own life experience. As the saying goes, only people who have experienced the same thing can truly understand each other's pain. At this moment, Jiang Miao suddenly had the idea that she and her senior brother were of the same kind. Jiang Miao even felt that compared to his senior brother's past, he was actually quite happy. After all, his mother loved him very much, and before he was 9 years old, he had really tasted the love of family. But what about his senior brother? With such a mood, Jiang Miao tossed and turned for the whole night and couldn't fall asleep. Seeing that it was almost dawn, he simply got up and practiced sword. At this time, when he suddenly saw Qin Yunxia, he naturally showed that kind of gaze. But it only lasted for a moment, and then he immediately retracted it. Jiang Miao knew from past experiences that when one is depressed, the sympathy of others is far more hurtful than insults. Senior brother is a genius of his generation, why does he need the sympathy of others? All he can do is to practice hard and strive to help senior brother in the future, instead of thinking about these boring things. When you are ready, follow me to Yunxia Peak. Okay, senior brother. Chapter 15, Sutra Library and Kung Fu. Yunxia Peak is located in the center of the 6 peaks. Teaching, learning, receiving disciple tasks, and even trading of elixirs and magic tools are all here. Therefore, Yunxia Peak is extremely lively. As the master's disciple, Yunxia was a well-known genius in the sect, so he naturally attracted attention. Add to that Jiang Miao, who had just entered the inner sect and became the master's disciple, and the two of them were almost surrounded by onlookers along the way. Fortunately, neither of them was Ji Wufeng, so although they felt a little uncomfortable with the overly enthusiastic gaze, they were not afraid. It was not until they entered the affairs hall and Elder Liu, who was in charge of their hall, gave a scolding that these little traitors ran away completely, making both of them breathe a sigh of relief. You are here. Their headmaster told me yesterday that this is a jade token. Jiang Miao, if you squeeze a drop of your blood essence onto it, it will resonate with it. If you encounter any trouble in the future, the jade token will warn you. Elder Liu's words were very high-end. In fact, the role of this disciple jade token was nothing more than a soul lamp. If a disciple died outside, the jade token would break into pieces, making it easier for the sect to collect your body. Jiang Miao did as he was told and returned the jade token that had been dripping with blood to Elder Liu, and then took the clothes of his direct disciple from him. The uniforms of Yunxia's Yanmen disciples are mainly blue. The outer disciples wear light blue, the inner disciples wear royal blue, and the direct disciples wear royal blue with a border. The one in Jiang Miao's hand is this one. The Sutra Library is behind me. You can go in by yourself. There are not many mental methods to choose from. Their headmaster has already told you that it is more suitable for you to practice the Cold Moon Heart Sutra. If there is a method you like, you can choose one. But it is limited to the first floor, and you can only pick one. As Elder Liu spoke, he waved his hand to open the restriction of the Sutra Library. Jiang Miao was about to leave when Yunxia suddenly spoke. Disciple also wants to go in. Inner disciples, except for the first time they entered the cabinet, had to exchange their own contributions for secret books. However, Yunxia had traveled through time for 10 years, and he did not stay in the mountain all the time. He completed a lot of sect tasks, and naturally accumulated a lot of contribution points. However, because his own cultivation technique was too slow, except for the first time when he was brought here by his senior brother, he had never entered the Sutra Library again. Elder Liu was surprised when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and asked, Okay, which floor? The Sutra Library is divided into 5 floors, each with different restrictions. Except for the 5th floor, which requires the approval of the headmaster, the other 4 floors can be opened by Elder Liu. Of course, the 5th floor contains the martial arts manuals that ordinary disciples may not be able to reach in their lifetime. Unlike elixirs which are divided into 9 grades and magic weapons which are divided into 3 levels, mortal, spiritual and holy, there is actually no strict classification for martial arts. It usually depends on whether your strength reaches the standard for practice. If you have to say it, at most there are 3 grades, high, medium and low. The first level is enough. It's just some basic training stuff. Yunxia wanted to enter the Sutra Library not for cultivation, but for the protagonist. To be more precise, he wanted to gain the protagonist's favor. After the last treasure-giving incident, Yunxia understood that giving things to the protagonist did not violate the system's requirements, so this bug must be fixed. Okay, half an hour. Regardless of whether you have chosen the technique you like or not, you will be teleported out in half an hour. So, manage your time well. I won't open the door for you a second time. After Elder Liu finished speaking, he waved his hand, a white light flashed, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the Sutra Library. Since this is the first floor, most of the things placed on it are basic things. Therefore, the classics on this floor are very huge, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are vast and boundless. For the strong, the only valuable thing on this floor is a high-level martial arts book that should have been on the 4th floor. For some unknown reason, this thing appeared on the 1st floor so openly. This is an opportunity, but not for the protagonist. In the original novel, a vicious female supporting character Tang Xianling, who is almost the same level as the original character, repeatedly provoked the heroine when she was out on a mission, but was beaten up in the end. After returning, she couldn't figure it out, so she went to the sutra library to try her luck. As a result, she really got this luck. 3 variations on plum blossoms, a forbidden technique that can increase one's strength 3 times in a short period of time. Relying on this trump card, Tang Xianling really caused Jiang Miao quite a bit of trouble. Of course, the reason why forbidden techniques are called forbidden techniques is because they are often very dangerous. In the end, Tang Xianling died of an explosion because he could not control the power in his body. What Qin Yunxia was looking for was this set of forbidden techniques. Although this thing was somewhat dangerous, as long as the user had enough foundation, it could be a life-saving weapon. Moreover, as long as it was not used for a long time, this thing was actually not that fatal. Jiang Miao, who entered the sutra repository for the first time, was a little at a loss, because in front of her, there was not a single book at all, only countless balls of light, all of which were the same in size, shape and color and could not be distinguished at all. Glancing at the confused Jiang Miao, Qin Yunxia explained calmly, the sutra library has its own spirituality. If you silently recite the type of martial arts you want to find, they will automatically occupy your side. Reach out and touch them, and you can see the general situation of this martial arts. If you choose one, just crush the ball of light. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to demonstrate. When Jiang Miao looked over, he saw a line of words suddenly appearing on the ball of light that Qin Yunxia touched. Liangju, a fire-attributed technique. When mastered, a fire seed can be hidden in the dantian, which is very useful for refining pills and fighting against enemies. Jiang Miao nodded suddenly and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my doubts." Then he closed his eyes and began to look for the type of martial arts he wanted. While Jiang Miao closed his eyes, Qin Yunxia immediately recited 3 variations of plum blossoms in his mind, and the next moment, a ball of light appeared alone beside him. Qin Yunxia roughly checked it twice, and immediately reached out and crushed it. After doing all this, he turned to look at Jiang Miao, only to see that a large group of light balls had gathered in front of Jiang Miao, and he was now looking at them one by one. Soon, Jiang Miao started to laugh. Judging from her appearance, she must have chosen a technique that suited her. Qin Yunxia took a quick glance and then nodded in understanding. 9-layered mountain art, a defensive technique. When practiced to perfection, one can set up 9 layers of defense around the body, as thick as a mountain, making it difficult to break. Judging from the introduction alone, this set of skills should appear at least on the 4th level. However, in reality, this thing is just a common skill in Hanyu Immortal Sect. At the beginning, an elder was traveling and accidentally discovered this method, so he brought it back to the sect. But after studying it, the elders found that this thing was not meant for humans to practice at all. The technique is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are easy, although the practice process is quite hard. But after mastering it, one will be able to withstand the full force attack of the Purple Mansion realm without breaking the defense, which can be barely considered worth it. But after dozens of elders of Hanyu Xianmen conducted in-depth research on the subsequent content, everyone unanimously agreed that it was either nonsense or the person who wrote the technique had a hole in his brain. The strong man in the soul-gathering realm tried every possible way, but still couldn't reach the 4th level. Are you sure this is not written to make people laugh? At this point, this useless martial arts book was abandoned by a group of bigwigs. Since the first 3 levels were still somewhat useful to ordinary disciples, they placed it on the 1st floor of the sutra library. Over the years, some people have studied the later contents, but they all failed without exception. All those who practiced 9-layered mountain art stopped at the 3rd level. Gradually, everyone just regarded it as a low-level martial arts book. But Qin Yunxia knew that this technique was not bragging, because in the original book, Jiang Miao succeeded. In the later period, Jiang Miao, who had cultivated to the 9th level, could not break her defense as long as her spiritual power was endless. In addition, their Nether Luo sword technique was invincible, which created the protagonist's reputation of invincible in the same level, surpassing the level of single kill. Chapter 16. You actually flirted with me? Brother, I have already made my choice, brother. When you've made your choice, get out. Qin Yunxia raised his hand, letting Jiang Miao see the secret book in his hand, indicating that he had also made his choice. Then he turned and walked towards the white light at the door, and Jiang Miao immediately followed him. Outside the door, Elder Liu was fiddling with the teacup in his hand out of boredom, yawning from time to time. When he saw the two people coming out, he immediately smiled and said, "Out? Then come and register. I need to leave a record of what skills you took away." The two men took out the secret book in their arms and handed it over. Elder Liu first glanced at Jiang Miao's and immediately frowned. "Nine-layered mountain art. Your senior brother didn't tell you about this technique." "Hey, I'm confused. It's only been 10 years since Qin started practicing, so it's normal that he doesn't know. May I ask, Elder, is there anything wrong with this technique?" Upon hearing this, Elder Liu casually explained the matter of nine-layered mountain secret, and then said, "It's actually useless for you to know this. After all, the rules of the sutra library are that once you leave the door, you can't change it. But it's okay. Even if it's only the first 3 levels, it's quite useful below the purple mansion realm. At worst, you can get contribution points in the future and exchange them for other skills." Elder Liu even said a few words to comfort Jiang Miao, fearing that she would think too much. Of course, Jiang Miao would not regret it. As long as there was no problem with this technique, she would dare to practice it. If she really couldn't practice it, she would switch to other techniques. What was there to be sad about? Seeing that Jiang Miao was in a very good mood, Elder Liu nodded approvingly, then turned his gaze to the 3 variations on plum blossoms in Qin Yunshuo's hand, and then blinked in confusion. "Hey! How come this technique? TSK, it must be that old Chen drank too much and put it in the wrong place. Never mind, since you have chosen me, I can't say anything. So let it be." Qin Yunshuo knew what Elder Liu meant, and it also resolved the doubts in his heart. It turned out to be Elder Chen who was addicted to alcohol, so it was not surprising. Seeing that Elder Liu had finished the registration, he waved to the two of them, and they said goodbye and left immediately. On the way, Jiang Miao hesitated several times, but finally couldn't help but asked, "Brother, what Elder Liu said just now? It's not a big deal, don't worry about it. It's still early today, I'll start practicing when I get back, is there any problem?" Qin Yunshuo interrupted her directly. Although this book, 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms, was originally intended for Jiang Miao, it was not given in this way. Right now, she couldn't know the details, so Qin Yunshuo changed the subject. Hearing about cultivation, Jiang Miao immediately became serious, nodded solemnly and said, "As long as senior brother is free, junior sister is ready anytime." Guiding Jiang Miao in his cultivation was not part of the plot, but Qin Yunshuo did not want to mislead his students. If a good Feng Aoqian was ruined by his guidance, he would be committing a great sin. Fortunately, in the early plot, there are quite a lot of descriptions of the protagonist's cultivation. Even if you don't understand it, you won't go wrong if you follow the original work. After returning to Yunxia Peak, Qin Yunshuo did not return to their residence, but went directly to the body-quenching pool in the back mountain. As the head of Hanyu Immortal Sect, Ji Wufeng is certainly not a pauper, but the problem is that as a socially anxious person, if you ask him to mobilize any resources, he will only look at his own cave and then comfort himself that it is fine this way and there is no need to go through so much trouble. Ji Xianzuan himself was in the Dao realm, so he didn't need treasures, but his disciples couldn't. Finally, the elders couldn't stand it anymore, so they waved their hands and mobilized countless natural treasures to build a body-quenching pool on Yunxia Peak, which was finally used to supply Qin Yunshuo and his disciples with their cultivation. This pool is called body tempering, but actually, when you soak in it, it also has the wonderful function of polishing your magic power and solidifying your soul. Just looking at Qin Yunshuo's senior brothers and sisters who have reached the soul condensation realm and often come to soak in it, you can know how extraordinary they are. Qin Yunshuo, on the other hand, had rarely been here, no matter his original self in the book or himself. The reason was simple: this broken pool was good in every way except that it was painful to soak in it, and he couldn't pass out. It was more torturous than the 10 great tortures. As a nobody, since the system has no special requirements, Qin Yunshuo naturally won't seek trouble for himself. After briefly introducing the uses of the body tempering pool to Jiang Miao, Qin Yunshuo said calmly, "Just try it out first. From now on, you need to soak here for an hour every day." If there were other elders here, they would definitely curse at Qin Yunshuo after hearing what he said. Even the best things would become harmful if taken in excess. It was okay to soak in the body tempering pool occasionally, but soaking in it for an hour every day. I'm afraid that before their body is tempered well, the person will be ruined first. However, Qin Yunxia didn't take it too seriously. In the original novel, the protagonist had to soak in the water for more than 2 hours every day, so he had reduced the amount for her. Hearing this, Jiang Miao reached out her hand into the pool. The intense pain made her frown slightly, but she did not hesitate and stood up to walk down. Wait, to soak in the body-quenching pool, you need to take off all your clothes. Only by not wearing a single piece of clothing can the effect be maximized. Wait for me to finish, and then soak again. Although Qin Yunxia usually talks dirty when he is talking to the system, he was actually a single man in his previous life. Although he is not shy when talking to girls, he can't help blushing when talking about topics like taking off all clothes with girls. This is just like the veterans in the comments section, who have rich theoretical knowledge and are very precise, but when it comes to actually doing things, they will blush even when they pull hands. Jiang Miao didn't think anything wrong, but when he heard that Qin Yunxia's voice was no longer as cold as before, but instead carried a hint of embarrassment, he couldn't help but look back at him out of curiosity. This glance made Jiang Miao burst out laughing. Why? From the time they met until now, senior brother had always had this cold face, and even his expression hadn't changed. I was considered a very cold person, but I didn't expect senior brother to be even colder than me. What was the result? It turns out that their aloof and hard to approach were all disguises. In fact, the senior brother was a person who would blush when talking about such topics. It seemed a little cute. It's junior sister Meng Lang, senior brother, please speak. Jiang Miao's voice was very serious, as if she was really just apologizing for her recklessness. But Qin Yunxia saw the slight smile on her lips. Fuck. Shame on you. In a few words, he explained the taboos of body tempering and emphasized once again that they must go ashore after an hour. Qin Yunxia turned around and left at such a fast speed that it seemed as if he was running for his life. This action made Jiang Miao smile, which had been slightly restrained, completely uncontrollable, and he burst into laughter. Even the sword spirit in his body couldn't stand it anymore and warned her, Miao Miao, you've gone too far. You actually flirted with a little boy. In our era, this kind of behavior would be called a female hooligan and you would be beaten. Gar. Jiang Miao's laughter suddenly stopped, as if he was a goose whose neck was strangled, and he suddenly couldn't make any sound. After a long while, Jiang Miao coldly replied to the 3 words, sword soul. Shut up and crawl. Next, there is a familiar set of shielding. Chapter 17 Awkward. Soaking in the body tempering pool is an extremely painful process. Even someone as determined as Jiang Miao could hardly struggle to climb ashore after an hour. However, although her body was in pain, Jiang Miao was full of excitement. While soaking in the pool, she could clearly feel her strength growing. For someone with a deep blood feud, nothing was more pleasing than becoming stronger. The body tempering pool is indeed extraordinary, but 1 hour is far from my limit. I'll ask my senior brother later to see if the time can be extended a little tomorrow. After talking to himself for a while, Jiang Miao felt that his body was gradually regaining some strength, and he struggled to stand up. Just at this moment, Qin Yunxia's voice was heard from the rocks not far away. It's almost time. Come out when you're done. I'll be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Miao was startled when he heard the voice, but then he realized that it was just a message sent by his senior brother using his spiritual power, and the person was not there. That's right, how could senior brother be the kind of person who peeks at others taking a bath? Due to his lack of strength, Jiang Miao was temporarily unable to perform such high-end operations as long-distance voice transmission, so he could not reply to Qin Yunxia. He could only put on his clothes immediately, then sacrifice the falling jade plate and flew down the mountain. Of course, Qin Yunxia would not do something like peeping at Jiang Miao taking a bath. At the moment, he was fully focused on how to survive under the hands of the heroine, so how could he dare to have such a bold idea? Right now, he was thinking about serious matters. In the original novel, the heroine practiced not only in the body tempering pool, but also in sword practice and study in martial arts. Qin Yunxia had traveled through time for so long, and he had learned almost no combat skills. A martial arts exclusive to the protagonist, such as 9-layered mountain decision, would definitely not be of much help. But he could help the heroine with sword practice. Although he didn't know any specific combat skills, with his pure spiritual power and a soul far superior to his peers, the spiritual power beams he casually sent out were no less powerful than the magic formula. Now, with the terrifying sword rewarded by the system, Qin Yunxia dared to say that within the same realm, he was not invincible, but could be called a genius. With such strength, he is more than enough to be a sparring partner for the heroine. After all, the master has given me the task of instructing my junior sister in her cultivation, so I have to play a role, right? You idiot system, this can't be considered a character breakdown, right? The villain, the scumbag senior brother, beat up the protagonist's junior sister in the name of guidance. This is in line with villain behavior, right? As long as the system doesn't say anything to stop you, it means that your behavior has not crossed the line, so there's no need to ask me every time. Also, if you have the guts to ignore the ending and injure the protagonist, my opinion doesn't matter. Har har, you are just mocking me for being timid, I can hear it. After arguing with the system for a few words, Qin Yunxia immediately gathered his thoughts and put on his usual cold mask again when he saw Jiang Miao arriving. From now on, come here by yourself at noon every day. The implication was that he was here to help lead the way for her today, but he would not accompany her in the future. Jiang Miao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Let alone being a senior brother, even if they were master and disciple, they wouldn't always be by each other's side, holding hands. Who doesn't have their own things to do? But before she could say anything, her stomach started to growl. No wonder, Jiang Miao hasn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. It's already noon. She hasn't yet cultivated to the realm of defying fate and can't practice fasting, so she naturally feels hungry. So, it is said that good things come to those who are not. Not long ago, Jiang Miao was laughing because Qin Yunxia blushed, but after a while, it was her turn to blush. Although Qin Yunxia didn't dare to laugh out loud because he was concerned that she was the protagonist, this did not prevent him from feeling happy that he had avenged himself. Master. Senior brother. Well, your cultivation is still in its infancy, and I have neglected it. Come with me, and we will talk about cultivation after we have eaten. Thank you, brother. It is said that an iceberg beauty is most charming when she breaks the ice. This is true. Qin Yunxia looked at Jiang Miao's shy smile. Even though he kept telling himself that this was the protagonist, he was still a little touched. Most of the inner sect disciples have already reached the realm of defying fate, but there are still some disciples like Jiang Miao who have entered the inner sect but their strength has not yet reached the standard. People like them still need to eat, but because there are not many people, there is only a small dining hall in the inner sect. There are a lot of outer disciples, and the food cooked by their chef seems to be pretty good. However, the food in the inner sect cafeteria is just like the cafeterias in most schools in later generations. The food is not enough to kill people. Qin Yunxia was a big foodie in his previous life, but in this life, he has never eaten a meal in the canteen since he started fasting. Sometimes, when he is really hungry, he will sneak down the mountain to eat meat. At worst, he will go to the outer gate to eat the big pot meal. In a word, even dogs won't go to the inner gate canteen. However, the protagonist is the protagonist. Although the food is so hard to eat, Jiang Miao eats it very elegantly, which makes Qin Yunxia think that the canteen has changed the cook. But when Jiang Miao is not paying attention, he secretly tastes it. Har har, it is still the original recipe and the familiar taste. Jiang Miao didn't eat much and finished her meal quickly. However, she didn't start practicing right away, but said to Qin Yunxia apologetically, "Brother, today is my first time soaking in the body tempering pool. I feel a little uncomfortable and would like to rest for a while. Can we talk about sword training in the evening?" Just now, while she was eating, Qin Yunxia had already told her about the training schedule for the future, getting up early to practice sword, taking a bath at noon, sparring in the afternoon, and studying the exercises at night. Their whole day was packed, but Jiang Miao said it was no problem and even asked for extra training. But just after the meal, Jiang Miao felt unwell again, which made Qin Yunxia feel strange and a little guilty. He thought, is there something wrong with the body-quenching pool, or did I let her soak too early? But it was also like this in the original book. I couldn't figure out the reason, but Jiang Miao said that he was fine and just needed to rest for a while. Qin Yunxia could only comfort himself that the first time was not always smooth, but it would be fine after that. After leaving the canteen, Jiang Miao said that he wanted to go back to his residence first. While Qin Yunxia went down the mountain, the smell of the canteen really brought back bad memories today, so he had to go down the mountain to buy some delicious food to satisfy his stomach. In the market at the foot of the mountain, there are restaurants, inns, and all kinds of snacks. Qin Yunxia is not a poor man, so he buys things from one end of the street to the other. Anyway, he has the storage bag, so he doesn't have to worry about them going bad after being kept for too long. Since eating snacks secretly was inconsistent with his image as a cool senior brother, Qin Yunxia had already mastered how to eat snacks secretly without being discovered. Even now, he could sneak out of the sect without being noticed by anyone. After returning to the Yunxia Peak area, Qin Yunxia was completely relieved. Due to his master's social phobia, not many people would come to the entire Yunxia Peak all year round, so Qin Yunxia couldn't wait to pick up a skewer of grilled squid and stuff it into his mouth. Obviously, with delicious food in front of him, this foodie has forgotten that there is one more person on Yunxia Peak besides his master and his senior brothers and sisters. When he reached the foot of the mountain where he lived, Qin Yunxia, not surprisingly, ran into Jiang Miao sitting outside the yard. For an instant, both of them stopped. Qin Yunxia was excited because of the squid in his mouth, while Jiang Miao was excited because in front of her was a rabbit that was already roasted to 8/10 done. An inexplicable awkwardness spread between the two of them. Chapter 18, Foodies' Mutual Sympathy. They looked at each other in silence, with only the aroma of barbecue in their noses. This kind of awkwardness was like saying goodnight to each other on WeChat, and then meeting each other in the game the next moment. After a long while, Qin Yunxia decided to take the initiative, swallowed the squid in his mouth in one gulp, and asked calmly, "The food in the cafeteria is not to your taste?" Jiang Miao nodded silently, too embarrassed to speak, but the sword spirit in her body shouted loudly, "What do you mean it's not to my taste? Those bastards are clearly trying every possible way to research a poison that is not poisonous. When Miao Miao and I were traveling before, the food we snatched from wild dogs was 1,000 times more delicious than what they made, okay?" Qin Yunxia naturally couldn't hear the voice of the sword spirit, so when he saw Jiang Miao nod, he took the opportunity to speak. "I just went down the mountain and bought some things I need. I also brought some food with me. If you're not full, take some and eat." At this moment, Qin Yunxia just wanted Jiang Miao to forget the way he had a mouth full of squid, so he didn't care about things like the villain shouldn't care about the protagonist. When he reacted, the words had already come out. However, the system did not say anything to stop it. It seems that this kind of thing is still allowed by the system's rules. While thinking, Qin Yunxia opened the storage bag. Since he was not very good at cooking, all he bought were cooked food that could be eaten right away. Jiang Miao was embarrassed to accept it, but when he saw his senior brother had already handed it to him, he could only thank him quietly and then took it. He looked at the roasted rabbit in front of him and said hesitantly, "Brother, if you don't mind, how about trying this?" I haven't used it yet, it's clean." "TSK, Miao Miao, do you think your senior brother is like you and likes to steal food? He might just be curious and try it. Why are you so?" When Jian Hun saw Jiang Miao using the roasted rabbit she had prepared to entertain Qin Yunxia, he subconsciously began to complain about her. After all, in Jian Hun's impression, few people who were able to possess extraordinary strength at a young age were those who were greedy for food. Jiang Miao was just an accident. Even Jiang Miao felt that Jian Hun's words made sense. He laughed awkwardly and was about to say something to change the subject when he heard Qin Yunxia suddenly speak. "May I?" Sword Soul, MMP, two foodies bumped into each other. System, you never expected that what would break your defense would be a roasted rabbit. Qin Yunxia heard the system's complaints, but he didn't think he did anything wrong. Come on, that was barbecue, and it was barbecue with cumin. Who could refuse a skewer of roasted rabbit with cumin? No one knew how the two people who were supposed to be aloof brother and sister, teaching fencing, suddenly walked into the Baijier kitchen column. In short, both of them were very happy eating the food they exchanged, especially Qin Yunxia. He hadn't eaten cumin since he traveled through time, so he turned into a super foodie at this moment. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already eaten the whole rabbit. Qin Yunxia touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, raised his head and glanced at Jiang Miao, but couldn't help laughing. Although her actions at this time were not rude, the posture of eating a string of squids in one mouthful, where was the elegance she had in the cafeteria? It seems that your so-called elegance was forced out by the food in the cafeteria? The meal inexplicably brought the two closer together. The most direct manifestation was that Jiang Miao smiled more often, and Qin Yunxia also relaxed a lot, no longer as focused as he was at the beginning. Looking at Jiang Miao, who was smiling happily in front of him, Qin Yunxia pondered for a moment and said, "If you are not used to eating in the canteen, I will go down the mountain to buy some ingredients tomorrow. In the future, you can cook by yourself." "Really? Thank you, senior brother. Then come to my place for dinner from now on, senior brother." "Well, we'll talk about it later." Qin Yunxia almost agreed without hesitation, but he still controlled himself in front of the delicious food and forced himself to look calm, as if he didn't care much as he responded. However, not only Jiang Miao, but even the sword spirit could see through this attitude, and he complained helplessly in Jiang Miao's mind. "I am really impressed by the two of you. Is it really that important to just satisfy your appetite?" He replied it seriously, as for that, and then Jiang Miao blocked it skillfully. Looking up at the sky that was gradually getting dark, Jiang Miao asked a little embarrassedly, "Brother, if you have nothing to do, can we start sparring now? Eating is eating, but we still can't forget the serious things." Qin Yunxia also wanted to finish the work early, so he nodded slightly, indicating that he could start at any time. The two stood up and faced each other, but Qin Yunxia had no intention of drawing his sword. With his strength, if he really drew his sword, Jiang Miao wouldn't be able to withstand even one move, and wouldn't be able to achieve the purpose of feeding him a move. Jiang Miao also understood this, so he didn't feel angry about being looked down upon, but calmly looked for Qin Yunxia's flaws. The night wind blew, rolling up a fallen leaf, and slowly floated past the two of them. At the moment when the fallen leaf blocked their view, Jiang Miao moved. He flew forward, drew his sword and thrust forward while his left hand formed a defensive spell. All the movements were done in one go, very smoothly and coherently. Qin Yunxia naturally would not be hit so easily. He slightly turned sideways to avoid Jiang Miao's fierce sword, and then pointed his finger at her wrist holding the sword, intending to take her weapon directly. At this time, the spell that Jiang Miao had prepared in advance took effect, and a faint spiritual shield suddenly appeared, blocking Qin Yunxia. Although the spiritual shield collapsed after only 1 second due to the difference in strength, it also bought Jiang Miao time to retreat safely and reorganize the attack. The purpose of the competition was to make up for one's own shortcomings, so Jiang Miao had no intention of using the Mingluo sword technique. He only used basic sword techniques to fight Qin Yunxia throughout the whole process. Qin Yunxia did not pursue her at all, and used his fingers as a sword to attack her flaws. At the same time, he also admired in his heart that every time Jiang Miao's attack rhythm was disrupted by him, she could immediately detect the shortcomings in her moves and then improve them. It is no wonder that he was able to achieve such success in the future. He is naturally intelligent, quick to understand things, and willing to work hard. There is no reason why such a person could not succeed. However, this admiration for Jiang Miao's efforts completely turned into resentment after half an hour. Qin Yunxia felt tired after looking at the moon already at its zenith in the sky and then at Jiang Miao, who was fighting bravely and showing no signs of fatigue. For him, daily practice was nothing more than meditating for half an hour or so. Except for being trained by the unscrupulous second senior sister when he was a child, when else had he ever done something like this where he was not even allowed to breathe for half an hour? Normally at this time, I would be lying in bed dreaming, right? But now I have to work as a sack, and a long-term sack that works every day, all year round. With a helpless sigh, Qin Yunxia suddenly exerted force on his hands and forced Jiang Miao to retreat. Jiang Miao had just become addicted to fighting, and when he saw this, he raised his head in confusion. "Brother, practice requires a balance between relaxation and tension, and you can't overwork yourself. Let's stop here today." When Jiang Miao heard this, although he felt regretful, he didn't say anything, but nodded seriously. "Okay, thank you for helping me with my moves, I'll see you tomorrow." Qin Yunxia was crying silently in his heart but still looked calm on the surface. He was about to turn around and go back to their house when the system suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, the host seemed to have said that he wanted to use the excuse of giving instructions to intentionally injure the protagonist. "May I ask, where is the serious injury you are talking about? Are you blind? Can't you see such a big wound on your shoulder?" After a careful search, it was confirmed that there were no other wounds on Jiang Miao's shoulder except for a small wound less than 2 centimeters in size. The system fell silent. "Har har, it's a really big wound. If it's not treated quickly, it will heal on its own." Chapter 19 Sexy Senior Brother, Peeping Online. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During this time, Jiang Miao's life was very fulfilling. He woke up in the morning to practice swordplay, soaked in the body tempering pool at noon, and sparred with his senior brother in the evening. He also helped his senior brother cook some delicious food. His life was extremely comfortable. However, this kind of comfort is also mixed with some subtleties. For example, in the past few days, my senior brother would always hide beside me and spies on me when I was meditating. With Jiang Miao's strength, if Qin Yunxia tried his best to hide, she would not be able to be discovered. But don't forget that she still has the sword soul in her body. Although this thing seems to be useless except for talking nonsense, it can actually be of great help in detecting the surroundings. Back then on Yunxia Peak, even Shumushi, who was at the soul-gathering state, could not escape the sword spirit's discerning eye. Although this was also due to the fact that Shumushi did not try his best, it also indirectly proved the power of the sword spirit, which was more than enough to detect Qin Yunxia. Although Jiang Miao believed that Qin Yunxia would not be a voyeur, such behavior really made Jiang Miao feel a little uncomfortable. Little did she know that while she was uncomfortable, Qin Yunxia was feeling even worse. At this moment, Qin Yunxia was secretly staring at her while madly fighting with the system. It's already the 10th day, you bastard, is your intelligence accurate? The reason why Qin Yunxia insisted on being a stalker for the past few days was not because he was a gentleman, but because the system had issued a new task. In this original plot, the heroine was accepted as a disciple by the Sword Master, and rose to fame in one step, but the original body was extremely dissatisfied. Occasionally, when he was relaxing on Yunxia Peak, he happened to meet the heroine who was suffering from the cold poison. At that time, the original body was filled with evil thoughts, thinking that there were only 2 of them on Yunxia Peak at the moment. If he took this opportunity to destroy the heroine's cultivation foundation, it would be done without anyone noticing. Of course, the original body's plan would definitely not succeed. With the reminder of the sword spirit, the heroine woke up in time, drew her sword and scared him away, but she was also seriously injured. Although the matter was finally dropped due to lack of evidence, the original owner's murderous intent pushed him completely to the opposite side of the heroine, laying the groundwork for his tragic death in the future. Back to the present, the reason why Qin Yunxia had been keeping a close eye on Jiang Miao for several days in a row was that he was waiting for a cold poison to break out. According to the description in the original novel, the cold poison should have broken out on the 3rd night after Jiang Miao became his disciple, but today was already the 10th day, and the bastard cold poison seemed to have gone offline, with no trace at all. Host, please do not question the professionalism of the system. This system has a precise calculation method and will definitely not make mistakes. Then explain to me, what's going on now? We clearly agreed on 3 days, and then 3 more days. It's already the 10th day, boss. The system was silent because it really couldn't explain the situation before it. The host must have done something to change the plot, such as the roasted rabbit you ate. Roll. On this side, a person and a system were frantically shifting the blame, while on the other side, a person and a sword spirit were also arguing fiercely. Miao Miao, believe me, your brother is definitely plotting something bad against you. His current behavior is called scouting. Once he gets to know the situation, he will definitely do something unspeakable to you, such as drugging you or something like that. Jiang Miao changed his meditation posture expressionlessly and replied coldly, my situation is very simple. If senior brother really wants to do something, he doesn't need to touch me, let alone step on the ground. Also, with senior brother's strength, he doesn't need to drug me if he really wants to do something. That's hard to say. Maybe they just like this style and don't like to use force. Jiang Miao, I'm talking to you seriously, why are you driving here? In short, I believe that senior brother is not such a person. Then explain to me what he has been doing these past few days. Is he here to protect you because he is afraid that you will go astray? Speaking of this, Jiang Miao was a little confused. She believed in her senior brother, but what happened in the past few days was indeed inexplicable. Forget it. At worst, I can just pretend to accidentally discover my senior brother and then ask him what he wants to do. Before that, Jiang Miao had just said half of his words when he suddenly let out a muffled groan from his throat. The next second, a familiar chill instantly rose from his dantian and quickly swept through his whole body. Meow meow, meow meow. Damn it, how come the cold poison attacked so quickly this time, without any signs beforehand? The sword spirit's angry voice could not help Jiang Miao, or rather, since she was born, she could only fight the cold poison by herself, and no one could help her. But this time, the cold poison was particularly severe. Jiang Miao had no time to use his internal energy to resist it, and a thin layer of frost had already formed on his eyebrows and hair ends. Am I going to die? No, I haven't avenged my mother yet, and this ending is not acceptable. But, it's so cold, if I die like this, will I no longer be tortured by the cold poison in the future? Unlike the gradual onset in the past, this time the cold poison reached its peak almost instantly. The pain made Jiang Miao feel the breath of death. Just when she could no longer hold on and her consciousness gradually blurred, a person appeared in front of her. Jiang Miao tried to open her eyes wide. Even if she couldn't see clearly, she knew who would appear in front of her at this time. Apart from her senior brother who had been waiting not far away from her, who else could rush to her so quickly? She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Jiang Miao could only blink at Qin Yunxia with difficulty to indicate her situation. But something happened that Jiang Miao couldn't believe. His senior brother seemed to understand his signal, but his actions made him confused. He slowly drew out the whooshing sword and placed it across his shoulders, while speaking to him softly. Sorry, Junia sister, bear with it, it won't hurt too much. What's the meaning? It was the first time you spoke to me so gently and the first time you called me Junia sister, but why did you behave like this? Jiang Miao thought she might be hallucinating. She couldn't think of any reason for her senior brother to kill her, and she didn't believe he would do such a thing. But the pain from the puncture on her shoulder cruelly told her that this was the truth. Qin Yunxia was discussing with the system the question, who is to blame for the plot change, when suddenly a biting chill came from Jiang Miao's room. In this situation, Qin Yunxia realized the reason without the system's reminder. He stepped forward and rushed into Jiang Miao's house. Looking at Jiang Miao's painful expression in front of him, Qin Yunxia was a little confused as to whether the cold poison was too powerful, but he didn't think much about it. Because, in his mind, the system's prompt sound was flashing wildly, reminding him to complete the task in time. Mission issued, please make the heroine injured when the cold poison attacks her. Qin Yunxia hesitated for a moment, but still drew his sword and whispered an apology to Jiang Miao. Just prick it a little bit and complete this damn task first, and I will rescue you immediately. Thinking of this, Qin Yunxia gritted his teeth and thrust the whooshing sword in his hand forward. The next second, the words, mission accomplished, popped up in his mind. However, Qin Yunxia had no time to think about the mission, because at the moment he stabbed the heroine, an accident happened. Chapter 20 Jiang Miao, today I understand my brother's good intentions. Jiang Miao closed his eyes in some pain. This time, Sword Spirit was right. Senior brother did have bad intentions towards me, but he was only planning on my life. After all, she was too naive. She should have understood long ago that, except for her mother, no one in this world would be kind to her for no reason. The wound on her shoulder didn't hurt, but the feeling of being betrayed made her feel so painful that she couldn't breathe. Even the coldness in her body seemed to be less unbearable. No. It's not as if, it's as if, the cold poison has really eased. Jiang Miao, who had been emoting alone for a while, finally realized something was wrong. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that the coldness in his body was disappearing at an alarming speed. But rather than disappearing, the word transferred might be more appropriate, because the cold poison did not disappear out of thin air, but was transferred to the person holding the sword through the whooshing sword that pierced his shoulder. Brother, why are you doing this? Looking at Qin Yunxia, whose face was already beginning to freeze, Jiang Miao only had time to say this before he hurriedly put his hand on Qin Yunxia's shoulder. Having been tortured by the cold poison for so many years, although she didn't know how to cure it, she knew what to do to relieve the pain. The spiritual power in his palm spurted out and circulated through several meridians in Qin Yunxia's body. Jiang Miao said urgently, brother, follow this route and circulate spiritual power immediately to resist the cold. Qin Yunxia, who was frozen stiff, could not answer, but his spiritual power started to work as Jiang Miao said. Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother was different from himself. He did not have cold poison in his body. This little bit of coldness was just rootless duckweed. Looking at his senior brother's cold face, which was now even colder, Jiang Miao felt that he finally understood everything. When I first fought with my senior brother, I discovered that his sword intent could suppress the cold poison in my body. This was also the reason why I chose to live next door to him, to make it easier to observe him. But now that I think about it, I wasn't the only one who discovered something was wrong. My senior brother should have also discovered that he had a cold poison in his body. Because judging from the situation today, my senior brother's sword intent did not suppress the cold poison at all, but attracted it. I felt the cold poison weaken that day because my senior brother had absorbed part of the cold air. How could my senior brother not know that the cold air had already entered my body? In this case, everything made sense. Why did senior brother keep staring at me these days? It wasn't because he was being mean as that idiot sword spirit said, but because senior brother was caring about me. Otherwise, how can I explain that as soon as my cold poison broke out today, my senior brother immediately saved me by using the sword intent to attract me? Jiang Miao, who thought he understood everything, almost shed tears of emotion. Senior brother saved my life at the cost of his own safety. It was ridiculous that I actually doubted senior brother just now. It was really wrong. Especially when his senior brother gently comforted him before saving him. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt too much. Jiang Miao's heart softened when he thought of this. Who said my senior brother is aloof? He is clearly a little angel. While Jiang Miao was trying to make a plan for himself, Qin Yunxia almost cried out of grievance. Damn it, how could this happen? Does this damn Handu have a grudge against me? Why is he still trying to scam me? Host, are you okay? What do you think? How do you feel if I strip you naked and throw you into the snow? No, you must give me an explanation for what happened today, or you will never let me help you complete a task again. Faced with Qin Yunxia's strike warning, the system rarely argued with him, but coaxed him in a rather flattering manner, and then spoke with some guilt. Well, the reason why the cold poison was transferred from the protagonist to their host is actually because of the sword energy of their host. Jiang Miao's imagination was outrageous, but at least she guessed right about their sword intent attracting the cold poison. Qin Yunxia's sword energy contained the pure malice and resentment of his original body, which was a great tonic for all the most yin and evil things. And the cold poison in Jiang Miao's body was exactly the most yin poison in the world. In fact, when Qin Yunxia knocked Jiang Miao away for the first time, some of the cold air was attracted. But the amount was too small at that time, and the first time he drew his sword, the sword force surged, and the little bit of cold air was instantly annihilated, or in other words, it was eaten up. The reason why Jiang Miao was not injured last time was because the evil sword intent was all devoured by the cold poison in his body as nutrients. Because he ate too much and it was difficult to digest, the cold poison did not break out as expected. Today, after digestion, it burst out all at once, so it was countless times more violent than usual. After listening to the system's explanation with a gloomy face, Qin Yunxia cursed in his heart, so, the culprit for all this is you. Well, that's not the case. I gave you the sword energy, but I didn't ask you to use it. Host, well, let's discuss it. Don't go on strike. I'll compensate you, okay? Compensation for what? When the system heard that there was a chance, it immediately cheered up and said, how about this? I'll give you some pills that can restore health, mana, and clear all negative states. How about this? This sounds good, but Qin Yunxia has been dealing with this bastard for 10 years and knows its nature very well. Hearing this, he did not rush to agree, but asked cautiously. I remember that I just completed a mission, and the reward hasn't been distributed yet, right? Are you going to use my mission reward to compensate me? This is indeed the intended system. Har har har, how is that possible? When has this system ever cheated the host? Your mission reward is something else, but this elixir is the system's exclusive compensation. Damn. How come this salted fish suddenly became smart? Qin Yunxia, who had successfully taken advantage of the system, immediately put away his angry expression. His previous behavior was just taking advantage of the opportunity. Since the incident had already happened, there was no need to hold onto it. At this moment, the coldness in the body has gradually calmed down because it has no source. The cold poison in the fetus is deep-rooted and cannot be easily removed. The protagonist in the original novel also went through many hardships before successfully solving it. Therefore, Qin Yunxia's sword intent can only help Jiang Miao attract coldness at most, but it cannot shake the fundamental cold poison. The cold air gradually dissipated, Qin Yunxia slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of white mist, and his frozen body finally felt a little bit. However, at this moment, compared to his body, there is something more important waiting for Qin Yunxia to deal with, and that is Jiang Miao, who was in front of him with eyes full of gratitude. "Brother, I will never forget your kindness." Jiang Miao bowed to Qin Yunxia and thanked him excitedly. "Jiang Miao didn't know your good intentions until today. I doubted you before. I deserve death. Please punish me." "Qin Yunxia? Do you know my good intentions?" "How could I not know? Also, wasn't it me who stabbed you first? Why do you deserve to die?" "I just resisted the cold poison for a while. Why do I feel like I skipped more than 10 episodes?" Chapter 21 Rewards and Compensation. "I know that you care about me, but the cold poison in my body is hard to get rid of. I hope you won't do this again in the future. Otherwise, I will be uneasy." Qin Yunxia was stunned by Jiang Miao's train of thought, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. But Jiang Miao believed that Qin Yunxia had good intentions, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he just thought that he was modest and didn't want to talk about his own achievements, so after thanking him, he continued to speak to Qin Yunxia very seriously. Although she was grateful for her senior brother's selfless act of saving others, Jiang Miao did not want him to take such a risk for her. The key point was that this risk was of no value, and it could not cure her illness, but only alleviate the pain. How could she feel at ease if she let her senior brother take such a risk for such a thing? "Well, I didn't quite understand the first part, but I did understand the last part. What he meant was that I shouldn't help you with the cold poison anymore." "That's great. To be honest, if I hadn't been tricked by this bastard system, I would never help you with it even if I was beaten to death." "Good." After replying with a single word, Qin Yunxia wanted to say goodbye as he was in a hurry to go back and take advantage of the system. However, the injury on Jiang Miao's shoulder was caused by himself after all, so after thinking about it, he decided to speak in a cold tone. "Do we need to stop tomorrow's training?" "No need, it's just a superficial wound." Is senior brother in any danger?" Seeing Qin Yunxia staring at her shoulder, Jiang Miao shook her head to refuse. She was often injured during her practice. Her best friend Bai Yuanqing had just sent her a bunch of medicine a few days ago, so she didn't really take the injury on her shoulder seriously. However, Jiang Miao paused as soon as he said this. He was used to the invasion of cold air, but it was the first time for his senior brother to be exposed to it. If he was injured by accident, he would definitely not be able to continue to trouble his senior brother, so he asked the second half of the question. "It's okay. Since you have nothing to do, go to bed early and continue your training tomorrow." "Okay, then, good night, brother." Ignoring Jiang Miao's subsequent words, Qin Yunxia was eager to go back and settle accounts with the system, but he did not forget to strengthen his image as a cold senior brother. Unfortunately, he turned around too quickly and did not see the smile on Jiang Miao's lips. The senior brother who says one thing and means another is so cute. After returning to his residence, Qin Yunxia first raised his hand to set up a soundproof barrier for himself, then he coldly slammed the wuxin sword on the table and sat down without saying a word. After a while, the system in the body spoke weakly. "Host, haven't we already reached an agreement?" What are you doing?" "I suddenly feel like I've lost out. This time, because of your mistake, the heroine is now grateful to me. If this continues, how can I maintain my villain persona and complete the mission for you? Next time you can just ask for extra money, no need to go through so much trouble." The system interrupted Qin Yunxia's chattering directly, and felt that all its good intentions had gone to waste. It was a pity that it had even felt a little guilty just now. Who would have thought that this bastard would not only blackmail itself, but also want to raise the price? "Okay, kid, wait a minute. I wanted to tell you that the way of heaven has changed, and there is no need to keep your character, but now, keep it in the dark. I will tell you when I am in a better mood." Yes, this is foreshadowing. Look, since I've changed my image in the heroine's mind, do I have to stop pretending in the future? Treating a person who shares the same interests and good intentions with you coldly will not only hurt the other person's kindness, but also your own conscience. Unfortunately, Qin Yunxia doesn't know yet that because he used the wrong method, the system will not confess to him in a short time. Host, please do not push your luck. Maintaining your character is an iron rule and there is no room for change. This compensation is the limit of what this system can offer. If the host is dissatisfied, the system can immediately declare the mission a failure and unbind you from now on. TSK, you're so stingy. Forget it, forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. Where are my compensation and reward? Here they are. Several pills and an ancient book immediately appeared on the table in front of him. Perhaps the system was annoyed by Yunxia's attitude, and it didn't say a word. It just threw the instructions to him without any intention of explaining. Forget it, I just don't want to hear it. Ignoring the system's attitude, he took a quick look at the items in front of him. The red blood replenishing potion, the blue mana restoring potion, and the white status restoring potion all look very much like the basic medicines in the game. However, the introductions are more impressive than the last. The Xingxing Zawar pill can save a person by ignoring all injuries as long as the person is still alive. The 8 Directions Gui Yuan pill can replenish the body's spiritual energy instantly without causing any harm to the body. The Exorcism and Barrier Breaking pill can eliminate all negative conditions, including poisoning, curses, etc. Good stuff, the dog system has invested a lot of money this time. With these pills in hand, it is equivalent to having a few more lives out of thin air. It's a pity that there are only 3 of each pill. Holding the white Exorcist and Barrier Breaking pill, Yunxia suddenly asked, by the way, can this thing cure the cold poison in the female subject's body? No, the cold poison in the protagonist's body was brought in from the womb. After so many years of entanglement, it has already merged with her and is indistinguishable from her. However, if she takes 1 pill when the cold poison attacks, it can suppress the coldness. Forget it. It's a waste to use this life-saving thing to make the heroine suffer pain that she can already bear. If this is the case, it's better to solve it with sword energy. Shaking his head and putting the pill back into the storage bag, Yunxia turned to look at his mission reward, an ancient book with a blank cover. A great man left behind this heaven-piercing sword cannon. Each move contains the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With just 2 lines of introduction, this nameless sword manual was elevated to a pedestal. Even Yunxia, a sword Dao idiot, couldn't help but feel curious. However, when he turned the page and saw the contents clearly, his face turned dark again. It was a thin sword manual, about 20 to 30 pages thick, and there was not a single word on it. There was only a little man holding a sword on each page, and the drawing was very crude. You call this a sword manual? Are you sure it's not a comic book you bought for 3 cents at a street stall? Host, please do not question. You're professional, right? Okay, shut up. I can recite these sentences by heart, and you won't find it annoying. Yunxia complained with disgust, thought about it, and decided to flip through the sword manual. Although the sword energy given by the system before had tricked him twice, it was indeed powerful. He thought that it would not be necessary to use a comic book to tease himself now. But considering his extremely poor talent, Yunxia didn't think he could really learn anything from it. Having been hit so many times, he had already learned it to be calm. But something happened that surprised Yunxia. He emptied his mind and tried to kill time, but he saw that the little man in the sword manual seemed to come alive. In the blink of an eye, he had completed a set of sword techniques. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The sword manual was still the sword manual, and the villain was still the villain. There was no change at all, as if everything just now was just an illusion. But Yunxia knew that was not the case, because the sword technique used by the villain just now had been deeply engraved in his mind, the kind that he could not forget even if he wanted to. Unconsciously, Yunxia put his fingers together to form a sword and began to dance following the sword moves in his mind. What is a sword? The sword is the king of all weapons. Some are majestic, some are elegant and unrestrained, some are as heavy as a mountain, and some are unconventional. Therefore, among all weapons, only the sword can explain the 3,000 great ways. Yunxia did not understand these words in the past, but now he suddenly seemed to understand them. As these words kept repeating in his mind, his aura changed again and again. Grand, elegant, heavy, evil, all kinds of auras flash by continuously, and finally, return to nothingness. Yunxia finally stopped what he was doing, turned around and rushed out the door, facing the cold moonlight, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 22 Almost. Under the moonlight, everything is silent and seems to be covered with a hazy layer, giving people a sense of tranquility as if they were in a dream. Yunxia stood in front of the door with his eyes closed, feeling the moonlight flowing over his body, and his heart was filled with unprecedented peace. At this moment, he forgot about the heroine and the death he had been worried about. He just recalled the sword moves he had just used over and over again. Enlightenment is an extremely wonderful state. People who fall into this state will gain huge benefits afterwards, either by improving their strength, or by eliminating their inner demons, or by solving some hidden dangers of their own. This kind of state that can be encountered but not sought after is often called a gift from heaven by people in the world, and Qin Yunxia has now received this gift. From a newbie who knew nothing about swordsmanship, he became a swordsmanship master in the blink of an eye, and was only one step away from understanding the sword intent. As long as he could figure out his own way, breaking through this layer of window paper and even breaking through the god stage realm would be a natural thing. Unfortunately, perhaps because he had accumulated too little, Qin Yunxia had not been able to take the last step until the sun rose. He always felt as if something was missing. He opened his eyes, shook his head with regret, and then smiled easily. Since he was only one step away from success, there was no need to rush. He had already gained a lot of benefits last night, so why be greedy? Qin Yunxia stretched slowly and gently stroked his whooshing sword. You may be very strong, but what I have learned is the most suitable for me. The whooshing sword trembled slightly and made a buzzing sound, as if responding, but also as if refuting. System, will the next mission be much later? Ignoring the movement of the whooshing sword, Qin Yunxia turned to ask the system. Since the original self did not appear very often in the original novel, and always acted like a demon whenever he appeared, Qin Yunxia remembered the following plot quite clearly. After Jiang Miao entered the inner sect for a period of time, he naturally broke through to the realm of defying fate, and it was naturally time for him to accept the sect's mission. This task took a long time, and because it was specially prepared for new inner sect disciples like Jiang Miao, the original body did not participate. I never thought that one day, their host would take the initiative to ask for a mission. This really surprised the system. You're surprised too early. I just wanted to say that this mission should be 3 months later and last for a full 6 months, right? That means I will have nothing to do in these 9 months, right? System, another day when I want to chop this salted fish to death. Finally, Qin Yunxia smiled after receiving a positive answer. How could he be forced to follow the protagonist for several days and not be allowed to take a vacation? So, in the next few days, Qin Yunxia happily started fishing. Apart from the daily afternoon sparring with Jiang Miao, he spent the rest of the time either eating or relaxing. He had never even read the Nameless Sword manual, which was considered a rare treasure. Of course, this was not entirely because Qin Yunxia was lazy, but because the sword manual had not revealed any magical properties since that night. I think it should have strict requirements on the strength of the user. As Qin Yunxia's swordsmanship improved greatly, Jiang Miao had been struggling in the recent days. However, Jiang Miao quickly turned this pressure into a boost to become stronger. Every time she was knocked down, she would get up stronger. So, half a month later, one night, Qin Yunxia, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a wave of spiritual power coming from the foot of the mountain. When he understood what happened, Jiang Miao had already completely entered the realm of defying fate. The chain reaction caused by this result was that when the two met in the early morning of the next day, Jiang Miao excitedly challenged Qin Yunxia. Brother, I have broken through the realm of defying fate. I wonder if you can fight with me, so that I can get familiar with my own strength as soon as possible. Qin Yunxia, I was woken up by you last night, and I have to practice sword with you early this morning. Is this what a male supporting villain should do? So, 10 breaths later, Jiang Miao looked at the finger on his forehead and fell silent. Is senior brother in a bad mood? A mere reverse fate realm makes you lose your composure like this? I'll double my training today. Qin Yunxia slowly retracted his right hand and said this coldly. Then he took out the book, 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms, that he had prepared long ago and threw it over, saying in a rather disdainful tone. You are so weak, don't call me your fellow disciple anymore, it's embarrassing. Jiang Miao took the secret book in a daze. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Qin Yunxia had turned and left. The sword spirit in her body also spoke at the right time. What's wrong with your senior brother? He clearly cares about you, so why does he say something so annoying? Jiang Miao rarely agreed with Jian Hun's words. She had just flipped through the book, 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms, and knew that it was an extremely powerful forbidden technique that was not something that could be obtained easily. However, her senior brother gave it to her so easily. TSK, I care about you, why do you have to act so awkward? You're such a man, being so tsunder is disgusting. Shut up. Jiang Miao couldn't agree with this statement. How could senior brother be disgusting? He was obviously so cute, okay? He was worried that I would become arrogant after my sudden increase in strength, so he defeated me quickly and said some hurtful words. He was afraid that I would be devastated, so he specially gave me such a precious skill. He is such a considerate and thoughtful senior brother. Why do you, an idiot sword soul, speak ill of him? I'm sorry, brother. I didn't adjust my mindset in time and made you worry. I understand your good intentions, and this will never happen again in the future. Jiang Miao, who had advanced to the fate-defying realm, had already mastered this method of long-distance sound transmission. Of course, when we say long distance, it actually means within a radius of 1 kilometer. However, she and Qin Yunshuo didn't live far away from each other, so this sound transmission could be sent directly to Qin Yunshuo. Qin Yunshuo, who had just beaten up the protagonist and felt refreshed, was a little confused after listening to the content of the voice transmission. Today he got up early to find Jiang Miao. His original intention was to give her the martial arts skills, and beating someone up was just a side job. In order to make his act of giving her the skills seem more reasonable, he also pointed out that her strength was too weak and he really couldn't stand it, so he gave her the skills as a gift. On the surface, she looks like a tsundere, but in reality, she is both a system and a protagonist, which not only maintains her character, but also does not create unnecessary resentment among the protagonist. Given the protagonist's grateful character, she might be unhappy with her own behavior, but for the sake of the martial arts, she would not hold a grudge against herself. This is the correct way to deal with it. But why does Jiang Miao look so grateful now? By the way, your protagonist is not right? System, although I have more than 30,000 words to curse you, I endured it for the sake of passing the review. Qin Yunshuo did not find it strange that Jiang Miao had broken through the fate-defying realm, and the person involved did not take it seriously. However, this news made Shumushi and Bai Yuanqing, who came to visit by chance, stand there in shock. Chapter 23, The 100 Beauties List. You mean, you have already broken through the realm of defying fate? Jiang Miao expressionlessly pushed away Bai Yuanqing, who was almost lying on him, and tilted his head to avoid her spitting attack. It's no wonder that Bai Yuanqing was excited. There was a watershed between the Outer Gang realm and the Ni Ming realm. Anyone who could break through before the age of 30 could be called a genius. Think about Bai Yuanqing, who was born into a noble family and had decent talent, but in her 20s, she was still struggling in the outer realm. Thanks to Qin Yunshuo's previous sword, she had the capital to break through and defy fate before the age of 30. But what about Jiang Miao? He is only 17 years old this year, but he has already taken this step. Compared with the beast like Qin Yunshuo at the beginning, he is only 1 year slower. Master brother, he is really lucky. Shumushi, who had recovered from his shock, sighed, then took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them over. This bottle of Jiu Yuan Dan was originally meant to help you strengthen your foundation, and it's just in time for use now. Give the other bottle to your senior brother and have him take 1 pill every day. If there are any adverse reactions, tell me at any time. There is nothing much to say about the Guyuan pill, but the bottle of pill given to senior brother, if nothing unexpected happens, should have been made by Uncle Shu according to senior brother's character problems, right? Alas. Senior brother is such a kind person. I just hope this medicine is useful and can help senior brother get rid of the burden in his heart as soon as possible. Jiang Miao took the 2 bottles of pills, then looked at Shumushi curiously. Thank you for the medicine, uncle. But, why didn't uncle give it to me personally? Shumushi kept Ji Wufeng's instructions in mind and was determined not to reveal in front of Qin Yunshuo that she already knew about his past, so when faced with Jiang Miao's questions, she just waved her hand. You young people still have common topics. What am I, an old guy, doing here? He turned around and gave Bai Yuanqing a few more instructions, then Shumushi flew into the air and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. As soon as Shumushi left, Bai Yuanqing immediately rushed to Jiang Miao and asked impatiently. Miao Miao, tell me quickly, what has happened to you recently? How did you cultivate so fast? Jiang Miao sighed helplessly. Bai Yuanqing was a few years older than him, but she acted like a naive person who didn't know the world. In their daily relationship, Jiang Miao took care of her more. Nothing special. In addition to regular training, I also soak in the body tempering pool every day and practice with my senior brothers. Bai Yuanqing was stunned for a moment, then asked with a gossipy look on her face. You mean, senior brother Qin sacrifices his time every day to help you teach you moves? Although what Bai Yuanqing said was not very pleasant, it was indeed the fact, so after Jiang Mia thought about it, he nodded in affirmation. Hiss, when did you win over senior brother Qin, this icy beauty? You even hid it from me. Jiang Miao? Is it because I am not articulate or is there something wrong with your ears? When did I take him down, senior brother? Seeing Jiang Mia's bewildered expression, Bai Yuanqing sighed and said, You always ignore everything I tell you. Senior brother Qin is the third on the 100 beauties list, with a cold personality and untainted by worldly desires. Senior sister Tang Xiangling from Luoyang Peak admired senior brother Qin and stood at the foot of Yunxia Peak for a whole month just to see senior brother Qin, but senior brother Qin ignored her. How could such a person be willing to practice sword with you every day? TSK. A barrage of words came out of Bai Yuanqing's mouth. Before Jiang Miao could react, the sword spirit in his body echoed them. That's right, what Bai girl said makes sense. Miao Miao, I told you that your senior brother must be interested in you, but you didn't believe it. How is it now? You also said that my senior brother had bad intentions towards me, what happened? Hey, are you stupid? I'm plotting against you just because I'm interested in you. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Climb. After another set of skilled shielding, Jiang Miao raised his head and looked at Bai Yuanqing, pinched his temples with some tiredness, and asked. You misunderstood. Senior brother is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If he was really heartless and cold-hearted, why would he help you in the first place? Bai Yuanqing's tone suddenly froze, and he touched his nose with a lack of confidence and said, This. Also, what is this 100 beauties list you mentioned? Why does it sound like a ranking of the courtesans in a brothel? Are you sure this thing can pass review? Speaking of this, Bai Yuanqing was no longer sleepy. She first looked around cautiously, then with excitement on her face she took out a rather exquisite book from the deepest part of her storage bag and handed it to Jiang Miao. That's it. I recommended it to you before, but you were so focused on practicing sword skills that you didn't even look at it. This list of 100 beauties is updated every month, and it lists the 100 most beautiful women in the world today. Even if she is a beauty, why is senior brother's name on it? Beauty has nothing to do with gender. As long as a man has outstanding appearance and temperament, he can also be called a beauty. Jiang Miao flipped through it casually and saw that there were indeed men and women on it. Each page recorded a beauty and was accompanied by a portrait, which was quite exquisite. However, in addition to the famous figures of various sects, even the Buddhist disciple Bukong of Shumi Buddhist sect was ranked above them. There were even many magic cultivators from the magic sects. Buddha Bukong didn't say anything, so how come this group of demon cultivators are also among them? Jiang Miao's tone was quite serious. Bai Yuanqing shrank her neck slightly and replied weakly. The 100 beauties list only looks at appearance and temperament, and does not consider character and personality. It is normal for a demon cultivator to be on the list. What a normal hammer. The corner of Jiang Miao's mouth twitched, and then he decisively threw the book into his storage bag, then looked at Bai Yuanqing and said. I was wondering why you have made such slow progress recently. It seems that you have spent all your time doing this kind of thing, right? I have confiscated this book, but I will keep it for you for the time being. If you can break through the fate-defying realm within this year, I will return it to you. If not, I will give this book to Uncle Master Shu. Bai Yuanqing muttered unconvincedly, but Master also reads this. Jiang Miao, is it true that there is no normal person among us at Hanyu Immortal Sect? Then I will hand the book over to my master. Miao Miao, you can't do this to me, we are good sisters. This time, Bai Yuanqing didn't dare to act naughty at all. When she heard that Jiang Miao was going to give the book to Ji Wufeng, she started wailing at the top of her voice. Jiang Miao was helpless and could only comfort her like coaxing a child. He also said that he would never hand the book to his master, but Bai Yuanqing must also promise to practice hard. Bai Yuanqing, who had begged in vain, had to repeatedly remind Jiang Miao not to give the book to anyone else, and left her little baby reluctantly. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Miao really couldn't understand why there were such boring people in this world. It was not enough for them to comment on other people's faces, but they also had to compile them into a book. However, a figure like my senior brother only ranked third. I wonder how impressive the two people in front of him are. Thinking of this, Jiang Miao suddenly stopped the step he was about to take, and his eyes subconsciously turned to his storage bag. Anyway, I won't delay my cultivation for this, so why not take a look? Besides, I am here to see if there is any unhealthy content in this book, so that I can decide whether to return it to Yuanqing in the future. This is a serious matter. People are always strict with others and lenient with themselves, even the protagonist is no exception. Jiang Miao prepared himself mentally and immediately took out the book called 100 Beauties List to find out. However, she had just turned the page about Qin Yunxia and had not had time to take a closer look when a familiar voice rang out from outside the door that she had forgotten to close. It's time for you to take on a mission. Your training these few days will be suspended. What are you doing? Jiang Miao raised his head somewhat stiffly. The person standing outside the door was the protagonist of the page of the book in front of him, his senior brother Qin Yunxia. Chapter 24. Is this how you usually spend your time? When their eyes met, Jiang Miao suddenly had the illusion that, although I am alive, I am already dead. Oh. Brother, are you sent by God to punish me? Why do you always catch me in embarrassing moments? Jiang Miao almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment under her feet, but Qin Yunxia outside the door didn't know what she was thinking. Even if he knew, he would only feel wronged. I swear to God, if your door was half closed, I would not stand directly in front of your door. Who told you to leave the door wide open? By the time I realized something was wrong, it was too late. However, Qin Yunxia was unaware of Jiang Miao's inner embarrassment and had other thoughts about the current situation. What does it mean for a woman to sit alone in a room and stare at a man's portrait? This is not the modern era where houses are covered with idol posters. In this era, 9 out of 10 times, she has someone she loves. But if this woman is a heroine like Jiang Miao who has no emotional line, then there is a second possibility. The weak protagonist wants to take revenge on the villain who is stronger than himself, so he painstakingly collects his information, finds the flaws in it, and then defeats the strong with his weak strength and gives the opponent a fatal blow. Even though Qin Yunxia himself knew that this idea was ridiculous, he still didn't believe that the heroine in the original novel who was devoted to cultivation would be attracted to him. How many dishes did I have to drink so much? The two of them were just like this, one was thinking wildly, and the other was so embarrassed that he wanted to die on the spot. No one spoke first. It was only when the sword spirit in his body reminded him in time that Jiang Miao came back to his senses. He subconsciously closed the book, and then he realized, what is there to be panicked about? The book is not his, why is he acting like a guilty thief? After coughing twice, Jiang Miao pretended to be calm and looked at Qin Yunxia. Brother, what do you want from me? Qin Yunxia vaguely saw the title of the book when Jiang Miao closed the book just now, and immediately overturned his previous guess. Oh, don't practice too much in the recent period. Since you have broken through the fate-defying state, you will probably be accepting inner sect missions soon. Stay in good shape. By the way, let me stay for 2 more days and play against you. It's really tiring. Qin Yunxia silently added the last sentence in his heart, thought about it, and asked without suppressing his curiosity. What were you looking at? Jiang Miao had now recovered from the inexplicable embarrassment and responded immediately after hearing this. It's just some boring pictures, just to kill time when I have nothing to do. After saying that, as if afraid that Qin Yunxia would not believe it, Jiang Miao directly pushed the book forward and said, Brother, do you want to take a look? As soon as he said this, Jiang Miao wanted to slap himself in the face. It would be fine if he looked at this kind of thing in private, but he took it directly to the person concerned and asked him to look at it. What was he thinking? Wasn't it embarrassing enough? But I have already said it, and my senior brother has already taken the book. If I go back on my word now, wouldn't it make me look guilty? Oh. Isn't it just a ranking based on looks? What's wrong with that? Relax, relax. But after Qin Yunxia turned the page, he only glanced at it twice, then raised his head in astonishment and looked at Jiang Miao with an unbelievable look. This attitude made Jiang Miao's heart sink suddenly. You usually like to read this kind of book. It's not me, I didn't do that, I am innocent, this crappy book belongs to Bai Yuanqing. Jiang Miao was going to say this, but seeing Qin Yunxia's expression seemed very shocked, he couldn't help but think, is there really any taboo content in this book? If it is really very serious, he can't give Yuanqing away. This. After a slight hesitation, Qin Yunxia held the book in front of her and pointed at one of the passages and asked. So, this is how you usually kill time. Jiang Miao looked up and saw that the book was turning to the page about Bukong Budo. In addition to a beautiful portrait, there was also a long text introduction that outlined Bukong Buder's general information. On the line where Qin Yunxia pointed, there was a description like this. Born with the bones of a Buddha, she is unable to survive the earthly tribulations. Strategy guide, you can use her compassion and desire to save all living beings to approach her in the disguise of a clever little demon girl, and you may have a chance of success. Jiang Miao? Jiang Miao. Holy crap. I said that the damn girl told me not to show the book to others before she left. It turns out that this thing not only has a portrait and an introduction, but also a strategy. By Yuanqing, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Wait, since the page about Bukong Fozi has this kind of content, then the others, especially the page about senior brother, Shold and T have it as well, right? Not only Jiang Miao was curious about this question, Qin Yunxia also wanted to know the answer, so their hearts turned as the pages of the book turned, and finally stopped on the third to last page. He has a miserable life since childhood, a cold heart, and is as aloof as a banished immortal. Strategy guide, the only way to break the iceberg is to pull him down to earth with fiery passion. It is recommended to approach him with daily means such as healing injuries, delivering medicine, and eating delicious food. If you have the same experience, the success rate should be higher. The sky was blue, the wind was gentle, and Jiang Miao wanted to bury Bai Yuanqing alive right now. And bury himself as well. Are you sure the content of this hammer guide is not a copy of her and her senior brother's daily life? Giving away secret books, removing cold poison, cooking delicious food, which of these things have they not done? Especially the last sentence, people with the same experience, har har, this is not about bringing a banished immortal back to the mortal world, it is clearly a trick to send her, Jiang Miao, to hell. Silence, a long silence. After a while, Jiang Miao finally said in a hoarse voice, brother, actually this. Miao Miao, I forgot to tell you just now, about the mission hall. Bai Yuanqing's brisk voice came from outside the door, which was still open, and then, like Qin Yunxia just now, she got stuck in the middle of her speech. Beautiful boys and girls, beautiful books, and a beautiful light bulb at the door, what a harmonious and happy picture. What the hell? Bai Yuanqing, why the hell are you killing and making up at the same time? Jiang Miao felt like a camel carrying a heavy load, which was about to be crushed by the last straw. However, her best friend refused to believe in it and brought an elephant to smash on her. The explanation that he had prepared was interrupted by this, and he couldn't say it at all. But Bai Yuanqing looked at the two of them, and then fixed her eyes on the book in Qin Yunxia's hand, with an expression of disbelief. Yes. I'm sorry, senior brother Qin, I disturbed you. No, I mean, if I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come earlier. No, that. After the last sparring incident, Bai Yuanqing was already a little afraid of Qin Yunxia, and coupled with the awkward situation at the moment, she almost spoke out her true feelings. Fortunately, Qin Yunxia had come to his senses at this time. He closed the book calmly, shook his head lightly and said, "It's okay. I finished talking about my business and I'm ready to go. You guys can chat." As he spoke, he walked towards the door. When he was about to step through the door, he paused and then spoke in a rather subtle tone. "Don't read this kind of book in the future. I don't mind, but if Master sees him in this book, I'm afraid." Qin Yunxia didn't finish the rest of his words. He just shook his head slightly and flew away. Only Bai Yuanqing, who was feeling more and more guilty, and Jiang Miao, who was now completely petrified, were left there. Master, is he also in this book? Well, their head master is very powerful and handsome, so it's not surprising that he is ranked second. Number 2. Bai Yuanqing realized that he had said something wrong and immediately covered his mouth, but it was too late. Who's at the top of the list? Could it be my senior brother whom I haven't met yet? Oh, that's not the case. The top of the list is the leader of the original demon cult. Har har, that's great, a master, a senior brother, and a demon king. Plus 97 people like Bukong Fozi, everyone carries that shitty strategy guide. So, not only did I just watch this thing in front of you, but I even took the initiative to push it to you. Then you are pretty amazing. Har ha 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 ha. The sword soul, who was tickled by the conversation between the two girls, couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Miao Miao, you are so lucky to have such a friend. If you think positively, at least you will have more fun, right? Bullshit, that brought you a lot of joy, now I just want to strangle this guy to death. By Yuan Xing. Chapter 25, Inner Demon. Overthinking. By Yuan Xing, whose cultivation level was only at the outer gang realm, naturally could not escape Jiang Miao's claws. As for what happened specifically, it was nothing more than some beauties fighting, and perhaps some clothes tearing plots or something. I know you don't like to watch that, so I won't go into details here. That night, after Jiang Miao had prepared himself mentally for the 6th time, he finally mustered up the courage and flew to Qin Yinshuo's bamboo house. To be honest, that kind of socially fatal incident just happened today. Unless something unexpected happens, Jiang Miao has no plan to meet Qin Yinshuo in the short term. But unfortunately, Uncle Shu asked me to pass on the elixir to my senior brother, but I haven't had the time to give it to him yet. This is a major matter that concerns my brother's state of mind. No matter how embarrassing it is, it cannot be delayed. Jiang Miao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, raised his hand and knocked on the bamboo door, and spoke in a forced calm manner. Is senior brother here? Junia's sister wants to see you for something. The bamboo house was silent for a while. Sword Spirit asked in confusion, strange, your brother is sitting in the house right now, why doesn't he answer? Qin Yinshuo did not hide his aura. Not to mention the Sword Spirit, even Jiang Miao could sense it clearly. He was sitting on the cloud bed meditating at this moment, but for some reason he did not respond. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Miao stretched out his hand and pushed hard, and the bamboo door slowly opened to both sides. It seemed that this pair of senior and junior brothers and sisters did not have the habit of closing the door casually. Brother, am I coming in? There was no light in the bamboo house, but with the vision of the fate-defying realm, it was not affected. Jiang Miao walked a few steps into their house, turned around the screen, and cast his eyes towards Qin Yinshuo's bedroom. Just this one glance made Jiang Miao exclaim in surprise. He saw that Qin Yinshuo, who was lying on the cloud bed, had black air all over his body, and with every breath he took, the black air would grow stronger. The ominous black air made Qin Yinshuo's originally handsome face look a little ferocious. This scene did not look good no matter how you looked at it. As if he had sensed something, Qin Yinshuo slowly opened his eyes. His originally dark and deep eyes were now stained with blood red, which was extremely scary. Even his voice was a little hoarse. You? Brother, please don't say too much. Quickly concentrate on the yuan and one, and calm your mind. Jiang Miao's face looked a little unhappy. After getting close to Qin Yinshuo, she could clearly feel a strong malice. This feeling was exactly the same as when her senior brother drew his sword. Damn it, I didn't expect that my brother's state of mind has reached such a dangerous level. I'm afraid he is not far from having a mental disorder. But why didn't the spiritual energy around my brother riot? If I hadn't happened to catch up, I would not have noticed anything unusual even if I was outside the door. So, how could a good person suddenly develop a demon in his heart? Let's go back a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour ago, Qin Yinshuo was meditating and thinking about his sword intent. Thanks to the previous nameless sword manual, Qin Yinshuo's understanding of swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he is only one step away from generating sword intent. In this situation, even the most inexperienced person has to work hard. As mentioned before, the sword is born from the heart, and the sword intent that can be comprehended depends entirely on the user's state of mind. For example, a person with a hot temper will have a sword intent that is as aggressive as fire, while a person with a cold personality will often have a cold and murderous sword. Then, with this attitude of letting things go with the flow, what kind of sword meaning will I comprehend? In other words, what kind of sword meaning is most suitable for me? This was the first time that Qin Yinshuo had seriously thought about his own strength since he crossed over. In the past, relying on the mana and physical body he had cultivated while hanging up, as well as his powerful spirit, he had mostly been a mobile turret when fighting with others, just like playing a game. He had basically never thought about anything else. In fact, the host does not need to be so entangled. Although your character is indeed useless, if you can struggle to the soul condensation realm, then your mentality may not be harmful to your cultivation. Ignoring the dog system's sarcasm, Qin Yinshuo grasped the point and asked directly, it may not be bad, is there any benefit? To learn is to increase day by day, to practice the Tao is to decrease day by day, to decrease again and again, to the point of inaction. Laozi advocated inaction, so how can such a thought and state of mind be completely useless? please speak human language. System, what sin did I commit to deserve such an illiterate person as my host? Forget it, let's skip this topic. The comprehension of sword intent does not depend on hard practice, but if the host is anxious, you can carefully study the sword energy in the wuxing sword, which may be helpful to you. Although the sword energy in the wuxing sword embodies the malice of human nature and is completely inconsistent with Qin Yunxia's nature, it is ultimately a prototype of sword intent. It will always be beneficial to ponder it more. Qin Yunxia followed his instructions and immersed his mind in the sword, eliciting the sword energy. Unlike the first time he used it and lost control, now when he used this sword energy, he had already perfectly controlled it, and the malice in the sword would never spread out and disturb others. Qin Yunxia felt the sword energy flowing through his body, and he had some enlightenment, but he hadn't gained anything substantial yet. The malice was running around with the sword energy, but it had no effect on him. After all, they have undergone systematic transformation. These evil forces that seem to be able to make people fall into the devil's heart at any time, at most, make Qin Yunxia feel no more uncomfortable than after watching a thriller. But Jiang Miao naturally had no way of knowing all this, so the scene mentioned above happened. Hearing Jiang Miao's somewhat anxious tone, Qin Yunxia was confused for a moment, then he remembered that he was currently stimulating sword energy for cultivation. Perhaps her misunderstanding arose from this. Qin Yunxia dissipated the sword energy in his body with some embarrassment, touched his nose, and was about to say something, but was blocked by Jiang Miao's figure that suddenly approached him. Jiang Miao came forward and grabbed Qin Yunxia's wrist, using his spiritual power to check the situation inside his body while carefully examining his complexion. After finding that everything was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, senior brother is fine. That scene just now really made me worried. Is senior brother feeling unwell right now? Even though he had guessed that the heroine's view of him was different from that in the original novel, Qin Yunxia was still a little overwhelmed by this pure concern. There is a reason why Jiang Miao in the original novel can be loved and helped by so many people. She is kind, upright, and caring for the weak. She is completely different from other protagonists, who only care about their own enjoyment and even kill whole families and slaughter the people. She is willing to use kindness to repay everyone who is kind to her. But I feel ashamed of this kindness. All the kindness I showed you was either because of a mission or a misunderstanding. I would be very grateful if you didn't hate me, but how could I accept your kindness as if nothing had happened? Why are you here? Jiang Miao didn't know what Qin Yunxia was thinking, he just felt that his senior brother hadn't spoken to him in such a cold tone for a long time. Maybe he was angry that he had discovered his secret, or maybe he was pretending to be indifferent because he was embarrassed to be seen. Never mind. Qin Yunxia's cold outward but warm-hearted arrogant image had long been ingrained in Jiang Miao's heart. In other words, this girl had long learned to use her imagination to explain all the unreasonable things for Qin Yunxia. After briefly explaining his purpose, Jiang Miao took out the bottle of pills and placed it on the table. After thinking for a while, he gave another instruction. Brother, please remember that if you feel any discomfort while taking the medicine, you must go find Uncle Shu as soon as possible. Well, if there is nothing else, go back. Even the system in the body couldn't stand this attitude, and couldn't help but say, in fact, host, you don't have to use such a heartless way to maintain your personality. After all, people care about you. It's not good to hurt their kindness like this, right? What else? Respond to her kindness, become close friends with her, and then severely hurt her during a mission in the future. Instead of doing that, it's better to let her get used to my indifference now. Don't say it as if it's the system's fault. However, seeing how he was struggling, it seemed like he really couldn't bear it. Otherwise, why not tell him now without having to maintain his character? Host, actually. Brother, if you are not in a hurry to rest, why don't I tell you a story? Qin Yunxia was stunned for a moment, then nodded impatiently, with an expression that said, hurry up and say it, and get out of here. TSK, the protagonist is really troublesome. She is not sleeping in the middle of the night. What kind of story is she telling? However, in order not to increase her hatred, I can only listen reluctantly. By the way, System, what did you want to say just now? System. So, it's really disgusting to be a man and be arrogant. I even felt a little guilty about hiding it from you just now, damn it. When I treat you as a human being, can you please try to act like one? Nothing, I just want to tell the host that the next mission is about to begin, please prepare early. This doesn't require me to maintain my personal image, so I have to keep it a secret from you for a while. Chapter 26. Open your heart. It's too early. The culture in this world is roughly similar to that of the ancient feudal period. Even for those who practice cultivation, the customs are more open than ordinary people. But obviously, it is also not allowed for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room in the middle of the night. Therefore, Jiang Miao and Qin Yunxia were sitting opposite each other at the table in the courtyard, neither of them looking at each other. One lowered his head, as if he was sorting out his thoughts, while the other looked up at the moon, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Jiang Miao slowly spoke and began to narrate his past. The cold poison has been with him since he was born. Before he was 8 years old, he was always struggling on the verge of death. At the age of 9, he witnessed his biological mother being murdered, and learned about the grievances of the previous generation from the killer. Afterwards, he wandered around the world, fought with wild beasts, and competed with beggars for scraps. He lived in the world hard and humbly relying on the only hard bones he had. Qin Yunxia naturally knew about Jiang Miao's past, but the short chapter in the book and her own story gave completely different feelings. If in the past, Qin Yunxia could have brushed aside Jiang Miao's past with words like, "She is the protagonist, and it is necessary for her to suffer in the early stages," then tonight, looking at the girl in front of him who had not yet fully grown up, all he had left in his heart was admiration and a trace of pity. People always admire what they can't do. As a salted fish, Qin Yunxia believes that he can't bear Jiang Miao's past, let alone be as high-spirited as her. At the same time, he secretly sighed. No matter how much the protagonist's halo, she is just a 17-year-old girl after all. But, why did Jiang Miao say all this to me out of the blue? Not only Qin Yunxia, but even Jian Hun was curious about this question. Miao Miao, didn't you hate talking about these things before? Why are you talking about them today? You forgot what Uncle Shu told us. The root cause of brother's mental problems is his past. In this case, ordinary persuasion is useless, but if there is someone with the same experience, maybe he can open up to him. Jiang Miao silently observed Qin Yunxia's expression while responding in his heart. In fact, this idea came to me after reading the strategy guide today. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it makes sense when I think about it carefully, right? Of course, until now, Qin Yunxia had only roughly guessed that her appearance just now had caused Jiang Miao to misunderstand her, and she was just comforting herself at the moment. She had not thought about the tragic experience of her original body at all, so naturally she could not guess what Jiang Miao's true intention was. But that didn't matter. He just needed to know that he should leave now. In his previous life, Qin Yunxia was a person who was easily soft-hearted, and he would always double the return for the kindness of others. Tonight, Jiang Miao was so obviously concerned about him. If he didn't leave, not to mention maintaining his villain character, he would probably even give Jiang Miao the life-saving pills sent by the system. It's so useless. Qin Yunxia secretly spit on himself, then stood up and said in a cold tone, "It's late at night, and we still have to practice tomorrow, so go to bed early." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not giving Jiang Miao any chance to stay. TSK, it seems that it's not that easy to get your senior brother to open up to you. But you yourself have confessed everything in the past to your senior brother. I don't know whether you are trying to persuade him or confide in him. Jiang Miao shook his head and did not block the sword spirit as he did in the past. Instead, he replied to her indifferently. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it didn't freeze overnight. We can't rush this matter. Besides, when we are injured, we will always lick each other's wounds. Does it matter who helps whom? Hey, Miao Miao you. Sword Spirit's words stopped abruptly, and Jiang Miao raised his head in surprise. He saw Qin Yunxia, who had just left, coming back and standing in front of him. Brother. This is my room. Jiang Miao blinked, looked back at the bamboo house behind him, then cast his gaze at Qin Yunxia's embarrassed profile, and then pinched his thigh. There was no other way. If I laughed at this moment, my senior brother would be too embarrassed to face others. As a caring and good junior sister, I must not let my senior brother be embarrassed like this. Master. Senior brother, please. Please go ahead. Enduring the unbridled laughter of the sword spirit in his mind, Jiang Miao pinched his hands harder and faster, quickly taking out the jade plate. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it disappeared from Qin Yunxia's sight in the blink of an eye. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Jiang Miao disappeared, Qin Yunxia faintly heard a burst of laughter. Shit! Is there any justice in the world? I am a time traveler, but I have made a fool of myself in front of a little girl time and time again. Don't I have any dignity? It's all this damn system's fault. If it weren't for it, why would I be laughed at? System. Host, please speak with conscience. It was you who wanted to listen to the story just now, and it was you who left in a hurry because you were afraid of being soft-hearted. This system didn't say a word from beginning to end. Why do you put the blame on me? What did I do just now? You breathed. System, beep, 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 beep. The content is too harmonious and friendly to be displayed. After successfully passing the buck to the system, Qin Yunxia finally breathed a long sigh of relief. However, when he turned to look at the house at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Protagonist, if you continue like this, I really won't be able to bear to target you. TSK, I really don't understand why the host is so indecisive. There are many other villains who cross over into books. Not to mention targeting the protagonist, there are also many who take away people's opportunities or even kill them directly. How can he be so decisive? If you have the ability, go find someone else. If you don't have the ability, stop nagging. Qin Yunxia is not a saint, nor is he a good person. In the past 10 years since he traveled through time, he has killed many people when he went down the mountain to do missions. But salted fish have their own principles. If others are good to him, he will repay them with hatred. He can't do such a thing. It was okay now. I didn't know if it was a misunderstanding or fate, but I accidentally didn't hurt her when I completed the task. But in the subsequent tasks, there were a few that almost made me angry when I read the book. Do I really want to do such an excessive thing to Jiang Miao? I can only take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I will refuse the mission. It's nothing more than stopping my practice for a while. What else can I do? In the next few days, Jiang Miao's cultivation was no longer as hard as before, so Qin Yunxia was able to slack off. Bai Yuanqing would come over from time to time, not only to keep in touch with her bestie, but also to see the effect of Qin Yunxia's medicine on Shumush's orders. There was nothing wrong with his state of mind, and the taste of the medicine was comparable to the food in the inner canteen, so Qin Yunxia would not take medicine for no reason. In response to Bai Yuanqing's inquiry, he just gave a few vague answers and perfunctorily answered. However, Bai Yuanqing seemed to have something on her mind after coming here twice, and her eyes became a little strange when she looked at Qin Yunxia and the others. Jiang Miao asked her twice, but she hesitated and said that she was tired from practicing too much. Jiang Miao knew that she was not sincere, but he could not force her to speak, so he had to give up. Bai Yuanqing let out a long sigh of relief, and then secretly glanced at the two people who were working hard to eat. Although Miao said that she didn't take down senior brother Qin, and although there was indeed no cross-line behavior between the two of them, and although there were so many althoughs, but the way these two people sat together for dinner was so damn well matched. Jiang Miao is very good at cooking, frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, sour, sweet, salty and spicy. She is proficient in everything. However, she prefers sour and sweet, while Qin Yunxia prefers salty and spicy, so every time they eat, they will subconsciously push the other's favorite dishes to each other. And to Bai Yuanqing, who occasionally came to eat, this scene looked like a couple who had a tacit understanding and respected each other, while she herself was the tactless light bulb. After realizing this, Bai Yuanqing decisively reduced the number of times she went to Yunxia Peak. If she disturbed other people's love affairs, she would be struck by lightning, let alone the love affair of her best friend. Bai Yuanqing went less often, so Shumushi, who was concerned about the efficacy of the medicine, naturally wanted to ask the reason. She was not Jiang Miao, so she showed some of her master's authority, and Bai Yuanqing quickly revealed the reason. That's right, so I think that brother Qin doesn't need me to keep an eye on him for a while. With Miao here, I'm sure there won't be any problems with his state of mind. As Bai Yuanqing spoke, she secretly glanced at her master, but was startled by the excitement and eagerness on Shumush's face. You mean, Miao and Yunxia are going to become a Taoist couple? Dao couple. No, master, calm down. They are not Taoist couples, they are just in love. That's not right. I should say that I guess they are in love. After all, they have only known each other for more than a month. Oh no, how could I have forgotten that my master is not only a Zhuan master, but also a big CP fan? That's right. We have known each other for too short a time. It's a bit hasty to become a Taoist couple so soon. Besides, their head brother hasn't come back yet. Bai Yuanqing, so you didn't hear what I just said? Shumushi talked to himself for a while, and suddenly looked at Bai Yuanqing seriously. Yuanqing, you just said that you don't need to keep an eye on me recently, right? Yes. Wrong, absolutely wrong. It is precisely at times like this that we need to keep a closer eye on him. Love is a good medicine that can heal wounds, but it can also be a deadly poison that can drive people crazy. If something goes wrong, Qin Yunxia will probably go crazy overnight. This is so serious. No way. Bai Yuanqing was a little hesitant. It was just a love affair, it couldn't be that dangerous, right? But there was no reason for the master to lie to her, right? Then, should she still keep an eye on it? Seeing that Bai Yuanqing didn't believe him, Shumushi became anxious. She took out a few books from her storage bag and said, "Why not? These are all written in books. They are the experience summarized by our predecessors." Bai Yuanqing looked at the books that Shumushi handed over. On the covers were written, "After I left, the cold sword master turned dark, daily life of a doting husband, my naughty immortal lord, and the demon king can only live with me." Bai Yuanqing, how should I put it? Master, your tastes are quite diverse. By the way, even the kids down in the mountain know that this kind of storybook is fake. Master, you are not taking it as a guide to love, are you? No wonder you are still single. Chapter 27 Gossip, Rumors. Giving up the idea of betraying his teacher and ancestors, Bai Yuanqing directly refused with an expressionless face. No, disturbing others' love will bring retribution. If you are curious, you can go and see it yourself. Anyway, I will not go. But it's not good for me, an elder, to listen to the younger one's gossip. No, who said I was curious? I was just concerned about his state of mind. Shumushi usually laughed and joked, which made her look unrespectable in front of her disciples. Bai Yuanqing simply ignored her excuses and turned away. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and said, "By the way, Master, the matter between Miao Miao and senior brother Qin is just my guess. There is no real evidence. Master, please don't spread it out." What are you talking about? Your master is the dignified head of Yunxia Peak. How can I be a gossipy woman? Bai Yuanqing thought about it and felt that his master should still be reliable in this regard, so he bowed and withdrew. Have you heard? Senior brother Qin Yunxia and junior sister Jiang Miao on Yunxia Peak are going to become a couple soon. 5 days later, Bai Yuanqing looked at his patrolling brothers and sisters with a crazy look on his face, excitedly talking about this topic that he was quite familiar with. So, what happened to the dignified Yunxia Peak master who said he would not gossip? Master, you have no moral principles. Fortunately, these people were well aware of the principle that gossip should not be told to the person involved, so even though many people were spreading the gossip, Jiang Miao and Qin Yunxia, the parties involved, were completely unaware of it. Otherwise, Bai Yuanqing was really afraid that she would be chopped into potato chips by those two. Now, the only way to save his life is to dispel the rumor as soon as possible before the two of them find out. Unfortunately, it takes a long time to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to dispel it. Even though Bai Yuanqing tried hard to explain, it still didn't work until the list of people who would go down the mountain to carry out the mission was issued. Yuanqing, you seem to be in a bad mood these days. What's wrong? The mission is coming up, you must have a good rest. In response to Jiang Miao's concern, Bai Yuanqing could only smile dryly and say that she was fine. Afraid that she would ask further questions, she decisively changed the subject. Look, that should be the list of people who are going down the mountain this time. Miao Miao, shall we go take a look? What's there to see? There are 7 people who have recently been promoted from the outer gate to the inner gate, including you and me. I think this time, the 7 of us will go down the mountain together. Oh, that's what I said, but I don't know which senior brother or sister is leading the team. Let's go and take a look. All disciples of Hanyu Immortal Sect receive a monthly salary, but in order to prevent them from becoming lazy, the monthly salary is not much. If they want to gain more resources for cultivation, the best way is to complete tasks. It just so happens that the mortal dynasties and ordinary people are often harassed by monsters and evil cultivators, which are difficult for mortals to solve. At such times, cultivators are needed to step in. Of course, the sect's missions are varied and far more than just exorcising demons. Things like taking care of medicine fields, cleaning a place, and serving as a sparring partner are tasks with lower risks but low returns, and these tasks are available almost every day in the mission hall. Although the mission of going down the mountain to eliminate monsters is well rewarded, it is also very dangerous, so only inner disciples can take it. Disciples like Jiang Miao who have just been promoted to the inner sect usually have a collective mission to go down the mountain, so that they can quickly master the rhythm of the inner sect. To put it bluntly, going from the outer sect to the inner sect is like graduating from school and entering society. This mission is their internship. Of course, in order to ensure the safety of these newbies, there is usually a senior brother or sister who is more experienced to lead the team. In the original novel, the person leading the team this time is called Tang Xianling, who is the senior sister who is obsessed with Qin Yunxia in by Yuanqing's words, and is also the vicious female supporting role in 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms that was snatched away by Qin Yunxia. Tang Xianling had been in the Ni Ming realm for many years and had never been able to break through, but as a team leader, it was barely enough. In addition, the team at that time also had Jiang Miao who had also broken through the Ni Ming realm, so the sect was not worried about their safety. However, this time the list is somewhat different from the original. In addition to Jiang Miao and Tang Xianling, the 8 people who were supposed to participate, Qin Yunxia's name also appeared on the list. I don't know what the people in the mission hall are up to. In the past, there was only one person leading the team, but this time it became senior brother Qin and senior sister Tang who led the team. Well, who cares about that? With 2 team leaders and senior brother Qin at the Purple Mansion level, our safety is more guaranteed. Isn't that a good thing? That's true. The disciples who were about to go down the mountain were talking about something at once, but Jiang Miao was very calm. To her, it didn't matter who led the team, but she would feel more comfortable if she could be with her senior brother than with other strangers. Not wanting to join in the idle chatter, Jiang Miao pulled by Yuanqing and turned to leave, but heard the disciple who posted the list whisper mysteriously, "You don't know, actually, senior sister Tang was the only one leading the team this time, but senior brother Qin took the initiative to go to the mission hall and apply for this mission, so the team leaders temporarily became 2. No way. Senior brother Qin has always been devoted to cultivation and doesn't like worldly affairs. Why would he take the initiative to ask for it this time?" When Jiang Miao heard that this matter concerned his senior brother, he stopped walking and subconsciously stretched his ears to listen to what was to be said next. "I don't know about that. Hey, do you think it's because of senior sister Tang? Are you confused? Senior sister Tang went to Yunxia Peak every day for 30 days in a row just to see senior brother Qin. Senior brother Qin was not interested at all at that time. How could he take the initiative to join for senior sister Tang now? Yes, could it be because? Cough cough cough. A female disciple excitedly joined the gossip group chat, but just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by the person next to her. When she looked up, she found that Jiang Miao, who she was about to say, was standing next to her. "Ahem, the weather is nice today, I'm planning to go practice swordplay, would you like to join me? Let's go together. The experience is coming soon. We should practice diligently." "Brother, you are right. Add me as 1. + 1. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had left, leaving only Jiang Miao and Bai Yuanqing, one confused and the other looking relieved. "Why did you leave in the middle of a conversation? Yuanqing, do you think senior brother really asked to participate in this mission?" "This? I don't know either. Why don't you go back and ask senior brother Qin later?" "Yeah, that's true. By the way, I remember you mentioned that senior sister Tang before. Does she really admire senior brother?" Bai Yuanqing was stunned. Before she could say anything, Jiang Miao shook his head and said, "Forget it. I just said it casually. Yuanqing, you don't have to take it seriously." "Oh. The expression on your face just now doesn't seem like something you said casually. Jimei, could it be that what I said is true, that you two are really planning to become a couple?" "Are you planning to have a romantic relationship?" "Probably not. Miao Miao seems easygoing, but in fact, she has been in the outer sect for many years, and the only person she truly considers as a friend is herself. Senior brother Qin looks even more heartless and cold-hearted. Even if 2 people like this are really in love, they shouldn't break up so quickly, right?" Each of them had their own thoughts and didn't speak again. They walked to the fork in the road. When Bai Yuanqing was about to say goodbye to Jiang Miao suddenly asked. Yuanqing, have you seen senior sister Tang? What does she look like? Bai Yuanqing, sister, please be normal. I can't convince myself that you two are innocent if you act like this. Chapter 28, Bored old people love to watch young people fall in love. Speaking of which, Qin Yunxia was the one who took the initiative to request to be the leader of this mission. And he made the request suddenly just before the announcement. There was no way out. The boss's order to work overtime came unexpectedly. Even Qin Yunxia did not expect that he would suddenly need to join this plot, which was not supposed to have him. The original body had indeed carried out a mission with the heroine, but not this time. According to their self-cultivation of the villain, there is already a demon making Tang Xianling this time, so Qin Yunxia naturally does not need to appear on the screen. In other words, for the next 6 months, all the stories were about Jiang Miao having adventures, saving his fellow disciples, and performing great deeds, and he had no role to play. Qin Yunxia, who had already made a vacation plan, naturally did not want to be forced to work. But according to the system, due to the plot change, this mission to go down the mountain has become an important plot. If Qin Yunxia shirks his responsibility, the system will immediately determine that he has failed the mission. The system's tone was extremely tough, so Qin Yunxia could only accept his fate. He obediently went to the mission hall and submitted his application to Elder Liu, who was in charge of the mission. Originally, such a rule-breaking thing was difficult to pass. Even if one's master was the head of the sect, it would still be somewhat difficult to replace people at the last minute. Unexpectedly, after hearing his request, Elder Liu simply waved his hand and added his name himself. He did it so quickly, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. The sect is busy with many affairs now. Since my nephew is willing to help, I naturally have no reason to refuse. If you have such an idea in the future, you can come to me directly without any worries. Although he felt that Elder Liu's words had a deeper meaning, Qin Yunxia couldn't guess it no matter how hard he tried, so he simply didn't bother thinking about it. After all, the system's requirements had been met, right? After thanking him softly, he turned and left. Qin Yunxia naturally didn't know that as soon as he left, Elder Liu set up a soundproof barrier and took out a jade slip for transmitting sound. Guys, it's a big news. Junior brother Yunxia just came to see me and hoped that I could add him to the list of disciples going down the mountain this time. The sound transmission jade slip can be used to chat with someone one-on-one or with a group of people. At the moment, Elder Liu was obviously using the latter, because as soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen male and female voices came out of the jade slip. One of the voices was an arrogant female voice. If Bai Yuanqing was here, she would definitely be able to tell that the owner of that voice was her master. What's going on? I told you there was something wrong with these two little guys, right? You old guys didn't believe me. Come on, apologize to me. Junior sister, please be patient. It's just that junior brother Qin has joined the training team. It doesn't mean that he and Jiang Miao have feelings for each other, right? Are you fucking questioning me? I'm telling you. Okay, stop arguing. Lao Liu, you haven't said anything yet. Do you agree? Of course I agree. I watched my nephew grow up. What has he become of the taciturn senior brother? Now that he has finally shown some youthful vigor, how can I stop him? Elder Liu's words instantly focused the anger on Ji Wufan. Poor Ji Wufan, he had no idea that his fellow disciples had already put the blame on him. It is said that after cultivating to the soul-gathering realm, the lifespan is already at least 10,000 years. At this level, blindly practicing is no longer useful. With such a long lifespan, it is natural to find some fun to pass the time. For a group of old men and women who are at least several hundred years old, what could be more exciting than watching young people fall in love? So it is not surprising that Elder Liu and others behaved like this. Putting aside these boring old guys, let us just talk about Yunxia Peak. Jiang Miao, who had just returned here, couldn't he wait to knock on Qin Yunxia's door. At this time, Qin Yunxia had just returned from Elder Liu and was packing his luggage. After opening the door and seeing that it was Jiang Miao, he couldn't help but ask with some confusion. What's wrong? Jiang Miao had never thought about why she came to Qin Yunxia, but after hearing about Tang Xianling, she felt a little flustered. At this moment, Qin Yunxia's simple question made her stunned. Yes, why did I rush to see my senior brother? Could I just ask him directly, I heard that Tang Xiangling is interested in you, what do you think? I'm afraid he would think I was crazy. I want to ask, why did you suddenly want to be the team leader? Qin Yanxuo frowned and thought to himself, of course it's because of you and that crappy plot, but can I tell you that? When you are too quiet, you want to move. Oh. This trip down the mountain won't be too short. We'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. Go back and pack your bags so you don't get caught up in a rush. After giving a casual reminder, Qin Yanxuo added coldly, considering his own personality, don't hold everyone back. Yes, brother, I'll take my leave now. Qin Yanxuo nodded casually and watched Jiang Miao leave. He turned back to the room and only then had time to calm down and ask the system. I have completed your request. Now can you tell me? What has changed that requires me to go down the mountain with her? What is my mission? Because the host gave the main character the technique, her strength is much stronger than in the original novel. According to the system's calculations, the main character is likely unable to trigger the adventure she was supposed to have. This is not without purpose. The ultimate target of this mission is a powerful monster. In the original novel, it almost pushed everyone to the brink of despair. Jiang Miao desperately used her not yet mastered swordsmanship to successfully defeat the monster, but she herself was seriously injured and fell off the cliff. The key point here is falling off a cliff. Yes, it is the cliff that is equivalent to a treasure refresh point for the protagonist. As the protagonist, Jiang Miao naturally also got a treasure that can suppress his own cold poison. This is the original plot, but it is very different for Jiang Miao now. Because the book, 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms, that Qin Yanxuo gave her is a secret method that can burst out 3 times the strength of one's own in a short period of time. With this secret method in hand, Jiang Miao would most likely not be forced to fall off the cliff, and there would naturally be no chance of getting treasure. So, my job is to make sure the protagonist falls off the cliff. To be precise, the protagonist was seriously injured and then she fell. This time, he was digging his own grave. However, there was still room for maneuver, so Qin Yanxuo was not in a hurry. After all, the duration of this mission is relatively long. Compared with this, what we should consider more right now is how to be a good team leader. In order to frame Jiang Miao, the original body performed a series of outrageous operations. As a disciple of the Sword Master, he ended up being hated by everyone and abandoned by his friends and relatives. Since Qin Yanxuo has taken on this identity, he naturally cannot follow the old path of his original self as there is no other way out for the time being. Tang Xiangling, well, if the character of this villain female supporting role doesn't change, maybe she will take the initiative to help me take on these disgusting things? Well, let's wait and see. Chapter 29, Wearing the Same Clothes and Giving a Sword. 2 days later, on Yunxia Peak. Jiang Miao simply tidied up his storage bag and slung the mid-grade spiritual sword he had just bought around his waist. TSK, Miao Miao, can you please be more motivated? After all, I am the best sword in the world. Not to mention a holy weapon, can you at least give me a top-grade spiritual sword? Otherwise, I will lose face. There are 3 levels of magic tools, ordinary, spiritual, and holy. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. There is nothing much to say about ordinary tools. Most of them are weapons made by ordinary people. But spiritual tools are different. The reason why they are named spiritual is because they can transmit spiritual power, allowing practitioners to maximize their strength. As for the holy weapon, in one sentence, if the magic weapon has its own intelligence, it can be called a holy weapon. Relics like the Hanyu Immortal Sword left by the ancestor of the Hanyu Immortal Sect, Ji Wufeng's personal sword Yunxia, and the Xuezong sword soul that once possessed the sword body, all belong to this level. I have already spent all my savings to buy this middle-grade spiritual sword, and I also borrowed a lot from Yuanqing. If you want a high-grade spiritual sword, bring me 3 million spiritual crystals and I will buy it right away. You eat dates for nothing and still complain that the core is too big. You are a chatterbox, so you'd better not have so many colorful ideas. Jiang Miao's words hit him so hard that the sword spirit was silent for a long time before he whispered, forget it, it's just a mid-grade product. It's pretty good. If you train it well, it might be able to advance to a high-grade product, right? This world, in the original author's setting, is a world where everything has no upper limit. An iron sword made by a mortal blacksmith can become a holy weapon if it is well cultivated. A little demon with low bloodline can also become a demon king, but the difficulty is so great that it makes people despair. Jiang Miao was too lazy to pay attention to her. After checking the things he needed to take again, he picked up the fallen jade plate and flew towards Qin Yunshuo's bamboo house. Today was the day to go down the mountain, and everyone had agreed to gather at the mountain gate. However, since I lived on the same peak with my senior brother, we naturally had to set out together. Brother, it's almost time. Are you ready? Jiang Miao's soft voice floated into the courtyard as she knocked lightly on the bamboo door. The next moment, the bamboo door was pushed open, and Qin Yunshuo's tall figure appeared in front of Jiang Miao. Unlike the royal blue sect uniforms of the past, when going down the mountain to train, most disciples would choose to wear sect uniforms or casual clothes according to the situation. But today, Qin Yunshuo was wearing a set of casual clothes with a dark background and gold patterns. It must be said that black is really the most suitable color for villains. Qin Yunshuo, who was originally pretending to be cold, became even more noble and dignified in this outfit. Even Jiang Miao felt amazed. Oh, you two are really in sync. You even picked the same color for clothes. I almost thought you had discussed it beforehand. That's right, today Jiang Miao is also wearing a black shorts. She has never paid much attention to her clothes and her dressing style is more casual, whatever is convenient. As for why she chose black, it is because it is durable and does not look dirty easily. Jian Hun's words were not meant to tease, but simply felt that it was a coincidence, but when Jiang Miao heard it, she was a little flustered. If I had to describe it, it was like finding your homework and your crushed homework together at school, feeling happy but afraid that others would find out. It was probably like this. Qin Yunshuo didn't have any ideas. He just looked at Jiang Miao for a few seconds and then set his eyes on her sword. Middle grade spiritual sword. Yes, senior brother has a keen eye. I will soon go down the mountain to gain experience. The previous sword was not suitable for me, so I bought this one. This sword is not good. Shaking his head gently, Qin Yunshuo took out the top-grade spiritual sword he had prepared long ago from his storage bag and threw it to Jiang Miao. Jinghong, it's for you. Jiang Miao took it in a panic, then realized what Qin Yunshuo meant and immediately refused. Brother, you can't do that. Last time, you gave me the falling jade plate. I couldn't fly at that time, so I accepted it. If I accept your spirit sword today, I will really be ashamed to see you again. Qin Yunshuo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and replied coldly, then throw it away. Then he jumped up and flew towards the mountain gate. It's not that Qin Yunshuo has the potential to be a domineering president. He always uses greasy lines like, if you don't like it, throw it away. This is really the most effective way to do it without destroying his character. In the future, for the sake of the mission, I might do something that will disappoint you or even make you resentful. If you accept this sword, my conscience will be better. No one knew what was in his heart. Seeing this, Jiang Miao could only helplessly activate the falling jade plate and catch up with Qin Yunshuo. Brother, please don't be angry. I will accept it. But after this mission, if I want to give it back to you, I hope you won't refuse it. Qin Yunshuo nodded without comment. He knew in his heart that Jiang Miao was not the kind of person who could take advantage of others with a clear conscience. He had done so much for her. If he didn't ask her to repay him, she would probably be unable to sleep or eat. The two of them were both moving at a fast pace, and soon they arrived at the mountain gate. There, several disciples were already gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat, and Bai Yuanqing was among them. Seeing Qin Yunshuo coming, several people stood up and greeted him, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Qin. No need to be polite. Is everyone here?" Several people looked at each other, and were a little hesitant to answer this aloof senior brother. Bai Yuanqing sighed helplessly and stepped out. "My dear senior brother, all the disciples who are going to practice have arrived, except for the leader, senior sister Tang." As expected, in the original novel, Tang Xiangling was late for a full half-hour. In her words, this was to establish her authority in front of her fellow students. Being able to establish his authority through such means, one can imagine the villain's rank. No wonder he got his lunch box earlier than his original self. How long until the agreed time? A quarter of an hour. After responding faintly, Qin Yunshuo folded his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the other disciples did not dare to say anything, and the atmosphere fell silent for a while. Bai Yuanqing was not afraid. Senior brother Qin didn't say anything against speaking anyway. Seeing that everyone else was silent, she moved closer to Jiang Miao and asked in a low voice. Miao Miao, is this the new spiritual sword you bought? It looks good. But when did you have the money to buy a top-grade spiritual sword? Don't you know whether I have money or not? This sword was given to me by my senior brother. What? Senior brother Qin actually gave you a top-grade spiritual sword? Due to being too surprised, Bai Yuanqing did not lower her voice. As a result, everyone, including Qin Yunxia, turned their eyes to the two of them, or to be more precise, to the Jinghong sword on Jiang Miao's waist. Jiang Miao, if I talk to you again, I'll be a dog. Bai Yuanqing lowered his head in embarrassment, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The other fellow disciples secretly exchanged glances with each other. Judging from their state, if the real master was not right in front of them, they would probably take out the melon on the spot. However, troublemakers always come unexpectedly. A soft female voice was heard, diffusing the awkwardness at the moment, but the meaning of the words was obviously stinging. Female disciples nowadays have it so easy that they can easily get benefits from others. I just wonder if using this method to obtain resources will cause them to have demons in the future. Senior Sister Tang. Following a disciple's exclamation, everyone turned their heads and saw a woman in a pink gown with flying hair, walking towards them with a smile on her face. Tang Xianling, here we are. Chapter 30, The Vicious Female Supporting Role, Brews Good Tea. Tang Xianling landed gracefully, the pendant ribbons beside her shoes fluttering in the wind, looking extremely elegant. She nodded politely and distantly to everyone, then turned to look at Qin Yunxia. This time, her smile was a little charming. Brother Qin, why are you here so early? I just went to Yunxia Peak to look for you. I took a DT, but I'm not late, am I? Wow, I underestimated you. I thought you were a vicious female supporting role with no manners, but I didn't expect that you have such good tea skills. Qin Yunxia simply ignored her long words, nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, now that everyone is here, let's go. Yes. After responding in unison, everyone jumped onto the flying boat. This is also a common large-scale means of transportation. Depending on the size, it can carry dozens to tens of thousands of people. However, Qin Yunxia and his men don't need such a high-end flying boat. The one in front of them can only carry dozens of people, which is enough for the 9 of them. Before Bai Yuanqing boarded the flying boat, she complained to Jiang Miao indignantly, Miao Miao, look at her. She was so rude when we first met. She actually said that to you. I think she is the shameless one. Well, she didn't mention any names. Should I rush to ask for clarification? If I have the time, I should think about the mission carefully. Tang Xianling turned around suddenly, looked at Bai Yuanqing and Jiang Miao with cold eyes, and then looked away. You are just a wild girl, wait and see how I deal with you. And this bitch surnamed Jiang, since she dared to seduce my favorite prey, she should be prepared to be turned into a human pig. In the original novel, Tang Xianling and Qin Yunxia had no interactions. Come to think of it, Tang Xianling was naturally a strong person by nature, and with the original owner's useless strength, she naturally would not be in the eyes of others. But it's different now. The Purple Mansion realm at the age of 18 is enough for Tang Xianling to have feelings for Qin Yunxia. If I can get close to senior brother Qin, my future will be much smoother. But to do this, I must first kick this bitch named Jiang away from senior brother. With thoughts turning in his mind, Tang Xianling was the last one to step onto the flying boat without saying a word. With a boom, the flying boat took off from the ground. There were 9 people going down the mountain this time, including Qin Yunxia. However, the experienced disciples only knew that they were going down the mountain to eliminate monsters. Only Qin Yunxia and Tang Xianling, the team leaders, knew the specific details. Therefore, the first thing to do after boarding the flying boat is to explain the details of the mission to everyone. Gathering several people together, Qin Yunxia glanced at Tang Xianling, who squeezed away from Jiang Miao and forced herself to stand next to him, and spoke in a calm tone. The location this time is Ningyuan Village, a small mountain village in the Luhuang Mountains in the southern part of Wenzhou Country. According to fellow disciples of Wenzhou Country, people in Ningyuan Village have been disappearing for no reason since 3 months ago. This happens basically every few days, and the missing people are all young and strong. Local villagers also organized people to search, but to no avail. 10 days ago, the number of missing people increased and the frequency increased, reaching one person per day. The local government sent people to investigate the scene and confirmed that it was not an ordinary incident, so they reported it to our sect. There are cultivators in this world, but they are only a minority. More than 99% of people are still ordinary people, and they are all managed by the dynasty. Cultivators usually do not interfere in worldly affairs. Only when demons and evil spirits are rampant will the various sects send disciples down the mountain to train themselves and save the people. May I ask, senior brother, are those in Ningyuan village evil cultivators or monsters? Evil cultivators refer to those who practice evil techniques. Their methods of practice are usually very anti-human. They often sacrifice blood for common people, condense evil spirits, and massacre cities and towns. But monsters are different. Except for the barbarian temple in the 10,000 mountains, most monsters are wild beasts in the mountains that have become spirits. They are not very intelligent and their combat power is average. They are not as difficult to deal with as the evil cultivators. As for this, you can check it out yourself when you get there. Remember, this is your trial. Unless something major happens, I will not interfere. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them had expected this to happen. Some disciples who had been slacking off because of Qin Yunshuo's presence now became serious. Brother, you are right. This time the test is mainly up to you. For those who rely on others to improve their strength, you should be careful this time. If you are not careful. Tang Xiangling spoke at the right time, pouring cold water on the already nervous crowd again, and at the same time made a sarcastic remark to Jiang Miao. This is not the end. After saying this, Tang Xiangling turned to look at Qin Yunshuo and said meaningfully, Senior brother, you should also be careful. There are many bad women in this world who rely on their looks to deceive men. Senior brother is devoted to hard cultivation and does not get involved in the mundane world. Don't be deceived by such people. Such an obvious targeting, not to mention by Yuanqing, even Jiang Miao frowned. She had experienced too many cold stares, and she didn't take other people's words too seriously, but that didn't mean she didn't have a temper. Hearing Tang Xiangling's words that were almost about to name someone, Jiang Miao took a deep breath and stepped out. Seeing this, the people around him kept silent. They didn't dare to get involved in such matters. They had heard that senior sister Tang was narrow-minded. If they said too much and made her hate them, they would probably have a hard time in the future. Unexpectedly, before Jiang Miao had time to speak, Qin Yunshuo spoke first. A bad woman who deceives men? Are you talking about you? Master. How can you say that to me? I have good intentions. It seemed that she did not expect Qin Yunshuo to suddenly speak ill of her. Tang Xiangling stuttered for a moment, and Qin Yunshuo had no intention of listening to her finish. Unnecessary. After saying this coldly, Qin Yunshuo turned and looked at Jiang Miao. Have you practiced sword fighting today? The topic changed rather quickly, but Jiang Miao miraculously followed Qin Yunshuo's train of thought. Not yet. Well, let's go then. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the deck, talking to others as he walked. I won't help you with the mission, but it will take 2 days to reach Ningyuan village. During this time, if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can come to me. Well, only those below the fate-defying realm can do so. Bai Yuanqing burst out laughing, and in his heart he praised senior brother Qin for doing a great job. The others were concerned about Tang Xiangling's dark complexion, so they didn't dare to be as presumptuous as Bai Yuanqing, but they all covered their mouths. Senior brother Qin really used his own way to treat others. Tang Xiangling had just made some indirect accusations against Jiang Miao, and he immediately returned the blame. Among the people present, Jiang Miao and Tang Xiangling were the only two who were in the fate-defying realm. Senior brother Qin first expressed his willingness to guide Jiang Miao, and then said that anyone except those in the fate-defying realm could seek his guidance. It was obvious who was excluded from his words. I never thought that someone who seemed so taciturn could say such sharp words when defending someone's shortcomings. However, compared to defending someone's shortcomings, the 4 words, standing up for love, seemed to be more appropriate. Except for the 2 parties involved, everyone present had heard the gossip before. Now they were hearing the gossip firsthand and were so excited that they kept glancing at the 2 of them. Even Bai Yuanqing had completely given up on redeeming the 2's innocence. These 2 were a perfect match, right? Especially the domineering look of brother Qin protecting his wife just now, he was so handsome. I, Bai Yuanqing, declare that from now on, I will be the biggest fan of the Yunxia CP. Even outsiders felt this way, so Jiang Miao, the person involved, was even more moved. In the past, when he was bullied, he would either swallow his anger in silence or fight back himself. Jiang Miao, who had never felt anyone standing up for him, suddenly realized that the feeling of having someone protecting him was not so bad. However, having said that, Tang Xiangling had bullied him after all. Although his senior brother had helped him fight back, it didn't mean that he could let her go. After all, revenge must be taken personally, and hatred must be eliminated in person. Do you really think that I, Jiang Miao, will not be sarcastic? With a turn of his eyes, Jiang Miao spoke softly to Qin Yunxia in an unprecedentedly gentle voice. Brother, what you said just now is wrong. Senior Sister Tang is definitely not the kind of bad woman who deceives men. Because Senior Sister Tang has already said that those bad women rely on their outstanding looks, so, based on this point, Senior Sister Tang is definitely not a bad woman. Har 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 har. This time, everyone finally couldn't help it. Chapter 31, Pretending to be nice and having a good understanding. Bai Yuanqing and others laughed out loud, while Tang Xiangling turned around and left with a sullen face. Even Qin Yunxia almost lost control of his expression because of Jiang Miao's words. When a heroine Feng Aoqian has the verbal attack of the heroine in the female-oriented novel, her killer move is unstoppable. At this moment, even Qin Yunxia silently felt sorry for Tang Xiangling in his heart for a second. She was a vicious female supporting role, and her character was really pitiful. In fact, at the very beginning, Qin Yunxia had made up his mind to let Tang Xiangling do something that would anger everyone, and then he would come out to clean up the situation. He would also use the benefits of guiding cultivation to establish his own image among his fellow disciples. Qin Yunxia admitted that he had used Tang Xiangling as a tool. But he did not force anything. The source of everything was that Tang Xiangling was arrogant and made rude remarks that directly aroused public anger. He was just following the trend. Jiang Miao's words were really hilarious. They were so mean, almost as mean as me. However, thinking back to Jiang Miao's tone just now, Qin Yunxia suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Although he knew that Jiang Miao deliberately used this tone to discuss Tang Xiangling, but it was really cute. The incident with Tang Xiangling was just an episode. In the past 2 days, she has been staying indoors and has not gone out. When she occasionally shows up, she has a face that looks like she is about to get angry at any time. Naturally, people will not go to her and cause trouble for themselves. Why did I go to her? Was it because I wanted to be scolded? Why the hell did I have to be so cheap? I went to Brother Qin to ask for advice on my cultivation, and by the way, I got close to him and Sister Jiang. Isn't that sweet? So, until the flying boat arrived at the destination, everyone gathered around Qin Yunxia. Not only was their desire to eat melons satisfied, but their strength also improved. But just when everyone was about to forget about Tang Xiangling, she appeared in front of Qin Yunxia and others again, still with a smile on her face. Brother, Sister Jiang, Xiangling came here today to apologize to you too. I spoke without thinking the other day. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yuanqing looked at Tang Xiangling warily. Although she was smiling brightly, her intuition told her that this woman must have bad intentions. What tricks are you going to play? Yuanqing, since Senior Sister Tang has sincerely admitted her mistakes, why should we hold on to her? Senior Sister, please don't blame yourself. I didn't take the incident from the day before yesterday to heart. I did say some very inappropriate things that day, so I hope you don't mind. Miao miao you. Bai Yuanqing was very dissatisfied, but as soon as she opened her mouth to dissuade him, she was blocked by Jiang Miao's eyes. She had no choice but to glare at Tang Xiangling fiercely, and then turned her face away in a huff. Junior Sister, what you said really makes me feel ashamed. Junior Sister, don't worry. If you need any help during this mission, just ask. In that case, thank you very much, Senior Sister. Tang Xiangling smiled gently at Jiang Miao, turned her head and looked at Qin Yunxia with some sadness, bit her lower lip lightly, and said dejectedly. I know that you must be fed up with me. Xiangling promises that you will never do this again. Brother, can you forgive Xiangling this time? If you really want to change, then that's a good thing. Qin Yunxia's tone was still stiff, and he only answered the first half of her sentence, but the meaning of his words clearly showed that he had forgiven her. Now, Bai Yuanqing became even more anxious. Why are they all like this? Don't you really think she has bad intentions? Thank you, brother. Let's go. At Qin Yunshuo's command, everyone immediately headed towards Luhuang Mountain. Bai Yuanqing deliberately pulled Jiang Miao a few steps behind, and after the others had gone a little further away, he spoke urgently. Miao Miao, how can you believe her so easily? Let me tell you, her expression just now was obviously wrong. She must be planning something bad again. Miao Miao, you must not take it lightly. I know. Don't disbelieve me, you know. Looking at her best friend's silly look, Jiang Miao sighed helplessly and explained in a low voice. To be frank, this matter is nothing more than a verbal dispute. Since she has already apologized in public, if we continue to hold on to it, then we are in the wrong. So, you were just pretending to be nice. Then, what about senior brother Qin? Did he see through it too? Yes. Bai Yuanqing was startled because the person who answered yes was not Jiang Miao, but Qin Yunshuo, who had appeared behind her at some point. The change in her expression just now was too abrupt. Either she was hiding something, or she was saying one thing and thinking another. This is obvious. Bai Yuanqing looked at the two of them in amazement. My goodness, I thought I was on the second floor, but it turns out you two are on the fifth floor. Jiang Miao waited for Qin Yunshuo to finish speaking, then continued, I guess senior brother, you have the same plan as me. Qin Yunshuo shook his head indifferently. If she is really willing to change, it is naturally a good thing. If she has ulterior motives, it won't cause any waves, so why bother? In terms of strength, his Purple Mansion realm cultivation is not just for show in terms of scheming. A villain of this level is not enough to make people nervous in terms of background. Tang Xiangling does have an elder grandfather who has the soul gathering realm cultivation, but compared with his own master, TSK. To sum up, Tang Xiangling poses no threat except for her disgusting personality. How could Qin Yunshuo take her seriously? Coincidentally, Jiang Miao also thought so. With a knowing smile on his face, Jiang Miao nodded. Brother, what you said is very true. Bai Yuanqing looked at the two people who were in perfect harmony with each other, and suddenly felt that she was redundant, just like when you are playing with your mobile phone and the TV is on in front of you. Although it is always on, it has no sense of existence. The cultivator's pace was extremely fast, and in just half an hour, they arrived at Ningyuan village. Outside the village, there are fields and paths. With the irrigation of water wheels, the crops are growing well. It can be seen that the villagers of Ningyuan village have a good life. At least, they can still have enough food and clothing. However, it was broad daylight, but the huge village was extremely quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs, which would soon disappear. Every household had its doors and windows tightly closed, and at first glance, one would think that no one lived here. It seems that the situation is more serious than we thought. Brother Qin, why don't we go find someone to ask about the situation first? A male disciple named Xu Dao scratched his head and asked tentatively. But Qin Yunshuo just glanced at him calmly and did not answer. Xu Dao was not disappointed. After all, Qin Yunshuo had already said that he would not interfere with any of their decisions, nor would he give them any hints. Everything had to be analyzed and judged by themselves. Senior brother Xu, what you said makes sense, but judging from the situation, the villagers must have been frightened by the unknown evil. It would be a waste of time to knock on every door. Jiang Miao stood up and nodded politely to Xu Dao. Then he sank his qi into his dantian, and the spiritual power in his chest shook and gently spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the village. Along with the spiritual power, Jiang Miao's words also spread out. We are disciples of the Hanyu Immortal Sect and have come to Ningyuan village to slay demons and eliminate evil. You can go out with peace of mind. We still have something to ask you. Xu Dao was stunned for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly and said, Senior Sister Jiang is really thoughtful. This method is indeed much faster. Soon, the doors of one house after another were opened, and the villagers walked out in fear. They were relieved to see that standing at the entrance of the village were indeed a group of fairy-like boys and girls, and not some man-eating monsters. An old man with grey hair and a cane, supported by two young men, walked over tremblingly and asked hesitantly. Everyone, are you really the immortals who are here to exorcise the demon? Chapter 32 Fire Crow. Old man, we are all disciples of Hanyu Immortal Sect. We are here under the order of the sect to investigate the disappearance of the villagers. Jiang Miao did not correct the old man's use of the term immortal, because these people simply could not distinguish the levels of practitioners. Hastily denying would only make them lack confidence and think that they were unable to exorcise demons. After receiving Jiang Miao's affirmative answer, the old man immediately showed a look of joy and bowed to several people repeatedly. I am sorry for neglecting the immortal. My surname is Guo, and I am the village chief of Ningyuan village. In recent days, we have been frightened by that thing. Fortunately, the immortal has finally arrived today. The old man looked to be at least 60 or 70 years old, which was considered old for a mortal who could not practice cultivation. Jiang Miao and the others naturally refused to accept his gift, so Xu Dao stepped forward and helped the old man up. Grandpa, you should stop standing at the entrance of the village and talk. Let the immortals come in first. If there is anything, we can sit down and talk. Oh, I am so anxious that I am confused. Hewa, come on, lead the way. Please go to my house to have some tea first. The young man turned and left, followed by Jiang Miao and the village chief. At this time, most of the villagers had already left their homes. Bai Yuanqing looked at them for a few seconds and asked with some confusion. May I ask the village chief? I see that your village is very populous, with at least several hundred households. Why are there only the elderly, the weak, women and children, but no men? Upon hearing this, the village chief sighed, pointed at Hewer who was leading the way and his child, and spoke bitterly. Since 3 months ago, up to today, a total of 42 people have disappeared in our Ningyuan village. These people are all young men. If this continues, who among the men will dare to continue living here? At this moment, in our village, except for Yuer and Hewer, all the other young men have gone to the city to seek refuge. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the village chief's house. The room was not big, but it had a door and a window, with 1 bright room and 2 dark rooms. The middle was for receiving guests, while the 2 sides were for living. There were no luxurious furnishings in the living room, but it was very clean. The village chief called Hewer to pour tea for everyone, but was stopped by Jiang Miao. Village chief, let's skip these formalities. Just tell us what happened to those missing people. Also, has anyone seen the true face of the thing you mentioned just now? The village chief nodded and said, yes, originally we only knew that someone was missing, but no one knew the specific circumstances. It was as if the missing person disappeared out of thin air. But just 3 days ago, that thing suddenly appeared in our village, and everyone saw its true face. What is it? It was a ball of fire that flew over the sky above our village in broad daylight. Uncle Changui and Brother Guo were sucked up into the sky by it. When they came down, only their heads were left. Seeing that the village chief hadn't gotten to the point for a long time, Yuer couldn't help but speak directly. The village chief was not surprised, but his eyes were red and he added with a sob. That shouldn't be a ball of fire. At that time, I heard its cry, which sounded a bit like a crow. However, with my mortal eyes, I couldn't tell what it was. Seeing the village chief in tears, He Wa explained to Jiang Miao and the others in a low voice, forgive me, immortal. The brother Guo who was captured and taken to heaven, is the village chief's son. I'm sorry, village chief, please accept my condolences. Alas, farmers like me are born with a life worth less than grass. Lu Ming suffered a tragic disaster because of his fate. I dare not blame others. I just hope that you can get rid of this evil beast as soon as possible to prevent others from suffering from its evil hands. As soon as he finished speaking, tears were streaming down his face. Xu Dao couldn't bear it, so he stood up and patted his chest to make a promise. Please rest assured, village chief. It is our duty to slay demons and eliminate evil. We will certainly give you an explanation. With Xu Dao taking the lead, others also expressed their opinions. Seeing that everyone was very excited, Jiang Miao coughed lightly to suppress the voices of the crowd before speaking. Please rest up, village chief. We will leave this monster to us. However, there are still some details that I would like to ask other people in the village. I hope you can get everyone to cooperate with us. Of course, Hewer, you go with the immortal and tell everyone to listen to him. Tell him whatever he asks you and don't hide anything. Jiang Miao nodded and thanked him, then turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned back and said, judging from the way the village chief talks and his temperament, he must be a scholar, right? The village chief was stunned when he heard this, and then he sighed, when I was young, I knew a few words and worked as a teacher. I can't be considered a scholar. Why is the immortal asking this? Oh, I just asked casually because I saw that the village chief's house was decorated very elegantly. Well, we won't bother you for now. After leaving the village chief's house, Jiang Mia pondered for a moment and said to Xu Dao and others, "My fellow brothers, it is difficult for mortals to identify monsters. I am afraid that we will not get much results by asking the villagers. Besides, we don't need so many people. I suggest that we leave one person in the village, and the others form groups of 2 to investigate outside the village to see if we can find the monster's lair. What do you think?" Several people looked at each other, and Xu Dao was the first to speak. "Senior Sister Jiang, there is no need to be modest. Among us, you are the strongest and most intelligent. Now that you have an idea, we should obey you." Therefore, except for Bai Yuanqing who was left behind, the other 7 people were divided into 3 groups, each of which conducted investigations along the east, west, and north directions of the village. They communicated with each other through jade slips and agreed not to act on their own when encountering problems. As for the south, it was a very deep cliff, and they would only consider going there if they found nothing in the other 3 directions. As for Qin Yinshuo and Tang Xianling, they didn't say a word the whole time. After they decided on the plan, Qin Yinshuo simply turned around and left without telling anyone his whereabouts. Of course it was impossible to tell him. After all, there was no way to explain to others what he was going to do on this trip. Qin Yinshuo came to the southern cliff alone. After looking around, he cast his gaze towards an open space. After estimating the distance, he took out a bunch of things from his storage bag and started to arrange them. It was not until the sky began to darken that Qin Yinshuo slowly exhaled and nodded in satisfaction. "This way, we have double insurance." When we returned to the village, Jiang Miao and others had already returned and were excitedly discussing something. When Qin Yinshuo stepped in, he heard Xu Dao excitedly saying, "It can't be wrong. I checked it carefully. The nest is built quite high, and it is made of stones inside and outside. The closer you get to it, the hotter it gets. It must be a fire crow. The fire crow is the evolution of the crow, a fire-attributed demon beast. Its peak form, the 3-legged golden crow, can be called the incarnation of the sun, and is a mythical beast that can rival the dragon and the phoenix. Of course, the fire crow is not at that level yet, at most it is only 1 level stronger than ordinary beasts. If it weren't for its ability to fly, it would be more than enough for an outer realm to defeat it. That should be correct. When I was investigating in the west today, I found a fire crow feather. It is certain that what the villagers saw that day should be a fire crow, but... As Jiang Mia spoke, she took out a foot-long red tail feather, which confirmed Xu Dao's guess from the side. But she hesitated halfway through her words. "Just what? Don't you think this is a little strange?" Chapter 33 Questions, Doubts. Strange? Meow meow, are you overthinking it? All these clues can be connected together, what's so strange about it? Bai Yuanqing was a little confused, but she also knew that Jiang Mia was much smarter than her, so even though she asked the question, she had already started to wonder what was wrong in her heart. Fire crows are usually born in volcanic areas, but there are no volcanoes in the entire Luhuang Mountains. Where did this fire crow come from? As expected of the protagonist, he always reacts so quickly, thinks clearly, and hits the nail on the head. While everyone was thinking about Jiang Mia's question, Qin Yinshuo, who understood the plot, commented on Jiang Mia's thinking with interest. However, from the perspective of others, his expression did not change at all, and he was probably just in a daze. Jiang Mia paused for a moment, and then continued, "Secondly, the fire crows eating people should be like what the villagers witnessed a few days ago. After all, this hot fire attributes spiritual power, even if it is deliberately suppressed, will make people feel a little hot. But in this case, it doesn't match the situation of those who disappeared before." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That's right, they had just thought things were too simple. If the fire crows really were cannibals, the missing people in front of them wouldn't have been so quiet. Third. Damn, boss, you haven't finished yet. Don't be like this, we are all from the same school, you make us look stupid. Never mind. It's nothing. Jiang Mia seemed a little unsure, and in the end, he didn't say the third one. But just based on the first 2, it was enough for everyone to understand. There must be another mastermind behind the fire crow. Okay, everyone is tired today, let's go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, we will go into the mountains to look for traces of the fire crow. After all, it is an evil beast that harms people. Now that we have encountered it, there is no reason to let it go. It was already late in the day, and going into the mountains at night was not a wise choice. Jiang Miao's proposal was quickly recognized by everyone. As the villagers' houses were insufficient, everyone stayed at several different houses. Jiang Miao and Bai Yuanqing stayed at the village chief's house. By the way, Qin Yunxia also planned to live here for some reasons. Since the village chief's son had just died and there was no one else in the house except him, the house was completely spacious and comfortable. On their way back, the three of them didn't speak, and they were silent, not knowing what they were thinking. After walking for a while, Bai Yuanqing couldn't help but asked first. Miao Miao, what exactly did you mean by third? Jiang Miao was silent for a moment, and replied in a low voice, it's just a guess, there is no real evidence. I think brother should have seen it, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately asked to live in the village chief's house. Qin Yunxia nodded. He was not surprised that Jiang Miao could notice the abnormality. Instead, he was impressed that Jiang Miao could actually guess his thoughts. He praised, but Bai Yuanqing felt like he had been hit hard. Wait, this is a familiar plot, isn't it? It's happening again. Two big guys, didn't you two come here once before entering the village this morning? It's endless, right? Is it a big deal to have a high IQ? There's something wrong with that village chief. Jiang Miao's words were shocking, and Bai Yuanqing instantly forgot all the depression in her heart. Village chief? What's wrong with him? Could it be that he is the mastermind behind this? But his son also died at the hands of the fire crow. What's his purpose in doing this? Jiang Miao shook his head. When I say there is a problem, I mean that he must have concealed something from us, not that he is the mastermind behind it. The village chief is just a mortal. How could he have the ability to use a monster like the fire crow as a tool? Forget it, let's put this matter aside for now. When you meet the village chief later, don't act rashly and just pretend you don't know about this. All right. After Jiang Miao finished instructing Bai Yuanqing, he continued walking towards the village chief's house. Suddenly, he heard Qin Yunxia, who had been silent all the time, speak unintentionally behind him. Not everything in this world goes as planned. Sometimes, a small mistake can cause the situation to be out of the control of the mastermind. Jiang Miao turned around in surprise and saw Qin Yunxia looking up at the sky with an expressionless face, as if what he had just said was just a casual sigh. But Jiang Miao knew that it was not the case. Although she didn't understand what her senior brother was saying, it didn't mean that she didn't understand his deep meaning. By the way, this kind of hint should be considered a foul, right? It seems that my senior brother had said something righteously before, I will never give you any help. Oh. I'm a little happy. The reason why Qin Yunxia gave Jiang Miao a hint was not entirely because he had any special care for Jiang Miao. The main reason was because of time. There was no problem with the plot going on, but knowing how the plot would develop, Qin Yunxia simply did not have the patience to wait for half a year. The immortals are back. You've been busy all day, please come and have some food first. I wonder if you have gained anything today. In the village chief's house, the old village chief, who had already prepared a table of home-cooked meals, was inviting the three of them to eat with a kind face. Bai Yuanqing sniffed, and then belatedly touched her stomach. Among the three, she is the only one who has not yet practiced fasting. She has been running around all day since entering the village and is indeed hungry now. However, a few minutes ago, Jiang Miao just told me that there might be something wrong with the village chief, so would this meal. Jiang Miao nodded calmly at Bai Yuanqing, indicating that the food was fine, and then smiled. Thank you for your hard work. I am indeed a little hungry after working all day. But fortunately, we have made some progress. In a few days, we should be able to deal with the beast and bring peace to your village. The village chief seemed to be relieved when he heard this. He looked at the three people with gratitude and said, thanks to the immortals, otherwise my Ningyuan village would never have peace. You're welcome. By the way, what are your plans for the future? The village chief was stunned when he heard this, and then he sighed sadly. Alas! What can I plan? I'm old, my legs and feet are not as agile as before, and Lu Ming, alas, I'll just live one day at a time. I'm already over 70 years old. If I close my eyes, who knows if I can see tomorrow's sunrise? Have you no other relatives? The old village chief shook his head, looking extremely desolate. My husband fell seriously ill half a year ago and passed away, leaving only Lu Ming and I to depend on each other. I am ashamed to say that I am 67 years old, but Lu Ming is only 20 years old. I have a son in my old age, and I have spoiled him. He is a bit spoiled, but. As he spoke, the village chief couldn't stop crying, his eyes were full of regret. Seeing this, Jiang Miao knew he couldn't ask any more questions, so he could only say a few words to comfort him. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, they went to rest. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Miao and the others gathered again and headed for the nest of the fire crow. Qin Yunxia was bored and joined them. However, Tang Xianling stayed in the village, saying that she had to practice. After everyone set off, Tang Xianling glanced coldly in the direction where Jiang Miao left, and then set off in the opposite direction of them. But at the moment when she used the spiritual power in her body, a strange red light flashed in Tang Xianling's eyes, but she was completely unaware of it. Chapter 34, Strange Fire Crow. The fire crow's nest is more than 300 miles west of Ningyuan village. With Jiang Miao and others' speed, they can arrive there in about an hour. The fire crows are not very skilled and most of the time they cannot control the flames in their bodies, so they do not build nests on trees. Instead, they prefer to build nests among rocks like other animals. Look, it's right there. Xu Dao led the way while popularizing the knowledge about fire crows to his fellow disciples. When they reached a certain place, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the top of the mountain opposite. There was a cave entrance, which was emitting rich fire energy. Judging from the spiritual power that is emanating from it, the strength of this fire crow is about at the peak of the outer Gang realm. However, it has the advantage of being able to fly. Even if it is at the fate-defying realm, it will not be easy to catch it. We still need to make some careful plans. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao and the others all nodded in agreement, and then subconsciously glanced at Qin Yunxia beside them, but he still said nothing, and they couldn't tell anything from his expression. Brother Xu is right. With so many of us, why don't we have one person go and lure it out of the cave, and the rest of us lie in ambush outside the cave? Even if the beast wants to run, Sister Jiang Miao can stop it. A female disciple who was traveling with them made this suggestion with some excitement. However, although the fire crow's IQ was not as high as that of humans, its perception of danger was far better than that of ordinary people. Besides, all the trees on the mountain were burned by the fires it set every day, so where could it hide? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, looking at the bare mountains around him, silently ruled out the option of ambush, and turned to think about the habits of the fire crows. Fire crows love to eat meat, so why don't we? Half an hour later, 2 roasted elks were placed at the entrance of the fire crow's cave. The aroma of spices emanating from their bodies indicated that they were definitely not roasted by the fire crow's fire. Senior Sister Jiang, this method is brilliant. This beast doesn't have much intelligence. If it dares to eat the meat mixed with drunken dragon grass, it will fall into a deep sleep in a moment. We can capture it without bloodshed. Xu Dao looked at the roasted elk at the entrance of the fire crow cave from afar. While turning back to flatter Jiang Miao, he did not forget to hide his figure. As a demon beast, the fire crow would naturally sense the nearby spiritual power, which was why Jiang Miao had previously rejected the ambush plan. Now, because there was no need to fight head-on, everyone hid on the opposite mountain, so the fire crow naturally could not find it. Their drunken dragon grass mentioned by Xu Dao is not a poison. The smell of this thing will have a fatal attraction to the surrounding monsters. However, after taking it, the monsters will usually become confused or even sleepy, as if they are drunk, hence the name. Just now, when Jiang Miao suggested making a barbecue with extra ingredients to temporarily prevent the fire crow from moving, Bai Yuanqing remembered that there was a drunken dragon grass left over from alchemy in his storage bag, so he took it out. When I went over just now, there was an obvious fluctuation of spiritual power in the cave. I think the fire crow is sleeping. Let's wait for a while. Jiang Miao nodded politely to Xu Dao, then gave an instruction to everyone in a deep voice. Fortunately, this fire crow should also be a foodie. The few of them didn't have to wait too long before they felt a sudden heat wave coming from the cave. Here it comes. Jiang Miao looked intently and saw a red lightning flying out from the cave. In the blink of an eye, it stopped in front of the 2 roasted elks. Everyone saw the true face of the fire crow. It looks not much different from an ordinary crow, but its body is more than 10 feet tall. Just standing there with its wings folded, it is almost as tall as a 2-story building. No wonder this thing can feed on humans. However, the most eye-catching thing is its scarlet feathers and the cluster of flames that occasionally flash across its body. The fire crow is not a creature that hides during the day and comes out at night. It was not actually sleeping just now, but was trying to digest the energy in its body, the fire attribute power that made it, a fire crow, feel uncomfortable. This process was not the first time. Although it was painful, the fire crow instinctively felt that it was good for him, so he endured it. But today, in addition to the physical pain, there was also extra mental torture. I was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by the extremely tempting smell of meat. Especially since I was at a critical moment and couldn't eat at all, it was really not a beautiful experience. This kind of behavior of releasing poison late at night when others are losing weight will be burned by fire. The angry fire crow decided to come out and take a look. It was also very curious about what else was nearby that dared to provoke itself, the king. With the fire crow's not so high IQ, it was completely unable to tell where these 2 roasted elks, which were heavily trapped, came from. At most, it could only tell that these 2 pieces of meat were much more fragrant than ordinary meat. Unfortunately, since it is not suitable to eat at the moment, this will only make it more irritable. Therefore, Jiang Miao and others in the distance saw such a scene. The fire crow appeared as they expected, but did not eat. Instead, after making an angry gar, it flapped its wings and knocked the 2 elks to the ground, then flew up, and the fire energy in its body poured out as if to vent its anger. Several people retreated hurriedly. Fortunately, the distance was relatively far and the fire crow's attack did not last long, so no one was injured. After venting its anger, the fire crow looked at the terrain it had destroyed and felt a little better. It turned around and returned to its nest. Everyone who had been on high alert for the fire crow's attack breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. After looking at each other, Xu Dao spoke in confusion. Did this beast discover something? Why is he behaving so strangely? Jiang Miao was also confused by fire crow's actions, but she still had some opinions on Xu Dao's questions. It shouldn't be that serious. The fire crow is vicious by nature. If it really finds a trap, it will search everywhere until it catches us. At worst, it will vent its anger through killing, instead of just making a lot of noise but doing nothing. Miao Miao is right. This fire crow may have been injured, or it may have become irritable for some other reason. We just happened to run into it. Bai Yuanqing gave a relatively reasonable explanation, then looked at Jiang Miao again and said, anyway, this trap has failed. What should we do next? Last night, Jiang Miao had already analyzed the weirdness of Ningyuan village to everyone, so everyone understood that it was not this fire crow that caused the disappearance of dozens of villagers, but someone else. Therefore, before finding the real mastermind, several people were unwilling to fight the fire crow head-on. If they lost their combat power here, it would be very likely that others would take advantage of them. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment and finally gave up the idea of a reckless attack. However, she was unwilling to turn back, so she chose a compromise. Yuanqing, you wait here and be ready to pick me up at any time. I'm going to check around the fire crow's nest. Maybe I'll find something. You're going alone? No, that's too dangerous. Let's go together. It's easier to be exposed if there are too many people. Besides, I'm in the fate-defying realm, so it's not that easy for me to be discovered. Even if I'm discovered, I can still escape. Jiang Miao patted Bai Yuanqing's hand, signaling her not to say anything more. Bai Yuanqing thought about the strength of herself and others, and felt that she might be a hindrance if she went, so she could only sigh helplessly and nodded to agree with Jiang Miao's plan. Chapter 35. The illness is really serious. Miao Miao, you must be careful. If anything goes wrong, send a signal immediately and we will be there soon. Well, don't worry. Jiang Miao's gaze stayed on Qin Yunshuo's face for a moment, and then moved away as if nothing had happened. He nodded slightly to everyone, then restrained his breath and sneaked towards the fire crow's nest. Bai Yuanqing looked at Jiang Miao's back worriedly, and suddenly remembered what happened last night. Although senior brother Qin said that he would not give any warnings to himself and others, if it was Miao Miao. He had already given a warning yesterday, so it should be okay to ask now, right? Cautiously turning her gaze to Qin Yunshuo, Bai Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that his face was calm and without any worry or dissatisfaction on her face. Then she asked casually. This fire crow is so strange, and I don't know if Miao Miao will get into trouble. She is the strongest among us. If something unexpected happens, can we really save her? As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Yunshuo. When she mentioned something unexpected happened, Qin Yunshuo's brows subconsciously frowned. Bai Yuanqing couldn't help but feel happy. It's okay, a mere fire crow can't hurt you. Qin Yunshuo casually explained while portraying himself as an arrogant villain, feeling a little unhappy at the same time. Bai Yuanqing really doesn't know how to talk. What do you mean she is the strongest among you? Am I not a human being? Forget it, this is their own task. It is normal to exclude me. Besides, she is a senior who has successfully clung to the protagonist's thigh. I will have to find a way to learn from her in the future. I can't offend her. Sure enough, in Brother Qin's heart, Miao Miao is different from others. As soon as I said this, Brother Qin immediately showed his dissatisfaction. Is he blaming me for my bad mouth? Poor Jiang Miao didn't know that while she was in danger, her best friend was actually supporting her CP. At the moment, she was cautiously moving towards the entrance of the Fire Crow's cave. Perhaps because it had just been disturbed, Jiang Miao could clearly sense that the Fire Crow had not lost its vigilance. Rich spiritual energy was spreading all around at this moment. It was obvious that it would not fall asleep for a while. This also made it much more difficult for Jiang Miao to sneak around. It normally took him just a few minutes to walk this short distance, but it took him a full half hour to reach the entrance of the Fire Crow's cave. Fortunately, the Fire Crow seemed to have not found anything suspicious for a long time, and had relaxed its vigilance. Although it had not fallen asleep yet, it had already withdrawn its spiritual power to explore the surroundings. Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief, gently raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead caused by the heat and tension, and looked into the cave. In fact, on their way here, Jiang Miao had discovered many strange things, such as the new broken stones in the cave and the burnt grass and trees along the way. These proved that the Fire Crow had not been here for a long time as he had guessed, at most less than half a year. But this place is not suitable for the Fire Crow to live in, so why did it settle here? If it had grown here originally and had just evolved because of some adventure, it would definitely move away as soon as possible instead of staying there. Although the monsters have a strong sense of territory, they don't have a strong desire to leave their homeland. With a better habitat, moving is a very common thing. However, these questions were not that important. What really puzzled and even shocked Jiang Miao was the scene before her. The blood scattered between the stone walls, the dozens of heads with their eyes open, and the broken bones on the ground, everything showed the tragedy that had happened here. A hint of pity flashed across Jiang Miao's eyes, but she then forced it down. Rather than sympathy, she felt more doubtful, because the number of corpses here was very wrong. This Fire Crow had indeed blatantly attacked Ningyuan village and ate 2 villagers on the spot. Although it was unclear why it did so, it did not stop Jiang Miao from feeling confused. The dozens of villagers who disappeared last time were all young and strong men. Could it be that this Fire Crow is a picky eater? Besides, the killing method doesn't match. So, after some analysis, Jiang Miao separated the disappearance of those villagers from the Fire Crow. But now these corpses made Jiang Miao doubt his judgment. Judging from the traces, these people were indeed treated as food by the Fire Crow, and looking at the pile of terrified heads nearby, one can imagine that this guy's way of eating was not so elegant. But no matter how you look at it, this flat-haired beast is not the type to secretly capture people and then take them home to enjoy. This can be seen from the time it attacked the village. In addition to the Fire Crow, there is another force targeting the villagers. Jiang Miao had guessed this before, but now it seems that this mysterious force is actually cooperating with the Fire Crow, which is unexpected. Jiang Miao looked around calmly and had no intention of going any deeper. Now the enemy was in the dark and we were in the light, so it was not suitable for a head-on fight. Today's gains were enough, so there was no need to take risks. He slowly exited the cave, waved gently towards where Qin Yunshuo and others were in the distance, indicating that he was fine, and then slowly moved towards there. But at this moment, the Jinghong sword on Jiang Miao's waist suddenly made a buzzing sound. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely obvious in this environment. Jiang Miao was startled and immediately grasped the hilt of the sword. The Jinghong sword did not move any more. But the sudden heat wave behind him made Jiang Miao realize that he had disturbed something that should not be disturbed. Without having time to think about the abnormality of the Jinghong sword, Jiang Miao suddenly accelerated his steps and rushed to the front left. At the same time, his hands were not idle. He took advantage of the situation to pull out the Jinghong sword and slashed it behind him. Only then did he have time to look back to check the situation. As expected, the figure of the fire crow appeared behind him. Its eyes were full of cruelty, showing its owner's unhappy mood. Its feathers also floated slightly, supporting a red light shield. The reason why the sword just now did not cause any damage to it was due to this light shield. Seeing Jiang Miao turning around, the fire crow opened its mouth without hesitation. The terrifying fire energy instantly gathered in its mouth, and then turned into a string of flames, surging towards where Jiang Miao was. Oh no! Miao Miao has been discovered, Stay still. Bai Yuanqing was about to call on everyone to rescue him when she was interrupted by Qin Yanxuo. When she looked back, she saw Qin Yanxuo with a gloomy face, standing on the wuxing sword that was automatically unsheathed, and flying towards Jiang Miao at a speed that was so fast that it left an afterimage, leaving only one sentence in the air. Everyone, retreat and don't make trouble. The cold tone was mixed with extremely obvious anger and murderous intent, which made Xu Dao and others a little frightened. Even Bai Yuanqing couldn't help but shrink his neck. Senior brother Qin got angry. Oh my god, this fire crow is in trouble. Why did you catch someone else but dare to attack Miao Miao? No wonder senior brother Qin was angry. I have to say, at this critical moment, Bai Yuanqing's illness is really serious, as he can still use his imagination so well. Chapter 36, Your senior brother is not right, and so are you. In fact, Qin Yanshuo's sudden killing intent was not directed at the fire crow, and certainly not at Jiang Miao, but at the bastard who tampered with the Jinghong sword. The distance was quite far just now, so Bai Yuanqing and the others didn't know how Jiang Miao was suddenly discovered by the fire crow. But Qin Yanshuo saw clearly that there was something wrong with the Jinghong sword just now. It's normal for the protagonist to be targeted. Although it's difficult to do it with a sword, not counting myself, there is also a missing vicious female supporting role and 2 small bosses. There are quite a few people who can do this. But no matter who did it, couldn't you guys do it another way? I was the one who gave the Jinghong sword, and then something went wrong with it. You're not harming the protagonist, you're pushing me into the fire pit, okay? Think about it from another angle. Someone just gave you a magic weapon, and then this broken thing almost killed you. In this case, the statement that the person who gave you the magic weapon deliberately murdered you is obviously more reasonable than coincidence. Don't let me know which bastard did this, or I'll have to use him to test the power of this sword energy. This thought made Qin Yanshuo rush to Jiang Miao in an instant with a surge of murderous intent and a hint of worry for unknown reasons. Then, without thinking, he stabbed the fire crow with a sword that was breathing fire. Monsters' instincts for danger are often terrifyingly accurate. The moment Qin Yanshuo appeared, the fire crow sensed a fatal danger. Then, without hesitation, it stopped spitting fire, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. However, even though it was moving very fast, a sword energy full of evil intent still rushed towards its face. At this distance, it was too late to dodge. Gar gar gar. After a series of strange cries, the fire crow suddenly revealed a human-like look of pain, then opened its mouth and spit out a stream of fire again. It was just at this time, although the number of flames was not as large as those that had just been sprayed at Jiang Miao, the quality was far superior. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ordinary fire and a volcanic eruption. The flame beam hit Qin Yanshuo's sword energy accurately. The 2 invisible objects collided and made a deafening roar, as if they would explode in the next second. Qin Yanshuo grabbed Jiang Miao and flew out of the center of the area where the spiritual power was raging. When he looked up again, the fire crow had disappeared. Brother, are you okay? After a while, when the spiritual power riot ended, Jiang Miao asked nervously. The place where the 2 of them were originally was now in a mess. The reason why she was unharmed was because Qin Yanshuo was in front of her with a spiritual power shield. Jiang Miao was very worried that the impact just now would cause some damage to her senior brother. Fortunately, Qin Yanshuo was quite strong and was not injured. Upon hearing this, he shook his head slightly at Jiang Miao, indicating that he was fine. Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered something and handed the Jinghong sword in his hand to Qin Yanshuo. Brother, the Jinghong sword suddenly made a buzzing sound just now, which caused the fire crow to discover my whereabouts. I suspect that someone has done something to the Jinghong sword. Having said this, Jiang Miao paused, seemingly organizing his words, but in fact he was secretly receiving the message conveyed by the sword spirit, and then continued. In my opinion, Jinghong's abnormal behavior just now is just like the use of the spiritual ascension stone. I just don't know how the other party controlled the timing so skillfully. The soul-raising stone, a treasure used to improve the quality of magic tools, is considered rare. However, if you want to use the soul-raising stone to improve the quality of magic tools, you must come into contact with the magic tools in advance. In this way, the scope of people who can tamper with them is greatly shortened. Besides you, has anyone else touched this sword? Jiang Miao thought about it, shook his head honestly and said, only Yuan Qing touched the flying bow twice out of curiosity. No one else touched it. Qin Yanshuo, okay, I'm even more suspicious. Seeing Qin Yanshuo's silence, Jiang Miao thought he suspected by Yuan Qing, and hurriedly explained, maybe someone took advantage of my unpreparedness and secretly did something. In short, this could not have been done by Yuan Qing. Besides, the upgrade of the spirit stone is just my guess, maybe it's not the case. Looking at the Jinghong sword, which was stronger than before in terms of both strength and spiritual power flow, Qin Yanshuo knew that this must be caused by the spiritual ascension stone. He just didn't know how the other party managed to delay the effect of the spiritual ascension stone. However, since Jiang Miao was clearing himself of suspicion, Qin Yanshuo naturally had no reason to take the blame. He nodded slightly and tried to change the subject. At this time, Bai Yuan Qing and others also came over. Miao Miao, brother Qin, are you okay? Are you injured? Bai Yuan Qing, who was running and taking medicine out of the storage bag, suddenly seemed to see something. His tone paused abruptly. After a moment, he pretended nothing had happened and continued to say caring words, but the unnaturalness in his tone was extremely obvious. Others didn't notice Bai Yuan Qing's strange behavior, and asked the two of them what happened just now. Jiang Miao did notice her bestie's abnormality, but now was not the time to talk about it, so she had to wait until no one was around to ask her. Okay, don't worry, my brother and I are fine. It's just that there were some unusual things in the cave just now. After briefly explaining his findings in the cave to everyone, Jiang Miao walked towards Ningyuan village while speaking. It is not advisable to stay in a place of trouble for too long. Let's go back first. The fire crow was chased away by my brother, so there is no guarantee that it will not vent its anger on others. There is only one village nearby, Ningyuan village, so we should. Jiang Miao couldn't continue talking, or rather, she couldn't even walk. Just as she took a step, she felt a pulling force on her arm. When Jiang Miao looked back, she found that it was her senior brother who was pulling her. To be precise, it was the hand that was holding my arm when he rescued me from the fire crow in order to lead me out of danger, but he had been talking for such a long time and had never let go. When did my vigilance become so low? Although I didn't have any misogyny in the past, I wouldn't be so incapable of reacting when someone grabbed my arm for a long time, right? Could it be that I was in danger just now, so I didn't pay attention for a while? But then again, why didn't my senior brother let go? Just as Jiang Miao thought of this, Qin Yanshuo, who had been immersed in the fact that he was at the top of the suspect list of framing the protagonist, finally realized something was wrong. He retracted his left hand as if he had been electrocuted and coughed awkwardly. Help you check if your meridians are damaged. This kind of explanation that only made things more obvious made the system, the sword spirit, and Bai Yuan Qing, who had been paying attention to this matter, roll their eyes. Bai Yuan Qing also had to consider his senior brother's face and didn't dare to say anything more, but the other two were different. Host, do you know that the way you said this makes you look like a scumbag who kidnaps ignorant girls? TSK, Miao Miao, it was just a normal pull on the arm. Your senior brother seems to have some unhealthy thoughts. But why didn't you react just now? Could it be that, in your heart, you don't actually mind physical contact with your senior brother, right? Climb. 2. Chapter 37. The bait has been cast, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Just now, there was something wrong with the last flame emitted by the fire crow. In terms of power, it is far beyond the control of its current level. Qin Yanshuo tried hard to ignore the weird tone of the system in his mind. Although he knew that Jiang Miao couldn't hear it, he still felt a little guilty. The suspicion of framing the protagonist has not been cleared yet, and now if he is also charged with coveting someone's body, Qin Yanshuo seems to have seen the scene of himself being chopped into pieces and eaten as food. Although I didn't retract my hand in time because of a brain twitch just now, but since Jiang Miao himself didn't say anything, I think it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Jiang Miao had already skillfully blocked out the nonsense sword spirit, but he didn't think too much about it. The focus at the moment was still on the mission. Brother, what you said makes sense. Combined with the situation in the cave just now, I already have some ideas. However, the specific actions still need to wait until we return to Ningyuan village. A strange number of corpses, a mysterious figure allied with the fire crow, and his own sword being tampered with, these doubts seemed to have gradually connected into a line, and Jiang Miao felt that he had vaguely touched upon the truth. After returning to Ningyuan village, Jiang Miao whispered something to Bai Yuanqing. Bai Yuanqing looked surprised, but out of trust in Jiang Miao, she did not say much, but quietly left the team. The rest of the people, led by Jiang Miao, went straight to the village chief's house. On the way, they met Tang Xiangling, who was strolling in the village. However, when she asked about how the task was going, everyone who had been instructed by Jiang Miao only said that it was the fire crows that were causing trouble and had been driven away. They did not say much about other aspects. Jiang Miao was not a fool. Tang Xiangling's full of malice towards her was enough for her to put Tang Xiangling first as a suspect when there was no evidence. As for Qin Yanshur, Jiang Miao had never doubted him. After all, if Qin Yanshur really wanted to harm her, he would have plenty of opportunities and would not have used such a blatant method. What's more, I had just been rescued by my senior brother. If it was really my senior brother who did something wrong, what was he trying to do? Several people came to the village chief's house, pushed open the door and went in one after another. They chose to ignore the curious villagers standing outside the door. Are the immortals back? How is the situation? Are you all not injured? The village chief showed a concerned expression on his face, especially when he saw that there was one person missing from the team. He became even more worried, fearing that these demon slayer fairies would bring him some bad news. Jiang Miao smiled, a hint of pride revealed on his face, and spoke in a deliberately raised voice. Please rest assured, village chief. It's just a fire crow. How can it hurt us? Today, that evil beast has been severely injured by us. It doesn't even dare to return to its nest. We returned to the village only because we were afraid that it would take the opportunity to take revenge. Having said that, Jiang Miao looked intently at the village chief. When Jiang Miao mentioned the word revenge, a look of panic appeared on his face, but there seemed to be something subtle in it. Sure enough, the village chief must have known something. His panic could be explained as fear of revenge from the monster. But it was too much. After all, Jiang Miao didn't say that he and his companions were leaving. As long as they killed the monster completely, why would they be afraid of revenge? The village chief's expression just now seemed more like a panic, as if his secret was about to be discovered. Please don't worry, everyone. We have already found out that the villagers who disappeared from your village were killed by this fire crow. Since the beast has never come here, it means that it is seriously injured. We only need to search for 3 to 5 days, and we will be able to kill this beast completely and give you peace. I have helped you achieve the results you wanted. Next, it's time for you to take action, right? Jiang Miao, accepting the villagers' thanks, secretly looked at the somewhat unnatural village chief and the expressionless Tang Xiangling, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Since it was already afternoon when they returned to their village, everyone unanimously decided to rest early after dinner and get enough rest to prepare for the next day's mountain search. Qin Yanshur and the other two were still living in the village chief's house. After chatting about some meaningless topics, they went to bed. Only the old village chief was left there, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he sighed, blew out the candle, and went to bed to rest. It was midnight, when everything was quiet. Because of the season, there were no cicadas chirping outside the yard. Only the breeze occasionally blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound, but it would soon disappear. Suddenly, from the darkness, there were very light footsteps, and then a figure quietly appeared in the courtyard. He turned around cautiously to look at the rooms on both sides, and saw that Qin Yanshur and others were not awakened. The figure climbed over the wall at an extremely fast speed and disappeared into the night. Not far away, the village chief looked at the departing figure, his eyes full of regret. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no word came out. He had to return to his bedroom in a depressed mood. Pushing open the door, the village chief groped his way to the bedside. He seemed to have remembered something and whispered to himself, "Alas! What a sin! Oh! The village chief is not sleeping at night, but is sighing here. Who has done this? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you. In the dead of the night, a female voice suddenly rang out in his bedroom. Logically, what happened next would be either very erotic, very scary, or both. But the village chief knew very well that at his age, it was highly unlikely that he would encounter the above three situations. Moreover, their voice sounded quite familiar, and it sounded very much like that of the immortal named Jiang Miao. As a flame lit the candlestick, the room became brighter. The village chief squinted his eyes to adjust, and when he looked carefully, he saw Jiang Miao and Qin Yunxia beside her. Why doesn't the village chief say anything? Is it because he can't say it? If so, why don't we talk about something else, such as the identity of the person who just climbed over the wall? The village chief was startled, then he laughed dryly and said, I wonder what Immortal Jiang meant by this? I just got up for the night and it was too dark, so I didn't notice anything. Could it be that a thief just climbed over the wall? Jiang Miao watched him pretending to be confused quietly, without interrupting or asking questions. After a long time, the village chief was sweating because of Jiang Miao's gaze, and Jiang Miao stood up and sighed. Since the village chief doesn't want to say it, I won't force him to ask. But aren't you curious about why the girl who was with me is not here? The village chief stood up suddenly, then sat down again in a daze. He raised his head dejectedly, smiled bitterly and said, Master Jiang is really smart. I'm afraid he saw that there was something wrong with me a long time ago. Well, when Master Bai comes back, this matter will definitely not be hidden. If you have anything to ask, just ask directly. I will not hide anything. I have a lot of questions to ask. Since you are willing to cooperate, why don't you tell me who that person was? Jiang Miao was naturally asking about the person who climbed over the wall from the village chief's house in the middle of the night. Although Bai Yuanqing had already gone after him, he was unsure of his identity, so he could not continue the conversation on other topics. Things have come to this point, the village chief no longer hides it, his eyes revealing deep pain, and he said in a bitter voice, He is my son, Luming.